Hey there. Hey, everybody. Welcome back to our Friday Night Live. And tonight we are talking about whew, the beast in the Gulf. And it is a beast. And we're watching it very, very closely. And we went to the grocery store today and prepared a little bit by buying some things to eat. And we've got batteries, we've got lights, we've got propane, we've got charcoal. The only thing we don't have is air conditioning if the power goes out. So that's where we're sitting today. We've decided to stay here as long as the hurricane stays to the west of New Orleans. If it wobbles a little bit east, we're out of here. We are not going to stay for another hurricane. Hurricane Zeta last year scared the crap out of all of us, and it was only Category 2. So this one is enormous, and it's going to be a beast by the time it gets here. And I just pray for everybody in their path because, hurricanes aren't any joke. We live 10 minutes down the road from where Hurricane Katrina hit 15, 16 years ago.
They actually are saying that it might come in and hit New Orleans on the 16th anniversary.
Yeah, the 29th. So when we first moved here in South Mississippi, when we got here, the first 4 blocks, we live a half a mile from the beach, and the first 4 blocks from the beach road north were completely gone. There were nothing but slabs everywhere. We would put something in our GPS because we needed to go buy something or we wanted to go eat something, and it would take us to a concrete slab. And that was on a daily basis back then. And we've been here 12 years in December. So they're no joke and nothing to be toyed with. But we feel pretty confident in staying here because we're about 50 miles east of New Orleans. And wait a minute, you just said that they were projecting it to hit New Orleans? That's not what the Weather Channel is saying.
No, they're just saying when it hits over by New Orleans. It's actually on the other side of New Orleans.
Yeah, it's projected to go in, I think, Cameron, Louisiana. That's the projection right now. And it's still a couple of days out and nobody really knows. But I will say that all of the models, the spaghetti lines that show you where it's going to go, this is the first time that I've seen them all go in the same general vicinity in a very, very long time. And I think that with the accuracy of the tracking is pretty good nowadays, unlike it was 20, 30 years ago. It's the intensity that you have to worry about now. The intensity with the Hurricane Zeta, they told us it was going to be a Category 1 hurricane.
If it was lucky, it'd be a Cat 1.
Yeah, and then by the time it got close to the land, it intensified, and a lot of hurricanes did that last year. It intensified as soon as it got really close to land, and it blew up, and it was almost a Category 3 by the time it got to us. And so we don't want that to happen to anybody, really. No. Because, like I said, it's no joke. And living through the hurricane and the storm and the things hitting your house and things, oh gosh, it's just crazy, the sounds that you hear during a hurricane. But that's not even the bad part. The bad part is the days and weeks and during Katrina, months afterwards where you don't have power. It's 112 degrees outside with 90% humidity. And it just feels terrible being in those conditions. We're not used to that now. Back in the day, people just used to live like that all the time. But we don't live like that anymore. Hey, Grumpus, how are you doing? I sure hope you enjoyed your reunion. We're talking about the hurricane and getting ready. Are y'all doing anything? No, I guess you're not. You're a little bit too far west. But we're deciding whether to stay or go, and we're just going to keep watching and see where it goes. As long as it stays on track, though, we're going to stay here. I think that we're supposed to get about 11 or 12-foot storm surge here where we're at.
7 to 12, last I heard.
Yeah, but we're far enough away from the water that it's not going to be up here where we are. If it travels a half a mile and over the railroad tracks, we're going to be, that's a big old hurricane there. He had a blast at his reunion. Good. I'm so glad. I bet it wore you out. I know it would have me. But I've got some other YouTube friends that are right in the path of this hurricane, and I'm really worried about them. I just hope that they get out. I hope they get out. That's the main thing I want people to do, is realize, don't stay. If you're in the zone, of the real dangerous stuff, don't stay. Leave. Just leave. Hey, Kat, how are you doing? Are you making plans, girl?
Grumpus is filling up all of his propane tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Good. You know what? That's a good idea, Grumpus. That's what we're waiting on, too, to see if it's going to take a turn. If it wobbles this way, we're leaving town. I'm not going to stay here again.
Taking our toys and leaving.
Yeah. I'm going to see my dad in Georgia. I've been wanting to see him for a year anyhow, Actually, I did see him at the Sweet 16 party. But we didn't really just get to sit and visit because I was too busy entertaining. Oh, are y'all leaving? We're waiting. We're going to wait till tomorrow and see if it wobbles. And if it comes this way, we're going to leave too. But if it stays over there on the west of New Orleans, we're going to just go ahead and stay. And I was just about to tell everybody that we're kind of planning. The house that we live in is really, really old. Hey, Christy, how are you? You getting prepared too, my dear? She lives a little bit north of us. And my daughter, I live in a wood-sided house, and y'all have seen it on my videos. And it's small, and it's old, and it's been through all the hurricanes, Camille and Katrina and all that. And I really think it's a fairly safe place to be. But my daughter lives in a brick house. And we're considering just all of us going over there to her house because she doesn't have all the trees in the backyard that I have. Yeah, Kat's leaving tomorrow evening, headed north of Mobile. That's probably smart thinking. I think if we do end up leaving, we'll end up going towards Lake City, Florida. Grandpa says if I wait till it turns, it'll be too late to find. You're exactly right. You should have seen our grocery stores here this morning, Grumpus. It was insane. In fact, let me tell you what happened. Kat knows what I'm talking about. They closed down the Walmart yesterday at 2 p.m. Completely closed it down. Christy said there's a lot of traffic on Highway 49. Yeah, people are getting out, Christy.
I see it all day long.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no water in the stores. You can't find ice. Can't find peanut butter. Can't find bread. I got 2 loaves of bread this morning, so I'm good. And in fact, we keep charcoal and, yeah, Christy is in Hattiesburg, y'all. She is probably an hour to an hour and 15 minutes north of me.
And they don't have any water in Hattiesburg?
They don't have water in Hattiesburg. No, they get ready up there too. Don't y'all, Christy? I'm glad Kat's leaving though. I kind of wish I was, but he works for first responders. He works for a company that repairs first responder equipment on their cars, their communication systems, the 911 system, and all of that. So he has to stay here, and I don't drive. So the only way I'm getting out of here is if he takes me.
Well, we can leave.
Grandpa said, if you leave, that water lily will bloom. I know it will. It hadn't bloomed yet, Grumpus. Hadn't bloomed. It keeps putting up new leaves almost every single day. The old ones will die off and the new ones will come up. But I haven't seen one bloom yet. Christy says that we're in the middle of the evacuation route for the Gulf Coast in New Orleans. Yeah, yeah. That's a tough place to be up there in Hattiesburg right now. All the traffic that y'all see. Kat says, I don't want to leave, but I'm too chicken to stay. I understand that 1,000%, Kat, because I don't like storms to start with. And my baby girl, the one that just turned 16, she is really, really scared of storms, especially if there's thunder and lightning. She don't mind the rain and she don't mind the wind till it starts blowing branches up against the side of the house and blowing limbs down on top of it. But in fact, when Hurricane Zeta hit last year, she was staring out the window watching the rain and the wind when our neighbor's tree on the south end of us, it fell over, roots and all, and hit the power line and, of course, dragged the power line down. Well, there's a transformer across the street from us, and we were all sitting there at the window and saw the transformer absolutely just blow up, and it scared the daylights out of all of us. I jumped nearly out of my skin. But and that's, of course, when the power went out. And it didn't come back on for a while. The worst part about not having any power, though, would you please make the cats stop aggravating each other?
They're trying to open the bag of cat food.
Are they? Well, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. My cats are going crazy right now. Yeah, Kat said the big trees are scary. That's exactly what is so scary. And I wish that our town would let us. We live in a place where oak trees are protected. You can't cut an oak tree down without a permit and a fee.
And a bunch of money.
And if you get caught cutting down an oak tree that's bigger than 12 inches in diameter, you get fined like $2,500. Hey, Marcel, it's good to see you. Hey, DJ. But anyhow, if you get caught, you get fined like $2,500 a tree. And that's the problem around here, is that when there's a hurricane, all the trees are going to fall on your house. All the branches get knocked around. That's why everybody after Zeta had to get their roofs replaced. After Katrina, if you look at a satellite photo of this area after Katrina, every single roof has a blue tarp on it. Every single one. Hey, Aaron, how are you? I'm sorry I missed you last weekend. I wanted to go up there so bad, but I was so sick Saturday when I woke up, I couldn't leave my bed. I don't know what was wrong with me, but it was like a 24-hour bug.
It's like bad cooking.
Yeah, and then the next day, my son got it, and he was really sick. So, yeah, we were kind of stranded to the house last weekend. But what was I talking about? Trees and hurricanes.
Yes.
That's the scariest thing here. Please take care of those cats before they drive me nuts.
It's trying to open the bag by itself.
I'm about to put them all outside so I don't have to listen to them. Yeah, oh gosh, Christy had to get her roof replaced after Katrina. And my daughter both of my daughters who live in this area had to get their roofs replaced after Zeta. But I will say, that's making a lot of noise.
As much as
we were very lucky. And here's the thing, Kat, this is what I wanted to tell you. We have 3 oak trees real close to our house, big ones, you know the ones. And I think that for that hurricane, the oak trees protected my house from the wind. I didn't lose one shingle. I didn't have one window break. I did have things hitting the house on the south end. And my fence got destroyed in the backyard, and it tore up my porch swing, and I was mad about that. I told Wesley, Poppy, I said, I would have rather it took all my garden beds out than destroy my porch swing, because I really like that. Christy said she's grateful that oh, good, Christy. Were they pine trees or other kinds of trees? Because I know up in your area there's lots of pine trees.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, Kat, there was absolutely, for my house, no damage whatsoever except a silly fence and a porch swing. And I was grateful for that. Super grateful. I'm sorry, I had to have some tea. My mouth's getting dry. Oh, yeah. And pine trees are so evil because they're tall and they're like lightning rods. That's what I don't like about pine trees. Now, I do love when they drop the straw because you can use it as mulch in your garden. What?
We had one of them blow up behind us camping one year up in the mountains.
A pine tree?
Lightning hit it and it just blew to pieces.
That's scary to me. That's very scary. But y'all, I want y'all to really keep the New Orleans gardener in your thoughts because she is in New Orleans and she's going to be very, very close to this storm, and I'm very concerned about her. And she's a veteran. She's a hurricane veteran. You know, she knows what to do. She knows when it's time to leave. But I'm concerned about her. I really care a lot about her channel and her as a person. She's a wonderful individual. And I just want y'all to just keep her in your thoughts and prayers. And I wish we could just kind of pray away this storm, but we can't, can we? You gonna choke to death on water today?
Might.
Good grief! Oh my!
Had bone in it.
Let me see. Oh, y'all are talking to each other. Good. Well, I was gonna talk about the only thing I didn't get at the grocery store today is I didn't get hurricane snacks. I got all the food we needed. We had charcoal. We've got tons of bottles of propane for our what do you call it? Yeah, the Boy Scout grill. We've got everything we need, and I didn't get hurricane snacks, so I think I'm gonna have to send Poppy out tomorrow to get hurricane snacks. And I got to get I got to resupply my wine. Yeah. And honestly, I might need to call my doctor and tell him to refill my Ativan too. Christy, thank you. Kat says Zeta got our fence. I'm hoping Ida doesn't, but it's vinyl. Oh gosh, yeah. My daughters both of them had to replace their wooden fences because it was funny, and Kat knows what I'm talking about. You could drive around our town after Hurricane Zeta, and all the fences were wavy like this, and half of them were laying over, and half of it was standing up. And there's still people around town that have 2x4s propping their fences up from a year ago. Well, almost a year ago. Yeah. Zeta was in October, a couple days before Halloween. If you're going to cough all through my live stream, you're going to have to quit.
Well, I'm planning on quitting. Here.
What? Yeah, drink something, ding-a-ling. Just don't choke on it.
Well, there's no bones in the tea.
Y'all, let's hope we don't put him outside during the hurricane and he looks up and gets water up his nose. He'll drown out there.
I'm not a chicken.
Is that right? Yeah. But yeah, I got to make snacks tomorrow, and I got to send Poppy for some snacks. I was thinking about making some chocolate chip cookies and some muffins. You know what, Grumpus? That's a great idea, because you know what? We've got scores of these things from the kids and him, and we collect them. And if I go in my daughter's room, I bet you I can find a whole case of empty bottles in her room, because she likes to collect those things for days and days and days on end. And I actually, Grumpus, you know what else I have? I've got, I don't drink the water here in Mississippi in my tea. I cook with it, but I won't drink it right out of the spigot because it tastes terrible to me. And so I buy the gallon jugs, and I save them because they come in handy in the garden, especially in early spring, because I'll just cut the tops off of them and flip them over and put them on top of plants and make like a little greenhouse. So I've got tons of those. So I was thinking about filling those up and sticking them in the deep freeze and freezing them real good. And I'll have ice for days if I do that. And we'll have water to drink if the water has a problem and the utilities go down. You won't have to worry about water leaching on your food. And that's true too. Right. Oh gosh, that's a great idea. Why didn't we think about that last time?
Brain damage?
I know, right? I will say this. It's a smaller chest type freezer. Give me 1 minute.
Toss her to her mama.
Come here, you. Oh. Talk to them.
She's chasing a cat. Throw her to her mama.
I'm about to. No, you don't go in my room.
Found a fly, and it was jumping all over the windows and hanging on the curtains and acting insane. But yeah, we'll do that. We'll take, we got 3-gallon jugs we can fill up and throw in the deep freeze. What are you doing now?
I'm not doing anything. I'm coming back in here, silly. I'm sorry, y'all.
No, she's not.
I tell you what I'd like to do with that cat is just stick it outside and let it live there all the time, because it is, that cat.
That is a nice cat.
It's a nice cat. It really is. But it's wild and it tears things up. And
it's a kitten.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I'll just be glad when it's older and it doesn't do all that, because it makes a lot of noise all the time. Not just when I'm doing this, but
how come she'll come over and lay down beside me and just sleep?
Well, I don't, because it likes you. It hates my guts.
Be nice to it.
But what was I going to say? I was talking about something. It don't matter, I guess. Yeah, I'm going to make chocolate chip cookies and muffins, and I'm going to have him go get me some Chex Mix, because I can't do a hurricane without Chex Mix.
We'll buy you the spicy one.
I don't want the spicy ones. That's gross. I'm a purist when it comes to brownies, ice cream, and Chex Mix. Give me the original. I don't want no chunkies in my ice cream. I don't want anything in my brownies but brownies. Don't put frosting on it, nothing. Now, I'll eat it that way, but I prefer it the other way.
Well, how about how your daughter does it?
I don't know. DJ said, I remember when Hurricane Charlie hit in 2004 and can remember that our tool shed got thrown into our front yard. Oh, my gosh.
It's not a good place for it.
No, it's not. He said he was only about 3 years old. Oh, no, he said it might have been in 2003. I'm sorry, DJ. I got confused. Yeah, right now we're not real worried. We're going to get some bad weather. I have no doubt in my mind. How bad it's going to be if it stays where it is, I don't think it's going to be too bad. In fact, our local weather station projected that if it stays where it's at on the track west of New Orleans, that we're only going to get 50 or so mile-an-hour winds, which is nothing compared to what we normally get.
Man, with gusts up to 60.
Yeah. And that's tolerable, you know. But if it wobbles east and gets close to New Orleans,
we're wobbling east.
I just can't hang around for that. My nerves can't take it. In fact, for the past 2 days, I've been
a grump.
I've been a grumpy, and I've been on edge, and I feel like
the hurricane's already inside of you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I know.
You know. The ups and downs of marriage, dear.
Right. She's having a hissy fit for a hurricane, and when I was a kid, the last big one, Andrew, I went surfing in it with my buddies.
Yes, I know. You've told this story 1,000 times. I don't want to hear it no more.
Would you want to cut school and go surfing with me?
No, I don't surf, and we don't have any waves. Yes, Grumpus, I was a grump. I was a total grump.
Yes.
And I'm ordering people around and barking orders. Get this cleaned up. Get that cleaned up. Go do this. But you know, when there's a hurricane, you have to prepare for it. You can't. I don't want to sit in a dirty house during a stinking hurricane. I want to make sure everything's in its place, and that way it can be accounted for if it, if something happens and goes missing or whatever.
Well, that'll be my job tomorrow, going through the entire yard, front and back.
Yeah,
making sure everything's
I'm just worried about my garden. Honestly, I got all of my seedlings out there, and they're doing really good. So far, I've got okra about to start. I mean, it's tall. My okra's getting tall. It's over 2 feet tall now, and I'm starting to get blooms on it. And I know a hurricane's just gonna knock them off, and I won't get any okra out of it.
Well, maybe we
Grumpus
should
says
stake
it's
'em.
called survival mode. Yeah, that's what it is, Grumpus. That's exactly what it is.
Maybe we should stake them tomorrow.
Stake the
Okra.
We could do that maybe, or just tie them all together to one stake.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of close together.
Okay.
But and I got my baby seedlings out there, my tomatoes that I just bought. I planted those about, I don't know, a week or a week and a half ago. And y'all, they're doing really, really good. Okay, Kat, we'll look for you. They're doing really, really good. And they've grown probably 6 inches since I put them out there. And if we get a hurricane, there ain't no telling if they'll live or not. I'll tell you this, though. We had enough rain today to make a hurricane.
Yeah, we did.
It started storming this morning at about 7:30, 7, somewhere in there. No, because I walked the kids to the bus stop and it wasn't raining yet. It started raining about 7:30. And anyhow, it didn't quit till close to 4 o'clock. We've got floods already. He had to take the long way home because a couple of the roads on his route home were closed down due to flooding.
Well, that and car accidents because of all the high water.
Yeah, oh gosh, you know every idiot in the country comes out to drive when it rains. But I'm going to be a nervous wreck until this thing's over with. Just the anticipation of what might happen is enough to make me crazy. And that's the God's honest truth.
That's all it's going to take?
Do you hear him? Do you hear him? He's cruising for consequences, isn't he?
Well, apparently you have the special kind of crazy because I've been with you for 20 years.
I got the kind of crazy you can tolerate.
Yep.
Well, I don't think that we're going to be in any real serious danger from this thing, but I sure do worry about all those other folks over there in New Orleans that are going to be right in the path, and they have had enough. I mean, last year, Grumpus, where did those 2 or 3 hurricanes hit in a row? Right up between Louisiana and Texas.
Lake Charles.
Lake Charles area, but Lake Charles ain't on the coast.
Well, I had a cousin that
down.
had his house smashed twice.
Last year?
Yeah.
You know, those people don't need any more. They just don't. They need a break this year and maybe for the next 10 years. But, you know, we had a good run. Like I said, we moved here 12 years ago, and we had, I think, 2 hurricanes that were mild, like tropical storm / hurricane, like right on the edge of that line in the past 10 years. Then we did get Isaac a few years ago, but it wasn't super bad. It just made a lot of debris in the yard from limbs falling out of the trees. And then last year it was insane. We had a whole bunch of tropical storms. We had 6 hurricane threats. We got smashed by 1 hurricane and grazed by another one. And all summer last year, I was just on edge the whole summer. And it even lasted, like I said, all the way into fall.
Yeah.
I mean, November 1st is supposed to be the end of the hurricane season. And we got a hurricane 2 days before November 1st, which is crazy. Would you back off? Back off. Julesy, go. Get the cat off the table, please.
He's working on it.
Okay. He knows he ain't allowed up there.
I know.
I'm surprised we hadn't had him climbing up here in the fish tank tonight. They will. If we stay here long enough, they sure will. Yeah, DJ, I hope you don't get one in your direction too, because y'all got a lot recently too. That year that Wilma and Charlie and all those went through, now that wasn't recent, of course, but that was a bad year for y'all. I know you don't remember it because you were probably just a kid, but there were like 4 of them that went through that area. Port Charlotte got absolutely destroyed by one of them. I don't know if it was Charlie or Wilma, but it got almost destroyed. This isn't as good as the Merlot. I'm drinking Cabernet tonight. I got to text Logan and tell him that we're doing a live stream, and I'll call him later. I called my son today because I was worried that he wouldn't be able to take me and the kids somewhere else if it did turn in this direction. And so I called my son who lives in Pensacola, and I was going to ask him that if Wesley can't take us over there, if he would take us over there. And he's got connections with all the hotels on the coast there in Pensacola, on Pensacola Beach, because he used to bartend for a lot of them. And now he works for another company that has a lot of dealings with those hotels over there. And so he could probably get us a really good deal on the off-season rates. But and I wouldn't mind staying in his house, but he's got a roommate, and I don't want to do that with the kids. But he was just trying to call me back to find out what I wanted. I know he was. So, DJ, have y'all had any severe Grumpus? You know what? I'm sorry, DJ. Let me get to this. Grumpus, I think it was Harvey. Now, that one hit Houston, didn't it? Or it flooded Houston. I know Harvey was a bad one. But I'm talking about the ones that hit last year, all there in the same spot. Fort something. But did you text him?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I know we ran from one because we were up at Fort Polk in Louisiana, and we had a run from one.
That's right. He was working in Fort Polk,
Polk, P-O-K,
Polk. Which is a little bit north of where the hurricane was coming in at. And I called him up, and I'm like, when are you coming home? Hey, sifting some soil, how you doing? It's good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. And everybody who's in the chat, please, if you don't mind, hit that like button for me. I sure would appreciate it. Yeah, I remember seeing that on the news, Grumpus, where Houston flooded so bad. Oh, goodness. Sifting soil, how you doing this evening? What's going on in your neck of the woods? Are you in the threat of this hurricane? But right tonight, I feel very secure in our decision to stay here. Now, when I wake up in the morning, I might have a whole different take on that idea. Well, you never know. Is that my boy?
Yeah.
My boy's calling Poppy.
Yeah.
Grumpus needs ice. No, you're good. Good. I am glad. Of course, I don't know. I don't think this hurricane's going to do too much veering in one direction or the other. So I think you're right. I think that in Houston, you'll be fine. We were just talking with Grumpus about Hurricane Harvey and how bad it flooded that area. I'll tell you what, living here on the Gulf Coast is crazy. And I've got 6 years till my little boy graduates high school. He ain't a little boy no more. I need to quit calling him that. You know that? He's a young man now. He's in the 7th grade. He's in middle school. And I need to just cut the apron strings somewhat. But when he graduates in 6 years, I think we're going to leave the Gulf Coast. I really do. Then again, you know, when you weigh all of the natural disasters that could possibly happen, You got earthquakes out west and in other places. My gosh, I've been watching this one YouTube channel that shows all the earthquakes that happen in the U.S. every day. And it's amazing where earthquakes happen that you don't realize. So you got the earthquakes, you got fires, you got mudslides, you got floods, you got Tornado Alley. I would almost rather take my chances with hurricanes, because at least with a hurricane, you get days of notice ahead of time and you can make an educated decision about what you want to do in those 24 to 48 hours before the thing hits. So maybe it's not so bad, but I'll tell you, when you live on the coast, you either have to decide if you're going to sit through it and suffer the aftermath, or are you going to spend your life savings and leave town, because every trip out of town costs us at least $1,500. And if we have 2 or 3 hurricanes a year that we need to run from, that starts to add up real quick, don't it? Grumpus said his boss had 7 feet of water in his house. Oh my gosh. That's terrible, Grumpus. I remember seeing on the news where there were boats in the streets of neighborhoods that had never flooded before in Houston. Big, beautiful 2-story homes and water within this far of the ceiling of the first floor. Murphy, I need you to be quiet in there. And DJ said, this one in August of 2009 was pretty bad, not to mention that my family were moving that night, and it was on, oh no. Can you imagine having to move during a hurricane? I can't even wrap my brain around that. But back to the thing I saw on the news, Grumpus, I don't know if they had the Cajun Navy back then, but it seems like the Cajun Navy had gone over there to rescue people out of their flooded houses. He finally just bought a house 2 months ago. Yeah, it takes a long time to recover from that kind of damage and that kind of financial loss. When my daughter had to get her roof replaced, I think she had it replaced right around January, February timeframe after the hurricane. She had it tarped till then. But, they only gave her a certain percentage of what it cost to replace that roof, even after the deductible, because they considered depreciation on the roof, which makes no sense to me. If a hurricane blows your roof off, you need a new roof regardless of how old it is, And if there was nothing wrong with the roof to start with, does it matter how old it is as long as it's in good working order? I don't know. But that's the way the insurance companies get you. I remember when we first moved into our house 12 years ago when we bought it. Not this one, the one we just sold a couple of years ago. We had a plumbing issue underneath the house, and the water started coming up through the washing machine and flooded my entire dining room and living room and ruined the carpet, some of the flooring in the kitchen. And do you know, because my house was older and I could not, it was a 1980s house, I could not tell them when the floors were purchased because we had just bought the house a few months ahead of that, which is probably why they sold the house, because they knew there was a plumbing problem. But that's beside the point. I digress. They only gave us about $800 to replace all that flooring. So we, of course, had to come up with the difference. And that wasn't no fun. I'm like, why do I even pay? And back then, that was only 4 years after Katrina. The insurance rates down here were freaking crazy. I paid for my house insurance back then. Now, this is in 2010 when we bought our house. It was $2,600 a year for just, what do you call that? Hazard insurance, like fire, theft, all that stuff. Then the state because none of the insurance companies would cover for cyclonic activity or hurricanes in the state of Mississippi. They just all pulled out after they had to spend billions. They all pulled out. So the state, MEMA, which is Mississippi Emergency Management, they had to come up with a wind and hail policy. And that cost us an additional $1,600. Did I say a month? I meant a year. It was $2,600 a year for the hazard and $1,600 a year for the wind and hail, which would cover hurricane damage. And the deductibles were through the roof back then. Now, recently, in the past 5 years or so, they've gotten rid of the wind and hail policy, and now the insurance companies are covering storms as well as hazard insurance, just like they do in other states. But I'll tell you what, I think the governor of the state back then really, he let that happen to us.
Shanghai.
Okay, thanks, DJ. I didn't know if I said a year or a month. But now I just rent this place, so I mean, I'm sure that my insurance costs are bundled in with my rent, but it's not something that comes out extra for us, which is fine by me because I don't like seeing that bill come anyway.
Bills stink.
Especially when it's what's 26 and 16 is what? 26, 36, $4,200 a year. What was that moth on my face? Good grief. $4,200 a year just for the privilege of living in a Gulf Coast town. But I get it now. I get it. After seeing hurricane damage time and time and time again, I get why these insurance charge so much. Even if they don't have to pay but once every 20 years or whatever.
They're paying a lot, though.
Well, and another thing that I realized after a few years of watching people have to look, every time a hurricane comes through here, roofs have to be replaced.
Oh, yeah. Even
brand new roofs. In fact, down by the water, after Zeta, there was this brand new, beautiful house, 2-story house set up on about 18-foot stilts. And it had this outdoor pergola type thing on the side of the house. Is that what you would call it?
A pergola kind of thing.
After Zeta, we drove by it, and the entire pergola had been knocked off of the house.
Well, not the whole thing, just the top of it was ripped off. It was like a can opener.
It was just, it was like a can opener, like he said. Do you know they just got that thing repaired about, a month ago?
They're still working on it.
They're still working on it, but they just started the repairs on that about a month ago. So it's a constant state of tear it down, build it back up, tear it down, build it back up when you live on the coast, especially a hurricane-prone coast like what we live on. This Gulf Coast, I think, gets battered and threatened by hurricanes more than any other coast in the country, except maybe Hatteras, North Carolina. Maybe Hatteras gets a lot of them.
Yeah, they get beat up.
Because we used to live in Virginia. Look, right now I'm so homesick for Virginia, I can't stand it.
She had to put on a sweatshirt.
I had to use the sweatshirt just because I was feeling homesick. I told West Poppy tonight, I said, I would love to be in Virginia tonight. I would love it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
We're fighting nature, is what Kat says. She's not sure if I'm cut out for this. You know what, Kat? I've been saying that for the past couple years too, and I'm really not sure how much longer we're going to stay on the coast. Now I've got to stay till my boy graduates high school. Maybe. I have one window of opportunity to leave here, and that's when our daughter graduates in 2 years. We could take him. He'll be in 9th grade. And we could move him to a different high school. However, that's probably not going to happen. So I've got 6 more years to keep my fingers crossed and hope that I don't become homeless because of a hurricane or have to live through being put in a different home till they fix something, or this house be completely destroyed. I don't think that'll happen though. Not this house. The only way this house would be completely destroyed is if an oak tree fell through it. That's it. And yes, kids are portable. They really are.
Yeah, but they get grumpy when you move them around a lot.
Yeah, well, if we had moved their whole life, I think it would be different. But these kids have been in the same school system since they were in kindergarten, both of them.
Well, the oldest two, they got kind of grumpy when we moved
I
to.
know.
You went to Georgia and then turned around a
A year
year and a
later.
half and said, "We're going to Virginia."
Yeah, and they didn't like that either. Not that they had any friends.
No. They're both a couple of grumpy butts back
Hey,
then.
love to love, you're in Blue Ridge Mountains. Oh wow, that must be beautiful. Wishing I was closer to Louisiana because pet shelters asking for emergency temp foster homes if anyone can help. Oh yeah. I didn't even think of that. I did not even think of that.
What about the grandbabies? Zoom meetings.
You know what, Grumpus? I've been thinking about that. We have, one of the things that Poppy and I have been doing for the past few months is discussing how we're going to prepare for retirement, where we're going to go, if we're going to stay. And those grandbabies are such a huge draw. And I don't know how well Poppy, it wouldn't make no difference to him because in his head, he can just always drive and go visit them whenever he wants to.
And I'm still raising two kids of my own, so it's just not.
That's true.
Not grandpa-ish
yet.
It's
not a novelty for him yet. However, grandmas get a little more attached sometimes. And I will say this. He raised my daughter from the time she was 14. And so I don't think the attachment is as solid as it might have been had he been around a lot longer. So.
Oh no, babies are just little slobber boxes.
And Poppy's not a huge fan of babies in general, so he starts having fun with them when he can push them down and take them fishing.
Yeah.
Cat, you know what? That's me and Poppy's dream too. We can't decide if we like the beach or the mountains better, honestly. And I don't know any place where there's a beach and mountains at the same time, except maybe Maine.
Or those are like Rock Beach.
I don't know. And wait a minute, what's that other coastal? Okay, what's below Maine?
Well, there's Misquamicut up there, and
my geography's terrible when it comes to the Northeast.
There's Connecticut, but it's Rock Beach. You're talking about flat rocks and boulders.
See what Grandpa said? He said, "I know. I live with a grandma." I get it, Grandpa. I do. DJ said he moved. Oh, DJ, I almost put you in timeout. I'm sorry. I moved a few times when I was younger, and I made friends in each town. I'm sure you did, DJ. You have a friendly personality, and you seem to be very, very easy to make friends. These two that live in my house, they don't make friends very easily.
No.
They're a little standoffish, A
little?
Love to Love says California, they have mountains and beach at the same time.
Hawaii.
Look.
Let's move to Hawaii.
I'm not going to Hawaii.
Why not?
You better make Hawaii money. If you can make Hawaii money, I'll go to Hawaii. But I'd rather go to Key West.
They don't have mountains.
Or not Key West. Look, my favorite place in the whole entire world is the Keys. I love the Florida Keys. I used to vacation there. Sometimes I would spend months there in a travel trailer. I love that place. That place, oh my gosh, it just makes me feel like I'm at home when I go there. Grumpus said South Maine. Yeah, but Grumpus, I would have to have a heated, my greenhouse would cost more than my actual house.
Sometimes I think your garden does that.
You know what? Poppy still hasn't got me the wood to build that third or that fourth raised bed yet. He was supposed to, but he didn't.
Kind of good thing I didn't, because we're buying hurricane snacks with that money.
That's true. It's true. That's one thing that we're about to do in the garden is add one more 3-foot by 10-foot raised bed, and I'm so excited about it because I've been needing this extra space for so long. Kat says I can't take those ginormous lizard monsters in the cave. They are bad, aren't they?
What are they?
The what are they called?
Iguanas?
Yeah.
Can you eat them?
Really?
I don't know.
What is that the question you asked?
Yes.
They also have those black scorpions in the Keys too, and those things scare me more than the iguanas or the lizards do.
Oh, you can definitely eat those.
And what I love about the Keys is there's like chickens running around everywhere, all down the streets and stuff. People have them in their front yards, and they just travel. Marcel said we saw the Blue Ridge Mountains just a few weeks ago. You sure did, didn't you? And they are gorgeous. Hey, Marcel, did y'all go through Abbeville and down that way to get home? You know, Abbeville is just north of Bristol. It's just north of Bristol, Virginia/Tennessee. Because, you know, Bristol is on both sides of the state line.
As in Motor Speedway?
Yeah. Grumpus said iguana tastes like chicken.
Okay.
I've never eaten iguana. I'm going to take your word on it. Why don't you?
I'd give
Grumpus,
it a
you should do us an iguana on the grill.
Wonder how his people would like that.
Get you a whole line of them. You know? Your grill's so huge, you'd have 25 iguanas on that thing. That would tickle me to death. But look, I'm gonna go ahead and send y'all a link, and if anybody wants to come up here and chat with us, you are more than welcome to do so. Okay. And if you're new to our chat, please go ahead and hit the like button. And all of these kind people that are in our chat, go subscribe to each other's channels, okay? And because that's how we succeed here on YouTube, is just helping each other out and subscribing to each other and watching each other's videos. And it's like a ecosystem that we are able to help each other like that. And I think that's the beauty of YouTube, you know? So hang on a minute. I'm going to... So then if you remember the sign for Bristol, then you went through Abbeville. Abbeville's one of the nicest small country farm towns I have ever seen in my whole life. And I almost moved there when he retired. Well, let me take that back. We almost moved there when he retired. I got to get on StreamYard on my computer, y'all. So I'll get the link out there in a minute.
Remember the first time we saw the Blue Ridge Parkway?
I do. We were in your Porsche, and it was amazing.
We were flying.
We were. It was kind of scary.
It was a good car. It was a 944 Porsche. It was happy.
Yeah, it was. It was nice. I didn't like being a passenger in that car. It hurt my fanny.
But she loved to drive it.
I sure did love to drive it. That was a fun car to drive. Oh, we saw some of the most beautiful forms on all those rolling hills. They are beautiful. And you know what, Marcel? I don't know if you've ever been to Pennsylvania or not, but I think the mountains get prettier up towards Pennsylvania because you can see the slate and that they're made out of, and it kind of falls down the side, and they get bigger, but they're still rolly, and you don't look. I went to Lookout Mountain many years ago when I was a kid, and it's a bad memory because we got in a terrible car accident on the way home, and we were in, remember those old-fashioned Volkswagen vans that everybody would love to have now? Well, we were in one of those, our whole family. I had 3 brothers and my grandma, my parents. I was about 12 years old, and we're coming home from our vacation to Lookout Mountain, and we did a whole lot of mountain stuff up there for about a week. And some lady ran her stop sign, and my dad swerved to avoid her. She didn't hit us, but the van started to roll, and it flipped over in a ditch. Thankfully, none of us were seriously injured. You know, we had bumps and bruises, and I had a sprained ankle, but it was a very traumatic experience. In fact, I was so upset about it that they took us to the hospital in an ambulance, and we had to call a taxi to take us from the hospital to a hotel room to wait on some family members in Florida to come pick us up in Georgia. And we're in the cab. The whole family's there in the cab. And I got sick to my stomach and puked all in that cab. And I was like, oh my God, I can't believe this happened to me. But it was just really traumatic, and it was a terrible day. Marcel said she was in Philadelphia area for 2 weeks back. Oh wow, is Philadelphia mountainous? I don't know. I've never been to Philly. I went through the Pennsylvania mountains going to my trip to Ithaca, New York. Both of Kat's parents are from Western. Maybe we should go to Western Pennsylvania because it is beautiful there. I went through Wilkes-Barre,
long time since I've been to
Pennsylvania, and that's the prettiest place I've ever seen in my life. Honestly, well, in the mountains. The one thing I remember about driving north through Wilkes-Barre is you went around the side of this mountain, and all of a sudden you look down. Because you're on the road way up here, and there's this town way down here. And you look, and there it is. And it's just the most beautiful thing. You're way up here, and all of a sudden you turn a corner, and you look down, and bam, there's this little town. And it's Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. It's beautiful. Would you get down? Jules wants to say hello, everybody. Say hello. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, now get down. You made You're YouTube famous now.
I was trying to get that moth that bothered you earlier.
Oh, is he? Well, he can't do that while he's sitting in my lap.
No.
I'm almost there, you guys. Almost there. Almost there. Almost there. Gosh, I keep getting distracted. I do.
I call her sidetrack a lot.
He does. Look, menopause is not kind to the aging lady's brain. I'm just saying.
Honey.
What?
After that movie Up, for the longest time, I'd look at you and say squirrel.
That's all right. I'd look at you and say Kevin.
Oh, you're uncool.
All right. I was just able to do that. There's your chat in the stream. And y'all come on up here and chat with us if you want to, okay? Do I have all my moderators in place?
One.
Poppy?
Two.
Now look, I'm letting random folks come up here in my live stream, and I expect y'all to keep it classy and don't say anything ugly about folks. That's all I got to say about that. Oh, there's my DJ. Hey, DJ.
Hey,
hey, dear.
You got like 3 or 4 moderators.
Okay, good. Grumpus, are you coming? He said present. DJ, I can't hear you. Oh, I know why. Hang on 1 second. Talk to me.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. See this?
Yeah.
I have this in my phone. It's my Rode microphone.
Yeah.
And when I invite people on, if it's in there, I have to unplug it so I can hear you guys. Yeah. Yeah.
Nice. But yeah, hey, how are you?
What happened? Give me 1 second. Okay, nothing happened. My computer's going crazy, but it's not on the phone, so that's good. Yeah. Oh, I know why. Because we're going off of our internet on this, and we're going off of the G5 on this. So we're good. How you doing tonight, sweetheart?
Let's see if I can.
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm just a little nervous. That's all. But well, I'm glad that y'all are. You don't have any of this stuff coming at you, because I know it's going to be a challenge for you to get out of Dodge, isn't it?
Yeah, and
yeah,
and honestly, all we would do it's go up to the Tampa area.
Right. Hey, Jenny. I love you. This is my cousin Jenny, y'all. She says she logged in to watch the weather and she saw my face. Hey, you need some company this weekend? No, we decided to stay here unless the hurricane wobbles east of New Orleans. If it gets to New Orleans, then we're going to leave. But if it stays west of New Orleans, we're going to stay here. And I think that's a safe decision. What?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, my son just told me that he just texted Poppy, and he said that he's going to make some calls for us over in Pensacola and see what kind of arrangements he can make for hotel discounts. And he'll get back with us. So,
Okay.
shoot, maybe I'll get myself a little mini vacation. Who knows, right? Jenny Cat, the one that you just said hey to, she lives here where I live in the same town. Hey, Karen, how are you doing? Thank you so much for popping in. Thank you. Just popped in to say hey. Oh, I lost you. Just popped in to say hey. Stay safe, you guys. We are battling fires. Oh my gosh.
They need a hurricane.
So y'all need a hurricane.
Yeah.
Look here. I'm gonna have me a conference with the hurricane gods and send it right on over there. Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Karen. I appreciate seeing you here. Jenny said I was going to come to tell us to come on over, but it's a 9-hour drive. I know. I don't want to drive 9 hours to escape a hurricane.
No.
2 hours is plenty. And everybody says hey to Karen. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, Karen, I was just telling all of our chat that we would like to move away from the Gulf Coast, but the alternatives are fires, earthquakes, tornadoes, mudslides.
Tar pits.
I don't know about any tar pits.
California.
Really?
Yeah. Tar pits.
Well, I don't know anything about anything, so. But one of my biggest bonuses about being in a hurricane zone is you have so much notice ahead of time.
Yeah.
Before it hits, and you can make a good decision about what to do. Some people don't make good decisions, and that's why they found dead bodies out there during Katrina.
Yep.
With magic marker written on their arm who they were and what their social was. But because that's what the cops did here.
Yeah.
Wesley used to work for the police department. He was an electronics technician for them. And a lot of the cops that he spoke to told him that right before the hurricane hit, they were going out with their loudspeakers and knocking on people's doors and giving them what?
Toe tags with Ziploc baggies and pins.
Magic markers.
Saying, here, fill out your toe tag, put it in a Ziploc bag so it doesn't rot in the water, and take a Sharpie and write your name, your social, so when we find you, we know who you are.
Yeah, they can identify.
And he said there were at least another dozen people said, pack your trash, we're leaving now.
Yeah, and thankfully they did, but there's a lot
of there's quite a few that didn't pack their trash. And
when we were looking for a house to live in when we first got here, Marcel said they're all, hang on, let me go backwards. This is funny. Karen said, don't move to California. The cost of living is insane. And we have to deal with so much. You know what, Karen? Trust me, I will never step foot in California. The only reason I want to go to California is to see the Sequoia National Forest. And I found out last month that the dang half of it's done burned up. And that broke my heart because I've always wanted to see those sequoia trees. And now I don't know if I'll ever get a chance to see them. Marcel said people are leaving California like crazy. They're all moving to Texas.
They want to hang out with Grumpus.
Yeah, right. Well, Marcel lives in Texas too. And Karen said, yes, if my grandkids and son didn't live here, I would so move. I don't blame you. And you know what? That's been the draw to keep me here in Mississippi is my daughters live here. My grandbabies live here. My 2 youngest kids, of course, live with us.
Well, maybe it would work for Karen the way it did for us the last time we did that big move. We had a herd of children follow us.
Yes, we did. Whenever we left Virginia, my 2 grown daughters and their 2 boyfriends, who one eventually married, all came down here and followed us 4 months after we left.
They showed up on our doorstep.
Can y'all help us get an apartment?
What?
So we did. I mean, and they stayed. And my oldest daughter ended up getting married to a different person that she came down here with. Has 2 grandbabies. And my middle daughter, she ended up going to college and getting a master's degree in social work and got married to her high school sweetheart that came down here with her. And, you know, we're all living down here, one great big happy family. But Grandy's getting tired. I'm getting tired. And I'm too old to be leaving every time a storm comes.
Yeah.
It'd be like some of them cats around here that's got a nice truck or a nice Jeep and a camper, and they just pack their trash and leave.
Right, and that's what we need to probably do. Kat said the Blue Ridge Mountains or Texas Hill Country sounds good to her. I know where the Blue Ridge Mountains are, but can somebody tell me which part of Texas is the hill country? Because I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
I've never been to Texas.
I went to Dallas and then from Dallas down to Mexico, so I got to see some cool stuff in between, but that was also when I was 13, so that's been a long time ago.
Marcel said they drove up land prices there like crazy when the Californians started moving into Texas.
Oh, because they had the money.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't want them buying any of it.
Well, no, they paid asking prices for it, I'm sure, and made a demand for it. But Kat says, what part of oh, okay. We're in a small town. Okay.
I've been there.
Okay.
We did the river walk. We went to the I can't remember the steakhouse, but it was a phenomenal steakhouse on the River Wine, the River Walk. And my cousin and I, both, we were 13, trip to Mexico, got this 32-ounce porterhouse, beautiful cut of meat, medium rare, perfect. And she took her half and wanted to send it back to the kitchen to be made into shoe leather to eat.
Who?
My cousin Cindy Lee.
Oh Lord, don't be plastering her name all over national or international YouTube.
You don't know her last name, so
she might call you up and say, "Hey, why you doxing me like that?
Because
calling me out like that."
She had some crappy tasting beef for a long time.
Right.
But the cook, the chef, brought it back out, flopped it in front of her, said, "I refuse to ruin a good piece of meat like that."
Good.
And I got to eat it, so I had 32 ounces of porterhouse all to myself.
I don't know why anybody would eat a steak like that, cooked all the way, done and charred. Like, yeah, I couldn't do it.
Well, maybe because they never had a real good.
I just couldn't do that.
Real good medium rare steak.
I don't know.
Big frogs, big spiders.
Well, is Fredericksburg, is that hilly over there? And how far is that from Mississippi? Why don't you Google that? Look, y'all,
What am I Googling?
I'm having a really hard time with StreamYard tonight.
Hey.
On my computer.
What am I Googling?
You are Googling Fredericksburg, Texas to...
Here.
Yeah. Gulfport, Mississippi.
You're welcome.
And she says she has family in Spring and Tomball. I'm everywhere, people. Marcel, you get around, don't you, girl?
Fredericksburg, Texas.
Yeah, to Gulfport.
Direction.
Ish.
I'm working on it, woman.
What's going on with my computer? I'm getting irritated.
It doesn't like you.
My computer does not like me. And it does not like StreamYard at all. Some days it does and some days it doesn't.
Yeah, I have a hard time streaming
Ooh, they
tonight.
got holes.
I can't hear. Hang on. I can't hear you very well.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit better. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. What I was saying is I had a hard time streaming tonight myself.
Are you really having a hard
Yeah.
time? It might be a satellite thing. I don't know. Or
Well,
I don't know. I don't know.
well, no, for me it was the program I was using
Oh, I see. I see.
because I was trying out the local OBS to stream,
And it wasn't working very well.
it kept ending my stream after like 5 minutes. So
That's what happens on my computer with StreamYard. Now, I have never used OBS, but with StreamYard, my computer sometimes will just keep cutting it off and cutting it off. Whereas my phone, if I'm using my data, the cell phone service, it does fine.
Yeah, StreamYard is a lot user friendly than OBS is.
Okay. Well, it is more user friendly for me. That is the truth. Holy Moses, that's 9.5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
You got to figure you got to drive all the way across Louisiana, and Texas is big.
Yeah, but Louisiana's not that big, is it?
It's been a long time since I've drove straight through it, and
I know it's a little bit longer than Mississippi. Well, Mississippi's kind of short. What, we got 66
Well, is it like
miles?
driving from Lake City to Pensacola?
No, it would be like driving from here to Jacksonville to get to that place.
That would suck.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
That's one of those drives really you just dread doing.
North Mississippi might not be so bad, but I don't want to go. I don't want to go to Hattiesburg. I don't know what parts of it, because we're down here on the coast and we really haven't traveled very much of Mississippi at all. He's been on Boy Scout camping trips to different areas of Mississippi, but I haven't.
And I've been on work trips to several parts of the state.
Mark Tin Man says that Texas is the size of Afghanistan. That's huge. That is huge.
Well, if you put it in perspective, it's really not that huge. I mean,
no, to me that's huge. I mean,
a country is the size of one of our states.
Well, yeah, but Texas is Texas the biggest state, or is California the biggest state?
Those Texas or Alaska.
Oh, it could be Alaska. Yeah, you're right. Well, let's talk about lower 48.
Then
I don't know. Is it Texas?
It would be Texas.
Okay.
Because
So it sounds like Mark Tinman might be a military man.
Y'all can tell I've been around a whole lot.
That's geography.
I've been staying at home raising kids for 30 years. I don't get to go anywhere. He used to get to go to all the fun places.
I did all the fun stuff.
Not me.
Brought our coffee mugs home from all kinds of countries.
Wait a minute. I got to find out what Kat said. Me and Wesley should just buy a motorhome and relocate You know what, Kat? That sounds like a plan to me.
Huh.
I would love to do that.
Mark said Alaska is the biggest.
I figured that once you said it. Jenny said, yeah, because he still works there in Driverville, and that took 8.45 hours to drive from Jacksonville. Yeah, it's a haul from Jacksonville.
yeah.
That is.
What does he do in D'Iberville? I work over there quite a bit.
Well, wait a minute. Let me look and see what. Well, wait a minute. Texas has the biggest state I've ever seen, the biggest spiders. Jenny, you ain't scared of no spiders. My cousin, she lives in the country in Florida, and she's got chickens, and she's got a pond, and she shoots squirrels out of her tree and eats squirrel stew. She ain't scared of no stinking spiders. She's telling a great
shooting.
big old fib,
She'd probably be shooting at the spiders.
right?
Yeah, I mean, we did
That
have
makes-
some big bottles.
Yeah.
And we have that.
Grumpus said Texas is a whole other country.
And technically, it was at one point.
Sounds like Australia, though. Everything down there wants to kill you.
Mark, you starting to remind me of Dwayne. You know a lot of stuff.
Or Google is his friend.
Dwayne, right. Dwayne, one of our regular viewers, comes in here and tells me all kinds of cool information all the time, and I like that. Alligators too, probably.
Those taste good, though.
Well, I'll tell you what, I know Jenny ain't scared of no alligator. She'll skin that thing in New York Minute and eat that
Probably
thing.
wrestle it down.
She'll wrestle it.
Yeah,
Jenny, you been wrestling any alligators lately?
You know what's funny? I actually saw a alligator in my neighborhood one time.
Oh, that don't surprise me. Not where you live.
Yeah,
Not where you live. You know what? I know you did, Jenny. I know you told me to buy one, and you know that's what we talked. Me and Jenny talked about that today, about buying us a camper or a motorhome of some sort.
So that's who put the bug in your ear.
Yeah, me and Jenny were talking about it today, and she
Yeah.
said, "Why don't you just get you a travel trailer and stick it on your daddy's property, and every time there's a hurricane, go to Lake City."
That's a 7-hour drive.
I know it's a 7-hour drive, but it sure will keep us from having to sleep over a hurricane. Oh, Jenny said she had 2 contracts over in D'Iberville and used to drive all the way. Yeah. When she worked. She
No.
worked in D'Iberville.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But Mark said, just to make things clear, I'm not ex-military or current military. Okay, then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Jenny said, I do not like spiders.
Who does?
Jenny, Erica don't like spiders either. My oldest daughter, if she sees a teeny tiny little spider, she'll run for her life. It's ridiculous. I laugh at her all the time. I'm like, Erica, it is not going to chase you, and it's not going to jump out and bite you. It just don't happen that way.
Only in the movies.
But I'll tell you why Erica is scared to death of spiders. Is because when she was a tiny little girl, about 3, 4, 5 years old, she used to get these weird fevers for no reason, or at least no apparent reason. She went to tons of doctors, and we tried to figure out why she was running fevers. And we never could figure it out. She wasn't sick. I mean, she didn't have any noticeable infections that they could test in her blood or look for. And she would get fevers that were so high that she would hallucinate. And she would hallucinate spiders. And they would scare the daylights out of her. And I'd have to try to convince her that they weren't real. And I remember one time she had a hallucination that there was a train driving right through the center of the house. I mean, just crazy things like that. But thankfully that ended.
No kidding.
It didn't last too long. So Karen said, Virginia, me either. I got bit by, oh God. Well, now, Karen, you just said the exception to that rule. I know that brown recluse is a mean, nasty bite. I do know that. That sounds like a nightmare, what you went through with that. Because I know that people that get those bites, they sometimes they have to have like skin removed or the whole thing removed and stuff like that. That's a scary thing right there. It can
My
cause.
great grandpa got bit by one, and that's what gave him staph, and he passed from it.
Really?
Because he was in the hospital for something else, and they just kind of didn't notice that.
Oh, for the love of God.
Yeah.
That's insane.
He
That
lived
is
to almost be
insane.
100 years old and got taken out by a damn spider.
No, not me. I don't love spiders, and I'll kill one if it's in my house.
Yeah.
If they're outside, I let them live because that's where they belong.
Yeah.
I never will forget seeing a video one time on YouTube. no, it was on TikTok about this woman was talking about people getting eaten by sharks, shark attack. And she was saying, it was the funniest thing. She said, that's the shark's house. If a chicken comes in my house, what am I going to do? I'm going to eat it. If you go in the shark's house, he's going to eat you.
At least take a taste.
I thought that was so funny. Mark said, my father's lived on the coast for decades. He always leaves if it's headed his way. When the flooding leaves and the down power lines are clear, he comes back. That makes sense.
Yeah. Good way to live.
But my theory is, well, what I would love to do is leave, and when the power comes back on, then come back home. Because sometimes there's days, weeks, sometimes in a severe hurricane, it's months before the power comes back on. Yep. And down here on the coast, nobody want to live like that.
No.
Nobody. When a hurricane hits here in August, beginning of September, you can guarantee that the next day when that hurricane clears out, it's going to be 95 degrees and 100% humidity. And it's going to be the most miserable day of your life. And that's the truth. It's miserable in this heat. See, you're lucky, DJ, because you live so close to the coast there in Florida that you get a sea breeze. Yeah. The sea breeze goes all the way across the state. Up here where we live, we get a breeze every now and then, but it's not like where you live. We don't. This is the muggiest place I've ever lived in my entire life. And I've been to Florida, I've lived in Georgia, I've lived in Virginia, and I've lived here. And this is super muggy. And I never would have believed it.
I get that. But when that sea breeze does not help, it gets hot.
Yeah.
I remember a couple of years ago, I was in summer school about to leave, and it was like 96 degrees. Felt like 100.
Oh, definitely. It probably felt like 190.
Yeah, I mean, really, it did. So.
Oh, Marcel says she knows somebody who nearly lost an arm because of a brown recluse spider. That's scary. That's very scary.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Y'all don't be telling Jenny no spider stories. She'll have nightmares. Jenny, don't have nightmares, because you'll be calling me tomorrow saying, why are you going to talk about spiders on your live stream?
How about a frog story?
Yeah, Karen said apparently it wasn't her time to go. And the skeeters are the size of sparrows. Let me tell you what, Grumpus. And I lived in Florida my whole life. There's a moth around here. It's driving me nuts.
Yeah.
What are you tearing out in the pantry?
I turned my back and it fell out. So I tried to attack me.
Well, can you just sit down and relax? Y'all, he needs to be grounded.
Your mama.
You won't say it.
Let me tell you about the mosquitoes that I grew up with versus the mosquitoes here in Mississippi. And I hope a hurricane that does come through Louisiana, I hope it kills every stinking skeeter on the planet. But anyhow, to get back on my subject. When I was a kid in Florida, the mosquitoes came out to eat you when the sun started to go down. And they'd stay out for a few hours, and then they'd go hide and do whatever mosquitoes do at night. Well, same thing when I moved to Virginia. Now, in Georgia, we had these things called no-see-ums, and they were like little tiny invisible flying gnats with teeth. Then they things hurt. But I moved here in Mississippi. These mosquitoes here in Mississippi, they will eat you 24 hours a day. They don't take no breaks. You go outside, you get eaten by mosquitoes. Oh, and I want to tell y'all, that product that I reviewed. What was the name of it? Hang on. Spartan Mosquito Protect. It is still working. I still, after 3 weeks now, have not been bit by a mosquito in my backyard.
Nice.
That's it right there, y'all. Let me. Wait. Can you see it?
Yeah.
There we go. This thing really works. I have had very, very good luck with it. Still. Now, when I reviewed it, I had only had it for a few days. And it's been 3 weeks later, and I'm still having good luck with it. So,
nice.
Fingers crossed, guys. But it was amazing to me. So what I did was I did this research on the difference in the mosquitoes between Mississippi and Florida. Well, come to find out, there was a invasion of a different type of mosquito from, it was imported from South America, and it came into Texas. And it is a mosquito that feeds 24/7. And it's a completely different species than the mosquitoes that you have in Florida. How crazy is that? But I learned something that day, you know.
It came from Texas?
Yeah.
No, it came from South America,
No.
but it got imported through a port in Texas. Hang on just a second. I need to back up a little bit in my chat. Hang on just a second. Oh, Kat said, by the way, my sister thanks you for the Spartan recommendation. She's thrilled. Kat, that makes me so happy. I am so glad.
Nice.
Grandpa said they work in shifts. Well, you know, Marcel, you can come up here and join us too in your jammies. We don't care. We ain't particular, because I wear my jammies all the time when I'm sitting here talking to y'all. Jenny said, we lost power for 5 days, and that's been the worst episode here in this little town. I hated every blasted, sweating, sticky moment.
Yeah.
But she's lived there for 40 years and says she can't complain much, so that's good. I used to live where my cousin Jenny lived. I only lived there for a short time, but I loved it there. I loved it. But I know over the past 30 years since it's been, and we've talked about this very often, that little town she lives in has grown so much. There is no way I would live there again. Karen said the only positive thing about California is that we have very few mosquitoes. I guess they don't like super dry weather. That, and they don't like wind either. They don't like, the best way to get rid of mosquitoes other than this product here, in conjunction even with this product here. But no, let me flip it up. Spartan. Spartan Mosquito Protect. See right there?
Yeah.
Get yourself a fan if you're sitting outside. One of those fans that oscillate back and forth like this, and turn it on high. And it will keep you from getting eaten by mosquitoes. Trust me, I know this. Ask me how. Marcel said she forgot about them. You better go get you some. They're only $20 at Lowe's and Home Depot.
Nice.
What did Mark say? Mark said, Mississippi skeeters ain't scared and they're sneaky. That's the truth. They'll land on your back of your neck and vampire. They do. Do you know what, Mark? Every time I go out in my garden before I got this Protect, I would get mosquito bites on my eyelid. I would have what do you call that? That stuff all over my hands. I put it on my neck. I'd spray it in my hair, and they would bite me on my stinking eyelids. That's how sneaky those suckers are.
Okay.
That extra hour killed you. What are you talking about, Jenny? What
Sleep.
Extra hour? Oh, you've been up an hour with me? Good Lord. No spider dreams, she said. In the kitchen. Okay. Ain't no mosquito. Okay. It's really bad here in North Carolina. Oh, wow. You know, I don't know what's worse out there, Karen. Is it the fires or the earthquakes or the volcanoes or the
Landslides,
mudslides or boulder slides?
carpets.
Well, and I know different areas of California probably are more susceptible to all of those things or some of those things than others. I don't think you get all of them in the same area or at the same time of year.
Nobody would ever want to live in that spot.
I know, right? You know what? I would love to go and live for just a little while in Wyoming.
What's in Wyoming?
What's in Wyoming?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Oh, that's why we do live there.
In fact, sometimes I wonder if it's really a state or a place.
Yeah.
I live in South Mississippi. Look, how many times have you ever seen a license plate that said Wyoming, DJ?
No.
Only during the
I don't
rodeo.
see them either.
Only during the rodeo.
Well, yeah, you see them during the rodeo sometimes. We did see one in,
yeah.
where was that? Alabama, when we went to that rodeo up there.
Yeah.
We saw a license plate that said Wyoming. And I looked at Poppy and I said, look at that. It is really a place.
Oh, wait, when we were in Florida, that rodeo there we went to.
So, you know,
But
you don't hear about too many people being from Wyoming.
Maybe because they like it so stinking much, they don't tell nobody
Hey,
about it. They just say it themselves.
Laura. It's good to see you, Laura. You're half listening. That's okay. You can half listen all you want to. Just say what you want to say whenever you need to say something. How you like that? I hope everything's going okay with you, though. Laura, Laura, you're still in Canada, right? Aren't you in Canada? I think she's in Canada. Shoot.
Down people.
I know. It's hard to remember lots of different folks till I really get to know them. And, Laura's been coming to my live streams for a while now.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Taylor, baby, how you doing? This is my daughter's best friend, Taylor. And I haven't seen her in too long, Miss Taylor Hale. And you need to get your fanny over here to Mississippi so we can visit. How you like them apples? Because I need to check up on your grades, girl.
They better be all good, too.
They better be good. You're too smart not to have good grades.
Or you're cleaning baseboards.
Poppy's going to make you clean the baseboards, Taylor. Oh, gosh. Karen said Wyoming is a beautiful state. Sort of the best kept secret. I traveled there to a town called Gillette, and it's gorgeous. However, the winters are brutal. You know, Karen, Wyoming's looking sweeter and sweeter, and I'll tell you why in just a second. I want to see what Taylor said. I'm doing all right. I don't have a car to drive my fanny. Why not? What happened to your car? Did you wreck it? Please don't tell me you wrecked your car and didn't tell nobody. Okay, Jenny, your East Coast rump is going to bed. And I love you. I love you so much, Jenny. Thank you so much for coming. Y'all, I did not know Jenny was my cousin until about 10 years ago. And we found each other on Facebook. And it was freaking amazing to find my cousin. I was so tickled.
Okay, cool.
She has become one of my favorite people in the whole world.
Yeah, I know that.
And, I didn't even know her growing up. And I knew some of my other cousins. Well, and we're very distant cousins. It's not like we're like first cousins or anything. It's very distant.
Yeah, I definitely get that.
Yeah. And so I didn't even know her as a child, or we didn't grow up together or anything like that. We found each other on a genealogy website. And we just started talking to each other, and we found out we had a whole lot of common ancestors and that we're cousins. And I'm like, holy crap, check this out. And what's crazy is we're from the same area too. We were born probably 30 miles from each other, which is neat.
Really?
Laura, I don't know where Patrick is tonight, but he's probably working. If I had to guess, I would say he's working. Taylor said, my dad took it. He said I couldn't have it anymore. My grades are all right. Been very busy. Still no job, though. Well, it's hard to get a job when you can't drive your car. Did he take it permanently, or can you have it back when something changes? And I'm not going to say a lot, but you know what I mean.
No.
Marcel said he hadn't gotten here yet. She's going to text him. Okay. Awesome, Marcel. Yeah, we haven't seen him tonight. Oh, okay. Well, that ain't going to be too much longer, sweetheart. You'll be 18 in what, a year? I know it seems like a long time to you, but trust me, it is not a long time. Okay? There is a moth flying in this house that's making me I want to pull my hair out so bad. I know a little bit, Taylor, but I don't know a lot. You need to text me, okay? If it's important enough, you can text me. I don't want to put all your business on blast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let's not do that.
Yeah, and she's a minor too, so I don't want to say too much.
Right?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Beaver nuggets? Laura, what the heck is a beaver nugget? Wait a minute. Did he make another recipe about... Oh, those things that Marcel sent him. Marcel sent him something called beaver nugget.
Yeah, from Bucky's Truck Stop.
Yeah, from Bucky's. Yeah.
What?
I don't know. I've never been to a Bucky's, and I've never seen a beaver nugget.
I heard they're like pretzels.
The only thing that comes to mind is something else.
Yes, exactly. I understand perfectly what you're saying.
Yeah.
Why isn't my computer working? This is making me crazy. I'm trying to get another link for you guys, just in case anybody else wants to come up here and chat with us. Because I need some relief, y'all. I need some relief. Let me see. Oh, well, looky there. Looky there. You finally going to cooperate with me, maybe. I don't want to speak too soon. Because you know what happens when you speak too soon.
Yeah, don't do that.
Well, sometimes computers, you got to talk nice to them, and
you know I don't talk nice to folks.
No, your computer, honey.
Well, that's a folk, ain't it?
And it'll play nice.
Yeah.
Sometimes the only way to treat your computer is to whack it with a hammer.
You know what? There have been so many times I get so frustrated with the computer, I just want to throw it out the window. But then I'm afraid I have to replace the window.
In the computer.
I don't care about the computer at that point. I wouldn't care if I ever had another one. I know I need one, but look, our school system, our school district just sent all the kids home with computers, with Chromebooks last week.
Yeah.
And I thought it was because they were about to close the school down over the COVID thing. No, that's not it. They decided that even if we have a hurricane on Monday, they want them to do schoolwork. Like, what if the power's out?
Okay, yeah, I thought it was because like they were going to all online, like with the classroom.
Well, go ahead.
What I mean by that is my school district a couple years ago decided to give every student a Chromebook and have all the classwork on the computer do it all digitally. So,
Right.
yeah.
Well, you know what? My son Taylor is in Florida. She is over near Pensacola, Florida. She said
Yeah.
only 50% of students are at school right now. The rest are quarantined.
Dang. That's a
Wow,
lot.
Taylor, you're not quarantined, are you, darling? Cause yeah, you know, I'm kind of disappointed in you, Taylor. You don't keep in touch with me enough.
She's doing it right now, though.
I know she is,
Don't give her
and
too
I
much crap,
appreciate
Lola.
that, baby. I do. I appreciate it. Look, I have known this little girl since she was 5 years old. No, that's not. Yeah, 5 years old. She started kindergarten in the same class as my baby daughter,
Yeah.
and they went to school together all their life until just last year. And she ended up to move away with her mama, and we really wish that she would come back and finish school with all of her classmates here in Long Beach, because she's in a bigger place and a different place that she's unfamiliar with now. But you know, life changes. Life always changes, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that happens. So,
Right. Life changes, and you got to get used to it. You got to learn to adjust to it and roll with the punches, right?
Yeah. I mean,
And DJ, you know all about rolling with punches, don't you, honey?
yeah, that happens, and definitely had deep up that a few times during my education.
Right. Taylor said they're talking about closing the school down again. I'm just nervous that they're going to make us do online. Taylor, you can do online school. You're smart enough. This girl that we're talking to right now, y'all, this girl is a genius. She ain't never made a B in her life, I don't think. And she has overcome struggles that most kids could not overcome. Okay? And I'm not going to put all your business out there, Taylor, but
Yeah.
I just want y'all to know that this young lady has held down going to school and making excellent grades. Excellent grades. I used to tell my own daughter, who is just as smart as Taylor, but don't care as much as Taylor. Taylor always cared about her grades. And I'm telling you what, she would go home, she would have to take care of her whole house, her baby brother. She would take care of everything and still go to school and make these kinds of grades. And Taylor is 1 in a million. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Yeah.
And anybody who's not listening, that's okay too. But anybody who is, I got all the respect in the world for Taylor. I just hope that she lives up to all of the potential that's in her. Because right now she's struggling a little bit. And things are getting crazy for her, have been crazy for her for a little while. And she's still trying. And I'm proud of her for that. I'm going to get emotional, y'all.
I caught them off. Behave yourself.
You know I love you, honey.
That's true, but I'm more sick of the kids who might need a little extra help. Not specifically like me, but any kid.
Any child. Yeah. Like my son, his weakness is math, and he needs extra help in math. You know, and he doesn't have any specific learning disabilities or anything. He's just not a strong class. You know.
Yeah. Online is a good option, but I don't think we're fully ready to go online all the time. So.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they need it all the time either. No, I don't think that's good. Mark said some classes have labs. We need schools. Most school can be taught online. Yeah, and I agree with you. And under the circumstances where Taylor's school is, there 50% of the kids are out and quarantined. I think they probably should shut it down, teach them online for a couple of weeks, and then bring them back.
Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah.
Taylor said they haven't made masks mandatory. That's what, Taylor, that's debatable too. We don't know if they're working or not. I do know this though. When they made the masks mandatory before, the numbers went down. I scientifically, and I know for a fact that a virus is tiny enough that it can go through the fabric of a mask, unless it's an N95 or a PPE type device.
Yeah.
However, I do know also that when the masks were worn, the cases went down.
Yeah, and
I mean, the CDC will tell you that.
Yeah, and I will just say, in Florida, they're not gonna do.
No, they're not.
And that's
because DeSantis is threatening to defund the schools if they make it mandatory for the kids to wear a mask, which, in my opinion, is political suicide.
Same here, honestly. I mean, do what you want, it's your choice, but doing a political dive bomb on my.
Well, that's the problem with all this, DJ.
Yeah.
A virus is not political.
A
communicable disease is not political. Why has it become that way? Because people are trying to get votes, money and votes and power. That's all it's about.
Yeah.
They don't care about us. And I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. I don't care what side you're on, because I'm not on a side. I got my own ideas. But in my opinion, each party is separate wings of the same bird.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I'm not affiliated with any political party.
Right.
But when it comes to the health and safety of the whole country.
The whole country, the whole world. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you can't politicize this. And, they're saying right now, if DeSantis wins his race next year, because he is up for re-election.
Right. Mm-hmm.
He may go for a presidential bid in 2024.
Well, you know what? That's disappointing to me if he does, and I hope he doesn't get nominated, and that's just my opinion. So please don't hold that against me, everybody. But I know I shouldn't be talking politics on my channel. I'm going to quit right now. We're quitting right now. Karen said, here in California, masks are mandatory everywhere. It's so sad when I have to see my 6-year-old grandson wear a mask 7 hours a day. Yes, and you know what? My grandbaby just started kindergarten this year, and she's 5. And today she came to visit me after school, and she had her mask on upside down. So I understand what you're saying, because I was thinking to myself, she's been playing with that mask so much today. She don't know which end is up. And she had that thing on upside down, and that's okay too, because she's 5. And what do you do with a 5-year-old, you know?
Yeah. No,
Cypress,
I knew that.
Yeah, and Laura said, I feel sorry for babies born in this crap. All they see is eyes and hair. If you take the mask off, they're going to be. Well, let me tell you something, Laura. I'll tell you a funny thing that happened today. I have a 1-year-old grandson. He's actually 14 months old. and he's starting to say the word no, and he knows how to say yum yum, and he knows how to say hey. Those are the 3 things I know that he knows how to say.
Okay.
Well, me and my daughter went to the grocery store, and we were getting hurricane supplies, right? And so I was playing with him and, you know, just messing with him in the buggy because he was sitting there. And you know how babies get, they get fussy because they want to get up and run around. Well, he can't get up and run around. He can't wear a mask because he's only a year old. And I had my mask on. And now I don't wear my mask around my grandson unless we're out in public. That's the only time.
Yeah.
But we were playing in the buggy. Well, I had to go around the corner and grab some bread. And when I did, my daughter went down the aisle a little bit where the milk was. Well, we were quite a ways apart. You know, grocery aisles can be really long. Well, he spotted me all the way across the aisle. I mean, way down. I was maybe halfway down the Winn-Dixie aisle, and he was at the very back. He looked at me, he said, hey, hey.
Only because you couldn't say weirdo.
Well, he recognized who I was with my mask on and everything. And it really surprised me. So I started waving hey back to him. And finally we caught up with each other as we were kind of like shopping down. And it was so funny because I was embarrassing my daughter to death. She's a very reserved young lady. And when I say young lady, she's 35, but to me, she's a young lady, right?
Yeah.
And here's this 1-year-old baby screaming hey at his granny in the buggy, and granny is screaming hey back to him in the middle of the grocery store. And we finally caught up to each other, and I looked at him and I said, hey, did you miss granny? He said, no. And I said, well, I missed you. And he grabbed my face and pulled my face down and gave me a big, big kiss on my cheek. And it made me so happy.
Oh, no.
And I had my mask on. So he's pretty cool. He's pretty cool grandbaby. Taylor, you would not believe. See, Taylor knows my grandbabies, and she loves them something fierce. Taylor likes it. But Taylor, you would not believe how smart Oliver is. It is crazy to see the difference between him and his sister. You know what I mean? And Millie's not. She's just in her own little world, you know. And she's very girly, and she's very self-centered, and she don't care about learning nothing right now because she's 5. But my grandson, he's he observes everything, and he knows everything that's going on around him. It's really interesting to see the difference in the 2 of them. Yeah, Laura, that's exactly what he was doing. He was being a little fart. He had me tickled to death. Look, I laughed so hard at that baby in the grocery store, I nearly peed my pants. I am not even kidding.
I get that.
You know what, Karen? It is becoming a great, huge blessing to me. When I had my first grandbaby, I still had really little kids. I mean, my son was 8 years old, and my baby daughter was 11. When I had my first grandbaby. So when you are still raising children, little children, and you get a grandbaby, it's a little different than if you have been without children in the house for a while and then you get a grandbaby. And I learned that from talking to other grandmas. I felt like I was still a parent and not a grandparent. But the older my grandbaby gets, the daughter, the 5-year-old, the older she gets, the more I realize that they are such a huge blessing. And it's such a difference because you're not parenting this child. You're just able to enjoy everything they do.
And you can give them caffeine, sugar, and loud toys.
And you can give them Millie came to visit me today after school, and she asked, because I watched the boy for part of the day while my daughter went to volunteer at her daughter's school. And so we played and we goofed off, and he learned how to say dog. And so he fell asleep on the couch, and then my daughter came to pick him up, and she had Millie with her, who had just gotten out of kindergarten. And the first thing Millie said to me when she walked in the house was, "Granny, can I stay at your house?" That just makes my heart so happy when she says that. Even if I don't want her to stay, it still makes me happy, because she's really one of the only children that ever wanted to hang out with me. So no, my son, Murphy Man, he likes to hang out with me a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like that with my mother. I would hang out with her.
Right. And Karen, you're right. Yeah, that's what I'm learning about, is that being a grandparent is so different, because you don't have to parent them. You can just enjoy them, and like you said, give them back when you're done with them. And you're not obligated. You're not obligated to those grandchildren. You are in a way, but you're not responsible for them. And that takes a lot of the pressure off, you know. Taylor said, there may not be any blood relation, but those are my niece and nephew too, and y'all are fun grandparents.
Yeah.
Girl, you know we ain't your grandparent. You're our youngin', just like the rest of our youngins are. Look, Taylor's my youngin'. I don't care what anybody says. Her mama might have gave birth to her, but that's my kid right there.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Cat. Did you see what Cat just posted?
No.
My mother and my oldest sister were pregnant at the same time.
What?
Cat, that is so funny, because when I was pregnant with my baby, my son who's 12, my oldest daughter was, how old was Erica? 20. She was either 21 or 23. And she would take me to my doctor appointment, because he had to work, and he was in the Navy, and you know, sometimes they don't let him off work for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So my daughter would take me to my appointments. And one time we were sitting there, and she goes, "Mom, when are you going to stop having babies and let the rest of us have the opportunity to have some?"
Probably like you get married first.
And I looked, that's what I told her. I said, "Erica, you're not married. You're not even headed in that direction. So I'll have my babies, and then you can have your babies." And she did. She waited till she was 30, and then she had my granddaughter. But I thought it was so funny back then when she told me, she goes, "You're getting a little too old to have babies. When are you going to quit and let the rest of us have babies?" She told me, though, she said, "I am not going to be pregnant the same time my mama is."
That would be kind of weird.
It would. But you know what? My grandma was pregnant the same time as one of her daughters was.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, the cousin was, how do I say this? The cousin was born before the aunt. So the cousin was older than the aunt. My grandma's daughter had her baby before my grandma had hers.
Well, big families are like that.
Yeah.
Dad was a uncle the day he was born.
Grumpus said, "Load him up with sugar and send him home." Grumpus, you think the same way Poppy does when it comes to that. Kat said, her 43 years ago, and my little brother was definitely an oops. Kat, I had my last baby 2 weeks before I turned 43. I don't call him an oops, though. I call him a bonus, because
that one loves you more than the rest.
He does. My baby boy loves me better than Peter loved the Lord, and that is the truth. That boy, he loves his mama, and his mama loves him too.
Yeah.
Everybody accuses him of being the favorite.
Well, the youngest always are.
Well, he's baby. He's supposed to be my favorite, right? Laura said I had some. Wait a minute. There's Grumpus. Shit. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to curse, y'all.
Yeah, she did. She got potty mouth.
No, I did not. I'm sorry, Grumpus. I left Grumpus in purgatory. I don't even know how long he was in there.
That's
Why
all
didn't
right.
you say
People see me,
something,
they usually
Grumpus?
say, "Oh shit."
Hey,
Well, he needed the beverage anyway.
He did need a beverage, but I don't know how long he was in purgatory.
He already drank the whole thing.
I'm so sorry, Grumpus.
Not a problem.
Good Lord. Let me see. Where am I at? I need to get down here. Okay, Taylor. Taylor, I love you, honey. You
Good
take
night,
care
Taylor.
and good night. And you
Behave.
behave and text me more often. You hear me? I'll have you cleaning baseboards in a New York minute.
Right?
She knows I'm full of prune. Hang on. I'm looking. Marcel had her daughter when she was 41. And son, when you were 35. Okay. I've just got to catch on my chat. My parents had 10 children, and they said we were all accident. Cat. I had 7 too, and only one of mine was planned from the get-go. I only have one that was pre-planned. And that was number 6. Number 6 was planned and paid for and all of that. What? Well, number 7 is a bonus. My bonus baby. He is the sweetest boy. I'm telling you what. I love that boy. He's my heart. Aren't you, Murphy? Yeah. Aren't you the favorite? Yeah. He said, uh-huh. Well, Grumpus, tell us about your reunion. I'm excited to hear about it.
Oh, it was a blast. We had a huge turnout. There were some people I hadn't seen since we graduated in '71. Some of them hadn't been back to any of the reunions.
Oh, wow. How big was the school that you graduated from?
I think there was probably a couple hundred of us graduated.
Right. That's cool. So basically, more people showed up for the 50th than in previous years.
Yes. They probably had double the turnout because they have a reunion every 5 years.
Yeah, you were telling me that. You know what our class does? They have reunions on the major ones, like 20, 30, 40. But in between, they'll go on little cruises together. And I don't have any interest in that because...
No, I don't want to spend any time like that with them.
Well, yeah, I don't want to spend that kind of time with those folks. I just want to go and say hey and then leave.
Yeah, 2 or 3 hours is enough.
That's
plenty.
plenty.
5 years.
That's plenty. Exactly. I agree with you 100%. It's like Captain Company, you know?
Now, it was interesting. I sat at a table with a guy I went to grade school with, and I hadn't seen him since graduation.
Mm-hmm.
And his dad used to coach our Little League team. Mm-hmm. So we go way back to that.
Wow. Hang on a minute. I got to backtrack a little bit. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Grumpus.
Do you know Joe Everett?
I do
Barbecue?
Not.
No. He's in Indianapolis. I got to hang with him for an evening. That was pretty cool.
Oh, I bet it was. You know, in fact, I only know one classmate that I graduated with that even has a YouTube channel. Now, that's just the ones that I know of. But I keep in touch with a lot of them on Facebook. And mind you, I was not friends with a lot of people in high school. They found me. I was one of those kids that I didn't hang out with a lot of people. But everybody knew who I was. If that makes sense.
I understand.
I remember being in class or walking through the halls and people say, hey, blah, blah. And I'm like, I don't know who that is. Because I didn't know their name or anything. But and I sang in high school and I was in the choir and I sang a lot. And everybody knew me because I could sing. And
I seen pictures of her when she was in high school and she was cute.
Oh, hush.
All them boys are probably catcalling her.
Well, I had to retake so many classes. I got to meet a lot of people.
Yeah.
Hilarious. I had to retake a few myself, Rumpus. Math has never been my strong. Well, let me take that back. When I was in high school, I was terrible at math. And then I ended up taking a college remedial math class for algebra. And for whatever reason, I had this professor and the light bulb went on. And I was like, oh my God, this is so easy. Why didn't I know how to do that before? You know,
Yeah.
Mark wants you. Mark, I am not singing on stinking YouTube. I'll get copyrighted in a New York minute.
Well, I was good in math, but good English wasn't my forte.
And see, I was better in English than I was. And I can still write a mean letter. You hear me? I can
Well, I
write
can get my point across.
Yeah, I can write my. You know what? And that is something, Grumpus, that you sent me the email about the ponds. And I told Wesley when I read the email, I said, holy crap, that man can write a letter. I was so impressed with your grammar and your punctuation, because I look at that kind of stuff. And y'all, if y'all ever send me a email, please don't think that I'm criticizing your grammar, but I probably am.
Yes,
okay?
you will.
Well, spell check is a wonderful thing.
It is. And so, that new Grammarly really is good too.
Well, it's not that I didn't know the stuff. It was so boring. I couldn't keep my attention.
Mark, I tend to disagree with you 100%. Math is absolute. There's nothing abstract about math. Math is science. Math is the origin of the universe.
Math is yes and no with no gray area.
That's right. Math rules are always the same. It never changes. It is a steady all the time. And that's what I love about math now, as autocorrect is the devil. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'll agree with you on that, my dear. Look what Marcel did. She said elbow cough. Marcel, I take it you don't like math very much.
No, math sucks. It sucks so bad. Jimmy Buffett wrote a song said
he did.
It sucks.
He did. Autocorrect is definitely the devil. I have said some things to my children that I wouldn't say to a human being just because of autocorrect.
You've said them to me.
I have said them to you before. What did I say?
All kinds of
just
things.
Today I said something.
Oh, yeah.
Something about wicked something.
Well,
Marcel said math sucks.
Yeah.
You know, life is strange. I absolutely hated algebra, and I spend my whole day on spreadsheets.
Oh,
well,
God.
Algebra versus business math are totally different.
And it's another one of them things where it's not that I didn't know it; it was just boring.
Yeah, I can see that. But see, now to me, math, each problem with even I got all the way up to trig in math in college, sort of trigish. I mean, I don't know what the class was called. I forget, but it had trig, it had sines and cosines and tangents and all that stuff. And to me, each problem that I solved in math was like a mystery. And
it's a puzzle.
I had fun getting to the right answer. It was just a challenge for me.
And that's
how I learned to look at it. Mm-hmm.
It's either right or wrong. It's not subject to the opinion of the teacher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I hate politics. It's too much opinion.
Yep.
But I promised I wouldn't talk about that anymore. I'm going to get myself in trouble. Good Lord have mercy.
Now, Marcel knows her gazentas when she's measuring flour and sugar.
She darn sure does. Hot diggity dog. You know what, Marcel? And I'm sorry to tell you this, but I did not watch the last video you posted, but I watched the one before that. I had it in my saved to watch later. Hey, Jules, how you doing, honey? Hot diggity dog. Look, there's Jules. Hey, Marcel, go stick a shirt on and come up here and join us. She said she was in her jammies.
No. I'm like,
Jeez.
what?
Gosh. Poppy thinks I'm a pervert, apparently. Jules, I'm going to give you a link here in just a second because I know you probably can't go back and find the one I posted earlier. But you know what? Coming on this live stream tonight really has helped me not be so nervous about the stupid, stupid hurricane. God.
Everybody's in their jammies. I'll be right
I know,
back.
right?
I'm not.
Look, there ain't nothing wrong with jammies. I live in mine, y'all. Okay. Karen said, I've been so mortified by autocorrect. I remember sending a text to my boss that basically said she was an idiot.
Well, autocorrect and spell
But
check is two
luckily, I was
different things.
able to read it. Oh, my God.
I'm with you, Mark.
What did Mark say?
He's wearing socks.
He's wearing socks. Y'all give me 2 seconds. Poppy, you're going to have to entertain the masses. I need a bio break. Y'all done made me laugh so hard I'm going to pee my pants.
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't tell them about my trip to the monster.
No. Or also the talk to text on your phone. You can sit there and talk to it. You know exactly what you're saying to it. Then you read it before you hit send, and it's nothing what you just said.
Yeah, I usually read them after I hit send. It's too late.
Yeah, I've done that to Charlotte a few times. I'll read it, I'll send it, and I'll throw it on the dash of a car I'm working on. And she'll call me, what did you just say to me? I'm like, I don't know. Let me look. Nope, I didn't call you that on purpose, honey.
So if the hurricane hits, how many days do you think you're set?
We're set for a few days anyway.
Set for what? The hurricane?
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I'd say about 7.
We got propane, we got charcoal, we got wood in the yard.
Yeah, and I think we're set for about 7 days. And excuse me, my daughter has a generator at her house, so if our meat starts going bad, I can stick it in her freezer at her house. So I'm not even concerned about any of that. The only thing I'm concerned about is trees falling on the house. That's it.
So have you got gas stove or electric?
Our stove is electric, but we have a gas camp stove, a Coleman camp stove, and we've got like 6 or 8 bottles of propane for it. He was a Boy Scout Cub Master, so we're prepared.
So are you close to your neighbors? I mean, do you speak to your neighbors and stuff? The reason I ask is last hurricane that came through here, we was without power for almost 7 days.
Oh, wow.
And what we did, me and about 5 other neighbors, we got together and we would only light up one grill and we would all cook on that one grill. So we could stretch our propane and charcoal out because we didn't know how many weeks it was going to go.
Right.
So instead of everybody burning their stuff up on the same night, we would rotate. Yeah. And it worked out really well.
Oh, God. What? I was texting somebody once and autocorrect changed the word gone to gonads. Oh, for goodness sakes.
Well, I've had to say uglier things. Crazy thing is if you're talking on your phone and you cuss, it goes ... But if you're talking on your phone, it throws a whole cuss word on there. You're like, oh, really?
You know, he'll text me sometimes from work. And I don't know what kind of gibberish he has put down there. And it's not necessarily anything ugly. It's just I don't understand what the sentence means. And I'll text him back and say, would you please reread what you just wrote? What the hell was that? You know? But you're right, Grumpus. I was going to mention that a lot of people who don't live in hurricane zones don't realize that the aftermath of the hurricane is actually most of the time,
way
worse than the actual going through the hurricane.
Oh yeah, once the hurricane's gone and the sun comes out, it's so steamy.
Oh my
and
God!
you've got leaves and grass and weeds, and I mean it's just a mess.
And debris everywhere.
It's just a mess.
Do you know, after Zeta happened, and we were lucky because, like I said before, not one shingle came off my roof. No windows broke. Nothing was damaged other than my porch swing. But on the south end of my house, the whole side, the front porch, the south side of all of our cars, and there's 3 of them out there. It looked like somebody vomited up leaves.
Yeah.
All over it, and it was stuck to the side of the house.
On that.
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
And I ended up having to take a broom after it dried. It had to get good and dry. And I took a broom and got out there and swept off the whole side of the house and the cars. And I was scared to death that I was going to scratch the paint job on all of the cars, but I didn't for whatever reason. But I tried to spray it off with the hose, and it wouldn't come off with the hose. It would just stick again.
Stop talking about people like that.
And what are you talking about?
Hose.
Would you hush? You don't make no sense sometimes.
Neither do you.
But anyhow, so, or when you're really mad and it changes a choice word like ducking.
Right.
It's Kat says she don't mind the aftermath so much. It's kind of like camping. But the best part is knowing you survived it. That is true now, Kat. I do agree with that part of it.
I agree with that too.
But my idea of camping is room service. So I'm just not much of a camper.
Yeah, we'd sit out in. There's no power on the street, so we'd sit out in the driveway in our lawn chairs, and us and the neighbors, and we just enjoy the evening. And
yeah, we play cornhole, and
we did that 5 or 6 days. And when there's no phones, everybody's phones had died at that point. There wasn't any service if you had a phone. And to be honest with you, it was really nice.
Yeah.
When the power finally came back on, it was almost like, well, the fun's over.
Right. And you know something? I remember that when we lived in Virginia, we went through Hurricane Isabel up there. Every tree in that whole Tidewater area came down, and the electricity was off for a good week.
Yeah.
And we did the same thing, Grumpus.
Tunnels were flooded.
Because the tunnels got flooded. The Portsmouth Tunnel and all of that, they were flooded. But I remember we were close to our neighbors then, a couple of them. And that's what our whole street did. We would take turns grilling all the meat that was going bad in our freezers. And we'd feed the whole street once a night. And some people had generators, some people didn't. And we would share. And the only thing that I hated about that particular hurricane was that I didn't have ice for my tea. And I was really bummed about that. But when it was over, like you said, we would all be out there at night. The kids would be playing.
Yeah.
And we'd just be shooting the bull, And
there was no distractions.
Right. And it was a lot of fun. And I remember being elated and disappointed at the same time when the power came back on.
That's exactly how we felt.
Yay! Oh crap!
We were sitting right outside the garage door. The big garage door, I had it open, and the wife was sitting maybe 3 or 4 feet from the door, and I got a big air compressor right there in the corner. Well, it had bled off through the week. So as soon as the power came on, that air compressor kicked on, and she like to jumped out of her skin.
Oh, I bet she did.
Because everything
is air compressors. They ain't quiet.
You don't realize until you're without power that long just how noisy an environment you live in.
Right.
And it's so peacefully quiet.
Yes,
in the evenings, you can actually hear the insects. You can see the stars.
And you can see the stars, right?
And when the power comes back on, you hear all the AC units kicking on, air compressors kicking on, everything's refrigerators kicking on. It's loud.
And then you hear all the noise that you don't even recognize when it's not You know, when you're living your daily life, you don't hear all of those things because you just tune them out.
Yeah, it's amazing.
And look, did you see what Marcel said? I can't do a tent. I'm convinced Sasquatch or a werewolf is waiting for me.
Well, just hold it, Marcel. Just hold it.
Right? Put a cork in it, girl.
That was one thing I loved about going to sea is the stars. You get out in the middle of the ocean where there is nothing but you and you can see every star, and you can see it from horizon to horizon. And sometimes on a still night,
I bet that's awesome.
You can see the stars are on the ocean. The stars are everywhere. It's insane.
I bet it's beautiful.
It is.
I've never seen that. I wish I could one day, but
seen that on a few oceans.
The closest I've ever come to seeing something like that is in Key West. Not Key West. It was in Marathon Key, Florida. And there was a, the main road is US 1 that goes all the way down to Key West.
A1A.
A1A. And in Marathon, there's these little places you can pull off and go swim in the water, but it's like a little lagoon, a tiny one. And it's really secluded. And I was sitting out in one of these, on the beach of one of these lagoons one evening, right close to Cudjoe Bay, and which is a little further south from Marathon. But what is it?
Jules.
Oh, there's Jules. I'm sorry, Jules. Did I leave you in there too long?
Marcel,
there's my
Lowe
girl.
sells blue
Hey,
buckets.
Hi.
You look so pretty.
I just woke up. Like,
Well,
you guys are all asleep, and hubby is not on yet.
But the stars out
you're
there
rich.
that night were so crystal clear, and like he said, it was from as far as I could see this way to in all directions, nothing but stars. And that's when I realized there's so much more in that
Light
sky
pollution,
than you see
yeah.
when you live in a city, you know?
Yeah.
I
I
had
didn't see
never
any
known that
lightning bugs
before.
this summer. Saw no lightning bugs this summer because we're in the city.
Oh, no.
Sucked. I missed them all.
Yeah, I bet. How terrible.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
every summer here since we moved here, because I've never seen them till we moved here. I'm like a little kid. I'm like, come on, you guys, let's go watch the lightning bugs. And my husband and my daughter are like, yeah, no, we're good.
You didn't catch them in a mason jar?
I didn't grow up here, so I couldn't catch one now.
When I was a kid,
Depended on it. I can't.
I used to go to Indiana to visit my granny in the summertime, and there were lightning bugs there. And I had never seen any in Florida where I live.
Right.
But they had and she would give us mason jars and we'd catch them, and their mason jar would be full of these little lightning bugs just lightning up everywhere. It was so much fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait a minute.
My husband said they used to catch them and do, well,
Grumpus,
squish them
what is
and,
it?
put the stuff on them. Make them glow. Yeah. Gross.
Grumpus.
She don't have to leave her tent in the middle of the night.
Oh, that's right. And you know what? They have little bathroom tents now you can stick inside your tent.
I just used a
And they got
5-gallon bucket because that's what we
porta-potties.
had, and I was not going out with them bears.
I'm not. Look, Jules, you're speaking my language now because I am petrified of bears, and that is probably the one thing that will keep me from going to Wyoming. Is bears. I am absolutely petrified.
Northern California, up in the mountains, we had them in camp. We had them in camp all the time.
Good God!
Had
You
mama
mean you
bear,
actually
baby
saw
bear
one
walk
in
like
real life?
right next to our tent. We're trying to keep the dog quiet. We got her shoved under the
Oh no!
the blankets. Like,
no,
shut
no!
up.
I would have had a freaking heart attack and died right there.
I almost
There
did.
is.
I was like, oh my God. That was like a reality checker. Yeah, they're really here.
Yeah. You know what? Kat had a good point. There's many uses for a 5-gallon bucket. You can put a pool noodle around the rim of the 5-gallon bucket
Right.
and use it for a stinking toilet.
And that's way cheaper than buying the little toilet seats they sell for those buckets
Yeah,
at like
definitely.
camping stores and stuff. So yeah.
The only thing about those is that they have a lid so you can kind of, well, I don't know, if you had some sawdust or dirt, you could just throw it over it and it wouldn't be too bad, would it?
You
As
put
far
some
as
kitty litter in it.
Oh yeah, kitty litter
Just
would work
don't go
too.
scratching around in it too much.
No,
Oh,
don't.
good God. You don't.
Ow.
Once you bury it, leave it buried.
Hi, Kat. Hi, Laura. Hi, Marcel.
Oh goodness, we get them in our backyard.
Hi, Karen.
Marcel said she gets lightning bugs in her backyard and she'll make a video with it.
Oh, that's great.
Mark said lightning bugs like use chewing tobacco. Really? Chew some, spit it.
No, I'm not
and
falling
spit
for
makes
that
it
one.
Fill it
Okay.
about a
I'm like,
quarter full.
He's full of beans.
Mark, that don't make no stinking
That
sense.
sounds like a snipe hunt to me.
It does, don't it?
That's just a way to get somebody to try chewing
I know,
tobacco when
right?
they never have, and watching them turn green and puke.
You know what? When I was in high school, I lived in I don't know if you can tell by my accent, but I'm real Southern.
You got an accent?
What accent?
And I lived in a town that had more cows than people. And I went to it. Now, my school was pretty big, but it was a county school in Florida. So every high schooler in the county went to the school. And, but everybody dipped snuff, like Copenhagen and Skoal, you know. Well, these dinglings dared me to do it, and I did it. And they were so amazed that I didn't puke. I said, well, everybody knows you don't swallow the crap.
Well, you do if you think it's a piece of chocolate cake you've dropped on your lap.
Oh,
So it's like
And
the,
as soon as it
blood
hits your
clot.
mouth, you're like, you're eating chocolate cake. So you've got some chocolate cake in there. You look down, you see, this was when my first husband was in the military. We were playing drinking games, and I made a chocolate cake for his friend. So we had chocolate cake. We're playing drinking games around the table. Everybody's having fun.
yeah.
And we're eating chocolate cake, and I look down, and there's a piece of what looked just like chocolate cake on my lap. And I'm like, oh, I dropped some. So I'm going, and you're like trying to be polite, and you're just like,
Yeah.
I'll just slip it in there, right, with the rest of it. Oh, that was not
Oh, no,
chocolate.
Jules, I'm so sorry that happened to you.
That's wrong on so
Look,
many
she's
levels.
going to gag 25 years later just thinking
It was
about
so
it.
funny, but it was so gross.
I'm so sorry. That's terrible.
So nasty. So I've never done it on purpose, but I've tasted it, and it's
Right.
horrible.
Oh, God.
I'd like to puke down my toenail.
I think that's the worst story I think I've ever heard.
I had an
God,
uncle
you
gave
make
me
me
a
pee my
water
pants.
red
I'm not
man
gonna
when I was
leave
about
So you
6.
just went.
I know.
Yeah, no, I'm not falling for that one, Mark. Sorry.
You said, no way. Look what Laura said. Is she Southern?
There you go.
Everybody's Southern for Laura.
Yeah, no
Right?
kidding.
She's up north.
North. You know what? I want to one of these days. There are so many places I want to see because honestly, I've been out of the South. I went to Las Vegas once. I went to Indiana when I was a kid. I know for a fact because I have pictures that I was in Canada when I was a 6-week-old baby. But I've been to New York, not New York City, Ithaca, New York. That was one of the most beautiful places. It was gorgeous.
Just pretty, yeah, that way.
But really, those are the only out of the South. Those are the only places I've ever been. Now I've been all over the South, except like Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, Virginia. I've been all over those areas. But I've lived in Mississippi for 12 years, and I have only been on the coast of Mississippi. I've never been to the Delta. I've never been up by Tupelo or Elvis's house. I love Elvis. Why have I never been to Memphis?
I've
or
seen
Tupelo?
Graceland. I used to live right near Grace. That story I just told you with the tobacco. We were in Millington, Tennessee.
Are you serious?
That's where we lived. We lived right there on the Navy Road, busiest road in town.
Yeah.
Just down the street from the base. Yeah.
I'm kind of afraid to go to Memphis now because I've heard that the crime rate there has really, really skyrocketed. And I'm just so old now that I don't want to, and I'm not an old lady yet, but at 55, I just don't really want to tempt fate. I'd rather go out in the woods with the bears in Wyoming and take my chances.
Err on the side of caution, right? Isn't that scary how we're more afraid of human beings than we are of bears?
Yeah. Human beings scare
Something wrong with that there. It's not good.
You know, my kids get on me all the time. They're like, why do you walk me to the bus stop every morning? Because they're 16 and 12. And they think that they should be able to do that by themselves. And once in a great while, if I'm super tired or if I don't feel good, then I'll let them go by themselves. But they have to text me as soon as they get on the bus to let me know that they're there.
One of the separate buses or the same bus?
No, they ride the same bus now.
Yeah, well, at least they get the buddy system going. Yeah,
this is the first year they've rode the same bus. But one of the two of them has to text me to say, hey, Mom, we're on the bus. And that way I can go back to sleep and feel like my kids aren't being kidnapped and tortured, you know. But it's scary. It's so scary out there. Oh, wow. Mark said Memphis is the second most dangerous big city in the country.
Wow, that is scary. I think Detroit's up there with one of the worst.
And Laura said,
worse than LA, I think, even.
Laura said we have an Edmonton crime map. I can look up any town or city here, and it tells me how much crime around that area. That's really cool.
You can do the same thing in the United States.
Can
when
you?
You're looking to buy, when you go to buy real estate, if you look up the information on the house, on like a realtor's website, even Trulia, or even those, like the Trulia website, those other ones that they have, you can scroll down when it tells you all the logistics for the house.
Right.
It'll tell you the average crime per capita.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 crime rate. Yeah.
I think the rest of my life's going to be lived in a smaller area where we have a new chat person in here. Person in the chat. That's what I'm trying to say. Team Mouse Mafia. How are you? It's good to see you. Thank you for joining us in our chat. I think this is the first time I've ever seen your name in our chat. It's going great. We're just preparing for a hurricane. Started the party a little bit early. Poppy over here is tired. He's been up since
5 a.m.
5 o'clock this morning. And he'll probably end up going to bed for too long.
Yep.
And then I'll be up till 5 o'clock in the morning.
So this is not Hurricane Charlotte, correct?
No, it's Hurricane Ida.
Okay.
I don't even know if there's ever been a Hurricane Charlotte.
I'm looking at her.
Oh, really? Has there been one?
No, you silly.
You
good Lord.
Hi, Gina. I can't believe you felt it.
I did. I felt for it. Look, menopause is messing with me bad. Hey, Gina. I'm sorry I missed you.
Patrick who?
Oh, is Patrick here? Hey, Patrick. Come on up here and join us if you want to.
Well, unless you leave him in the
He's
basement.
Not in purgatory. I promise I'll try not to.
She likes to lock people in her basement, Patrick.
I do, and I'm so sorry. I hate it when I do that, but I get so carried away talking that I forget to look at my. I wish there was like a little bell or something that would ring.
They're supposed to make a sound, isn't it, Grumpus?
Yeah, but I got my volume turned off so I don't get feedback.
I've never hosted live, so I don't know how it works.
I haven't either, but I've heard other people where it goes ding dong when someone's in there, or rings like a phone or.
Y'all are dealing with somebody who is technologically challenged.
We'll never tell. Quit telling them.
I'm trying so hard to learn everything I need to learn, but it seems like the more I learn, the more there is to learn.
Mm-hmm.
And
well, it's because you start poking around and you realize, oh, I didn't know all this stuff, and then It's actually, you realize how much you didn't know. And
Oh yeah.
wow.
I think you're doing just fine.
Gina said the basement has all the dead bodies.
That's where you're supposed to put them or feed them to the hogs.
Laura wants to know, did you see the ghosts, Jules?
Pardon me.
Did I see ghosts?
Are there any behind
I
you
haven't
today?
seen them here, but I'm pretty sure they're here. Oh, I don't know if you don't probably. There's a YouTuber that hangs around another community I'm in. His name's Skeeter, and he's an independent filmmaker.
Yeah.
And I was on one of his live streams today, and he said he was. When I told him my story, he's like, I next time I'm up that way, I'd like to come up and do a investigation in your place there.
What?
So that'd be cool. I told him I tried to hire a local ghost hunter team and the next town over, and they never got back to me after I told them what the issue was.
They need to. I think they need to get back to you.
They don't want to park
God
it.
dang it. Y'all.
Oh, Marcel's in there too. See?
Is she? Hey, I'm coming, guys. I'm trying to get my thing to scroll down, and it's really having. I can't get it to scroll. My stupid computer's acting like a fool. Just give me a second, okay? I'm sorry. I need a bigger screen. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, I know, Gina.
I really need. I need this move. You know what? I'm coming out and then I'm gonna come back in. Not on here, but on my computer. Honey, talk to our friends. So
She'll figure it out in a minute. I'm trying to
do a beer review for us.
What you drinking tonight?
What are you drinking?
Some of that.
Espresso.
Black Rifle coffee.
Ooh.
Espresso with cream.
Yep.
Is it any good?
Yep.
Coffee in a can.
Pretty much.
That's not alcohol though, right?
Did you dump a little extra in there?
I know they have coffee stouts and stuff.
I don't care for that very much.
Espresso's very bitter.
Well, this is not super bitter, but it has a the cream has a. It's not real cream.
Yeah,
Probably needs a little Baileys.
I'm sorry, Grumpus. What?
That's what it needs. That's exactly what it needs. Okay, guys, I'm coming.
That's why you don't like it. It's low fat milk.
Oh, that's what the problem is. Low fat. Look, I might be a little chubby for an old lady, but I'm not going on no diet.
For coffee in a can, it's not bad. Actually, I think the
okay, guys, hang on just 1
best
second.
coffee in a can I ever had was in Japan.
Aha!
That stuff was good. And imagine getting an aluminum can hot, like stupid hot. You have to hold it with your shirt. It's so stinking hot when it comes out of those machines.
There they are.
Are they both there?
Hey, Patrick.
I'm so sorry. I had to back out of. I had to click out of StreamYard and come back in for my little scroll thing to work.
You mean your mouse?
No, not my mouse. Look, it's telling me it's unresponsive now. So guess what? I am leaving it alone. I got everybody I want up here.
For now, anyway.
Yeah.
Until you get some more people in here.
So what are y'all drinking? Cheers, everybody.
Cheers. Cheers. Beer.
What you got? Is that a Heineken?
No.
Is that a Stubby?
That's an Australian beer.
Oh, okay. And you got PBR. All right. I got some Cabernet.
That's what I got too.
Because I ran
Hopefully
out.
it doesn't sound like there's an airplane in my dining room tonight.
We'll let you know if the poltergeist shows up.
I know you will.
I know, Karen. These are some of my favorite YouTube people.
They're gonna jump from mine to yours,
Well, Karen, you don't have to be so shy.
Drop right
And for
down.
everybody in the chat, please go and subscribe to these beautiful people on my screen. We got Cooking with Patty Joe Cooking down here in this corner. And we got Lil Fish kitchen down here in this corner, and there's
No,
Grumpus on fire up there in the middle. And Jules, do you have a channel?
I'm working on it. In fact, I spent
Okay,
some
good,
time on it
'cause-
this week, so it's
Yay!
getting there.
I thought you were. I can't wait till you start it though. Look,
I'm
y'all.
dragging Fanny. I'm dragging Fanny.
No, don't you be dragging some fanny now. You got to supplement that retirement, girl. Supplement that retirement.
Make all that big YouTube
I
money.
thought you were dragging the other way. So.
What'd you say, Grumpus?
Is she gonna make all that big YouTube money?
Yeah, she's gonna get YouTube famous.
That's right. Yeah.
Someday.
So what's your
Jules
channel
will
gonna
have
be about, Jules?
content.
Probably mostly cooking and baking, but just have some other stuff in it.
Okay.
Y'all,
I think I
had
decided
an
on the
amazing
name
idea for a
finally.
new
That's a
channel.
step in the right direction.
Jules, can I make a request that your first video is a chili video? Because no one else is
I knew
making
you were
it.
gonna say that.
What
one else-
about a chili video?
Well, if you could make one, that'd be because no one else is doing it. You know.
We actually finally bought all the stuff to do it again.
Hey,
you?
listen,
I make some
Patrick,
kick-ass
Marcel,
chili.
Patrick,
I want
Grumpus.
to. Well, I think you should make. Because I know when you say you'll do something, Jules, you mean it. You know.
Look, I did mean it, and let me tell you, we did make the video, but it sucked.
I want to see it.
So
I don't
it was
even
bad.
care.
She's trying to say me by myself. I suck, so she's gonna have to help me out.
that's
No,
kind of how.
look, you see, that's terrible because we've got no proof one way or the other, have we?
Well,
The chili was
It's your
good.
word.
It's just my
oh,
video was
no,
garbage.
the chili was
Hi, Wendy.
fantastic. Absolutely, it was the best chili he's made to date.
And the video didn't turn out.
Poppy.
That sucks.
Well, what happens is Poppy has a tendency to run his words together and not finish a complete sentence. And
Sounds like
so
Tennessee.
he'll start a sentence like, "Oh, let's taste it," and or he'll be talking about something about the chili. Don't forget, you got to do this. Oh, let's taste it. Blah blah blah, and then the whole first thought is gone. I have no idea what he was trying to say, and so I'm trying to edit this video, and I was pulling my hair out of my head. Serious, my ponytail is only half as thick as it was last week.
I came home from work. She was sitting there banging her head against the wall.
I was like,
"What's
oh
the matter?"
my God. So, good night, Gina. Thank you so much for coming to our live stream. It was so good to see you. And I will see you again next time, okay?
Good night, Gina. You have Wendy in the chat, too.
I see Wendy
There we
now.
go.
Just wanted
Wendy.
to pop in and say hello to everyone. Got to run. Thank you so much, Wendy. It's good to see you, too. Have a wonderful evening. Oh, goodness. Here we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. So anyhow, we decided to make the video over again. And I wanted to ask you guys, because we wanted to do like we were talking about a chili hashtag, I don't know, cook off or challenge or something like that, right? So I don't know how to do that, you guys.
Do what?
Like, okay, so at the end, I was going to say, I want to challenge my friends and say all of your channels, right, to make this video. But I don't know if we should put a hashtag on it so that.
Why not?
Well, if you do that as a challenge, you should have.
I think we've had this hashtag discussion for like the last 3 happy hours.
But see, I didn't know if we were supposed to put the hashtag on it.
This
On the
started when I was
In the
in
description of the
Virginia.
video, right above it, right? Isn't it lighted up?
Look, Marcel,
I
I'm
like a
not
tag.
smart, honey.
Yes, you are. Oh my gosh. No,
just
but
not
no,
smart.
we needed.
Let's clear this up right now. We'll do this, but we decide on a hashtag.
Yes,
Right.
that's what we need to do.
And Grumpus,
I think we go with Patrick, the blow your backside off chili.
Oh, I like it. But see, ours isn't spicy. I like that though. Blow your backside off. That's signature.
Instead
chili.
of firehouse chili, call it fire out house chili.
I think we should just call it hashtag chili cook-off challenge.
Oh, see, Laura was the one.
Charlotte's
She had
chili
light your butt on fire chili.
I could make burn your face off chili, but she doesn't like it. So.
And I'll tell everybody that it tastes like crap.
Right. I have to make it mild for Granny.
Well, Laura, I think you could do a play on that and say, light your fire, chili, light a fire, light the fire, light
the fire, chili.
Light a fire.
How about like the song, light my
let
fire,
me ask
come
you
on,
this,
baby,
Guy.
light my fire.
There you go.
Oh, Karen says, just make a video saying you're doing a chili challenge and invite, that's what I was going to ask. Invite everyone to participate and just do something like hashtag chili cook-off.
Wow.
Wow. That's
Any
just a whole nother level.
at least.
I did not say that.
Now you got my
I did not
attention.
say that. Okay. Hashtag chili cook-off
I won't be a
2021.
part of this challenge. We don't do that down here.
It's all Karen's fault. She clearly put it the way you read it the
There's
first
a
time.
song
I could
about
see it
that,
clearly.
You Mississippians,
Oh,
I
shut
don't
up.
think Grump is too impressed either.
I'm sorry, guys. I mean,
We're just talking about chili, and all of a sudden, you know.
I'm so embarrassed.
Come on,
I am too.
come on.
Look, Kat, that was no spell. Okay, that was spell check, you guys. It was autocorrect. Autocorrected it to me.
So what is it again? I've forgotten it already. What do we call it?
Oh my god. I'm not sure that's a great hashtag.
Yeah.
Well, you do it
Somebody
and put it
needs
up
to
there.
be taking the minutes at these meetings.
I know, right? Well, we got the video of it, so
You're turning
There
it
we
into
go.
work.
Okay, Karen said, "Get your minds out of the gutter."
You do the video, Charlotte, and launch it, and then we'll copy.
And then
we'll
you
do
guys
it
will
with
just
our
follow the whole thing and do your own take on it, right?
own.
All somebody
Okay.
has to do is put hashtag in that chili in there, and it'll bring up your video. So
Okay.
anybody
awesome.
that's because it's got those keywords in it. That's what.
Okay.
So when someone does
That's
like
what
a
I'm gonna
random
call it,
search
guys.
for
I'm calling it
chili
hashtag chili cook-off challenge.
I think you were asking
There we
where to
go.
put the hashtag, weren't you?
I was asking
Yeah.
what?
Were you asking where to put the hashtag?
Yes,
It goes into the description at the very bottom.
not the title.
And then at the title.
No. Well, you can put it in the title if you want, but it'll show up as blue up underneath your.
That's right. That's right. Right. You're right.
Charlotte,
Yes.
you,
Yes.
you put your hashtag wherever you feel like. Okay.
Thank you, Patrick.
You put it everywhere. Don't
Patrick, you suck up.
just put
I
it
know,
everywhere.
right? Thank you, Patrick. You're my new favorite.
But please do the video, please. Please.
So, you know what would be interesting is a hurricane chili cook-off.
Well,
There you go.
There you go.
We can do it outside
Oh,
on the
yeah.
grill.
Hurricane
There
hash.
you go.
mm,
Of course, I'd be in trouble because
I harvested
I can't
sweet
barbecue this
potatoes
year.
from my garden this week. Or, well, it's part this week and part last week. And I could do a sweet potato hash. That sounds yummy, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Huh.
Mhm.
We can
I
make
made
this all.
Look.
rutabaga
Y'all.
hash browns that were
I gotta
really
hear this.
good.
Because y'all aren't going to believe this. I've got an idea for a second channel that is going to blow your backside off, to quote Patrick. Okay, I've been thinking about this for a while because I know I need a second channel. And I'm thinking about making it strictly a live streaming channel in the middle of the night, like at 1 to 2 in the morning, just 1 hour.
A lot of people call them after hours.
just 1 hour.
Don't you
Yeah,
already do
seriously,
that?
just 1 hour.
Yeah,
Because
right.
nobody's going to be watching it anyway.
Oh, like
I
this
mean,
Yeah.
time?
seriously.
I've thought about doing the same for my channel, so I could go live sometimes too, just to hang out. But I don't want to do
I'm
that on
gonna
my
call
main
it-
channel.
It's going to be all about crazy shit you think. Oh, the crazy crap you think about whenever
Charlotte,
you have insomnia.
God.
It's going to be like Insomnia Paradise or something like that, or Conquer the Night. Because
You're
why
gonna
the
catch
hell?
all types.
Oh, I'm scared of that.
Just be ready.
Oh.
But you'll just to be clear, you'll
You
do
just have to
the-
have good
the-
mods to kick the trolls out when they show up, if you want them kicked out. Some
You'll
trolls
do
are
the chili
actually
video
pretty-
first, Charlotte, won't you? Do the chili video and then do the other channel.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna this other channel.
Look,
I'm just
'cause we
it's
wanna
in the
see that
planning
video.
stages. I'm not even close to it yet. Maybe
we got to keep you
sometime
focused
after
on your
Christmas.
1,000 subs.
Let's focus. Chili.
But I gotta I need to focus on my watch time on this channel and my subs and all that stuff.
Oh, don't worry about that. The chili
I'm
is the one.
just do the chili, right?
Do the chili.
Just the chili.
Put a,
Focus
put a
on the
bit of
chili.
Vegemite, a bit of Vegemite in there.
Mhm.
Vegemite in my chili.
Well,
think- oh my
something.
God.
Do anything.
Oh my
Do
god.
something.
So Poppy always puts a little bit of water in his chili for some reason. I'm not sure why.
Not water, I use broth.
Wait a minute. And he
Oh,
adds
this is
that
going to be. I can't wait to see this video.
he adds better than bouillon base, bouillon type base to it. So it's kind of beefy, you know, and it adds a lot of flavor to it.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
I never do that. I never do that. But oh my God, Patrick. Kat just said the most amazing thing. She said you should do a pizza challenge. Your pizza looked delicious. When I first read the ingredients on your pizza video,
You're like, going, wait a minute.
I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be sick. And then I watched the video
I don't
and
know
I'm
how
like,
it's gonna
holy
work. I don't know how it's
crap.
gonna work.
How in the hell did he pull this off? It looks amazing.
The
He's
magic
a
of
magician.
television.
He really is.
I'm
Yeah.
serious.
I just
It
thought
was-
of the Domino's.
It looked great. It really
That's-
did.
The stuffed chicken video he just made, that looked really good.
And I didn't see that one yet. And I need to
No.
add one square. Oh, Karen said
Don't-
she adds a square of unsweetened chocolate.
My mother used
Oh
to do
my
the
God,
same
it's
thing.
kind
It
of
was
like a
supposed to
mole
help
chocolate.
degas
I've
the
heard of
beans.
that. I've heard of that.
Ooh.
I mean, not mole
Yeah,
chocolate.
that sounds good,
chili.
Karen.
That sounds
I
delicious, Karen.
I put beef bouillon in my chili too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Y'all remember
Well, this
the?
Vegemite would be like a.
No, honestly, when I tasted the chili that he made just last week before last,
2 weeks ago.
it's been 2 weeks ago that we made it, and it took me 2 weeks to edit the thing. And then, look, this is insane, y'all. I'm such a sucker. I was about to upload the video just in case we didn't make the second video, right? So I thought to myself, okay, I'll upload it, I'll make it private, and then if I decide to schedule it later and we don't get around to the other video, then we'll do it that way. Google sent me a message saying that I needed to free up my cloud space because I was getting close to my limit. So I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I click, okay, free up the space. I go to KineMaster to upload the video. The whole file is gone.
Oh no.
Everything. Gone. I
That
got
sucks.
2 videos in the queue waiting to get uploaded. They're gone. So now I have to do them both over again anyway. I was so sick to my stomach, I cried for the whole
Yeah,
day.
that's not cool.
That is such a bummer.
It is.
Jules,
And,
Jules,
well, you know
Jules,
what? If I had some more education and I could learn this crap like I'm supposed to, this stuff wouldn't happen to me. But I'm
Aren't they
an
still on
idiot
your
when it
hard
comes
drive?
to technology. Do what?
Are they still on your hard drive?
You know what? They're in my archive Google,
Photos. Yeah.
yeah, all that.
Oh, you
And
got
I
everything in
don't
the
know how
cloud.
to get them back to where I can put them on KineMaster. I have no idea. I even tried starting a new project with the ones that were in my photos on my phone. I hit, in KineMaster, I hit new project. I tried to upload it. It said it's missing. I'm like,
Yeah, I
where
don't
is
put
it
anything in
then?
the cloud.
Oh, yeah, you have to upload it again or something.
But I don't even know how. So Maybe I could email it to myself and then upload it that way.
Can you take
Email
it
it
from
to
the
yourself,
cloud
save
and
it
put it
in a
on your
folder.
computer?
I don't know how to do that, Marcel. I know that sounds stupid, but I just don't know how to do that.
Do you
I'm
know
sure
any
you must-
6-year-olds? Do you know any 6-year-olds?
Let me.
Patrick, you're gonna hurt my feelings. Quit it. You're not my favorite anymore.
Well, I mean, I'm in the same boat. If you can find a good 6-year-old, they know everything. Just tell them mine. And they do it in 10 seconds.
No, but I have a 16-year-old, and it has the same
Oh, no.
phenomena. She knows everything.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
She knows everything.
Just ask a
But
kid, man.
Yeah.
6-year-olds
Oh
are
my
even better.
God.
And guess what? 16-year-old had her boyfriend come visit tonight.
Oh Lord.
They're sitting on the sofa.
You better get him interested in your files.
You know what? I'm going to get him interested in some other girl. You hear me? Because they were sitting way too close on my sofa. And I told him I was going to get the fire hose after him if they didn't separate.
Ooh.
I'm not even playing. I mean, they weren't being, you know, overtly PDA. There was none of that.
No, definitely not.
But they were sitting very close and holding hands, and it was making me super uncomfortable. And I'm like, okay, you guys need to separate, or I'm getting the fire hose.
Yeah.
We're not having none of that. You want to clean some baseboards? Yeah, I can do that too.
Yeah. That's when you break out the checkers board. Say
Right.
on separate sides of the board, place
Right.
the checkers. That's when the board games come out.
They just sit on top of each other. I'm like, what are you doing?
That's
You
when
know,
Wesley
I-
needs
that's
to clean his
before I
guns on the
clean 'em.
kitchen
I've
table.
been married for 20 years. I don't sit on top of Poppy. You know? I don't even touch him.
You're
No.
gross.
We're too compatible for that.
Have always sex.
Yeah. We have always sex. We say F you, and he passes me and says F you back. And
Oh, look at that little kitty.
he is so sweet.
Good boots.
He got a bath today. Let me tell you guys what happened.
Who
This
gave him a
baby,
bath?
my son, this cat was swimming in the bathtub.
He was?
Yeah. I'm serious. I walk in there. My son is the cat whisperer. And he told me, let me tell you what happened. This is hilarious. Poppy, Wesley, has a really bad habit of when he fries something in my cast iron skillets, he will leave it full of oil.
You got to let it cool down.
And it sits on the stove for like 3 days. And I'm, what are you doing with this oil? I'm not touching it. What are you doing with it? Well, I had to make another video day before yesterday. Y'all are going to like this one, by the way. So I moved his pan of swill over to the table while I'm thinking, oh my God, how am I going to get rid of this oil? Because I can't throw it down the sink. And I can't put it in the garbage can because it's just going to leak everywhere. And I guess I could put it in the backyard. And I'm thinking all this in my head. Where am I going to put it? Because usually what we do is we save old oil containers, and we'll pour the oil into the old containers and just dispose of it that way. Well, anyhow, I stick this pan of swill on the kitchen table to get it off of the stove while I'm making my video. The cat decides to go swimming in it.
That's why it was oil on the table.
There's oil all over my kitchen table. There's oil all over the cat. And it's 7 o'clock in the morning. The kids have 20 minutes before it's time to walk out the door. My son sees his cat in distress and says, oh no, I have to give him a bath. So he takes him in the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he comes out with a sopping wet cat, and he still is not completely oil-free. And this was 2 days ago. So
Wow.
So today when he got home from school, he picks his cat up and says, Mom, where's the Dawn dish soap? Because I use palm olive because my hands will peel if I use Dawn. But I always keep Dawn for situations such as this, or to clean the grease off of the top of the vent on the stove and that kind of stuff, because it cuts grease great, you know. And so I give him the Dawn dish soap. He takes the cat in the bathroom. He washes it from head to toe. Look, we hang on. I want to show you this.
He's floppy.
We almost have an oil-free tail. Because usually it's usually a very fluffy tail. Okay.
That's right for you.
You're showing us his rear end.
I know. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to moon you.
I love it.
Bullseye.
The kitty feels violated.
But
This is why you need that second channel. That's why you need the second channel.
You're going to lose your monetization.
I know, right?
I can see where that's going to go. I can.
OnlyFans. Kitty cat OnlyFans.
Oh, yeah. It'll be quite a channel, that one.
Sorry, Boots.
But he all but his tail is completely oil free. But the cat was wrapped up in a towel, and he hands me the cat and says, "Mom, can you dry the cat off?" So I'm rubbing the cat, and I got as much water off of him as I could get. And the poor cat is shivering like it's freezing to death. So I laid down on the couch with this cat, got the comforter out, and held him up against my tummy with the comforter over us in my sweatshirt to get it warm. And I ended up falling asleep with him on the couch for about 2 hours till Poppy got home from work. And the cat finally, he had dried off and was not shivering anymore, which really made me happy because he was just so miserable. I felt so sorry for him because he was I'm serious, he was just vibrating. He was shivering so hard. And it made
Does
me
your
sad.
son have to did he have to seriously restrain him, or is the cat cooperative when he does that? Because I haven't.
No. I've never seen anything like it in my life. He fills the bathtub up with about this much water. I'm going to say 4 to 5 inches of water. He sets the cat in there very gently, and the cat just looks at him, and he starts rubbing the water over the kitty cat's back. And then I walk in there. I saw that happen, and then I left him because I thought, well, he's just going to clean the cat. So he was taking too long, and Millie was in there with him, helping him. And Millie was making a whole bunch of noise. So I walk in the bathroom. Millie's got water and soap suds from head to toe. Murphy's looked at me like, help. So I said, Millie, you need to get out of the bathroom. Let Murphy finish his job. So when I walked in there to get Millie out of the bathroom, here's this fluffy cat just kind of floating in the water.
Really?
I'm serious. It was floating, and Murphy had his hand up underneath his belly, and the cat was floating, not fighting. I'm sorry.
Is he a young cat?
Yes.
He's a young cat.
Maybe 3 months.
Yeah, because I was going to say he looks like a kitten, so that's good.
Yeah.
You got him trained. Get him used to the water.
Look, nobody else can do that. Only my son can do it. He can actually. Which other cats have you bathed?
All of them. He's the only one that can wash all of them.
This is my boy. You gotta get down here. This is my boy.
Hi.
And this is his baby.
Yep, Karen for sure. Yeah, I have a cat that is, I don't know her exact age, but she's probably around 11 years old. And she managed to get some fleas this year, and she's an indoor cat. But I think my dog, before I treated him, brought them in, and she managed to get fleas. And she was just eaten up on close to the base of her tail. And so I told the kids, we've got to give her a bath. And so I put some warm water in the kitchen sink, and we have a fairly deep kitchen sink. And I have a way, I bathe cats. I've had cats all my life. I have a way I can hold their feet, but it's helpful to have somebody to help me rinse them. And so, my son, my daughter, and myself, we are the pet care team in my house. And so I had Gypsy in the sink, and I've got her in this position, and I'm able to hold her feet, and I'm scrubbing her. And then my daughter's got the thing, and she's rinsing her, and she's fighting me the whole time. And then my son gets distracted, and I'm like, Jared, towel. towel. Like a panic in the ER. Towel, now, stop.
And Marcel walks out of the bathroom and she's got blood running out in her neck.
Well, I was sopping wet for sure. And Gypsy, my cat, she was totally pissed off. Like, she didn't talk to me for like 2 days. She just stayed away. Like, yeah.
This one
But she
here
felt
right
better.
now, he just came and got the cat from me, and it is sitting in his lap, happy as a pig in slop.
Oh,
I only bathed
saw
my
that.
cat once.
It's just amazing to see him with these cats. He's always loved cat. And, you know, the one that we lost a few months ago, Spetty, that was his cat. And that's why we got boots for him. I guess it was about a month later after Spetty passed away, and we ended up cremating I've never cremated a cat in my life.
Or an animal, period.
Or an animal, period. But he insisted that this cat should be cremated and stuck in a box and
come home
with us. And it made it really made Murphy happy that the cat was back at home with him.
Yes.
So, but then we went to the shelter about a month or 6 weeks or so later, somewhere in that time frame, and we let him pick out whatever cat he wanted. And I swear to you, I think he picked the best cat in the entire shelter, and there were at least 50 of them.
She seems real sweet.
Very sweet.
I've got to hire a pet psychologist, guys. I've got to get Soxy, my garage cat. You know how Wesley was just holding your kitty cat like that, like a baby?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Socks, my garage cat lets me do that. And now it's funny because I've got Gypsy, who I've had for 11 years now. 11 years. And she's very petite and very light. She's never, gained weight. She's very healthy, but she's fine. But she's very petite. She's very, if it makes any sense at all, like a feminine cat. She just is. Now, Socks, he's a very masculine type cat. He's got long arms and he has a swagger when he walks and all this stuff. And I pick him up and he's muscular and I hold him and he puts his head right here. Since I got him through that sickness, we really bonded and we have a thing, right? When he comes in, I pick him up and he hugs me back. I just love him to pieces. I've got to get him in the house.
Huh.
How do I don't know how to get through it. We found a
Hey, Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to make sure
No, you're good.
I saw him.
I have to find one. But there was like this cat guy on Animal Planet that helps with like issues, like psychological issues with cats in the house. And we started watching him.
My cat from hell.
Yeah,
He's
pretty
like
much.
the cat
He was really
whisperer.
good.
Yeah, it got the weird
Myself.
sideburns.
Yeah.
myself. I'm actually a pet psychologist.
You are.
Patrick.
It's just a shame I'm so far away because I'd be over there. I could come over tomorrow and sort it out. But
I know.
Far
It
away
really
myself.
sucks. You're all the way over there. We need, because I've got to get this cat integrated into this house with my crazy old
Sort of
animals
do it
before.
maybe I could do it on FaceTime or something.
Yeah.
What's
Maybe.
your consult fee, Patrick?
The hard part's going to get him to lay on that little couch.
Right.
Right there. Yeah.
Put a box on it.
Normally you give them alcohol for that. You just give them a bottle of vodka.
Got to loosen them up.
Alcohol. Oh boy.
Get the cat drunk.
Well, Poppy recommends a box
Catnip.
on the couch.
A what?
A box. Any
A
box.
wine.
Pick a box and they'll come right into it and relax.
Oh, box.
It happens in our house all the time.
If we have boxes in the house, we have cats in the boxes.
Mm-hmm.
You know those cube shelves where you can buy those cloth cube things and stick in it for storage and stuff? Well, we have a lot of those around here for storage because we have such a small place. And anytime one of them gets emptied or pulled out just a little bit away from the cube thing,
Got a cat in it.
there's a cat in it. and I'll hear these noises like a cat struggling or a boxing match going on across the room. And I'm like, what the hell is that noise? And I go and look and I'm like, what are you doing in here? I have these, I have baskets under my island where I keep a lot of my baking items, and the cats will lay on top of it. And I'm like, no, you can't be in there. You crap and then dig in it in your litter box. You cannot be in my baking stuff. This is gross.
And the big gray one you see sometimes, Julesy, if you're not careful when you have the refrigerator open,
He'll get in the
he
refrigerator.
will sleep on
We
the
had a
bottom
cat do that.
floor.
Kitten. Yeah.
He will crawl in and hide in the back so you close the door.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
He was only
I
in there
can't
for
tell
a
you how many
minute.
times I have heard sounds coming from my refrigerator, and I have to open the door, and this cat jumps out. I'm like, what the? What are you doing in there?
Something super recently just happened to me. These cabinets in my kitchen, my kitchen is a big half of a rectangle, right? And it has a lot of storage, so much storage, even with all my kitchen crap, I haven't managed to fill it. It's amazing. And, but my kids left one of the cabinets open. And anyway, long story short, I had dropped them off at school, came back, shut the cabinet, doing the Vanna White thing, going in the kitchen, shutting the cabinets, they leave open.
Right.
And so I'm in the living room and I hear a cabinet door from the inside, opening, shutting, opening, shutting, opening, shutting. And my history with like paranormal stuff. I was like, oh God,
here we go again.
God. So I walk around and I see the door just opening and shutting. And I was just like, oh my God. And so I go and I just rip it open and my cat jumps out of there. And I was like, but she couldn't, the door was a little too heavy for her, but she was pushing it. But yeah, that's terrifying.
I could swear
into a drawer once. We couldn't find the cat. This is a true to God story. At our old house, we couldn't find her anywhere. My son, okay, I don't even know how this happened. She got in through the back of a old dresser we had. But my son, I got him out of the bath. He ran into his room. He went to go get his PJs on. He pulled the drawer out. She was curled up in the drawer. He pulled her from the inside. And he was like, Mom, Gypsy's in my drawer. But she had managed to climb up behind the furniture somehow. She's crazy.
That is crazy. Dwayne,
Yeah,
that is such a dad joke.
You Wesley Wabbit, you.
Dwayne said a man goes into his fridge to get something to eat. He finds a rabbit inside of his fridge and asks him, what is he doing inside of the fridge? The rabbit replied, I thought this was a Westinghouse.
My fridge, Wesley Wabbit.
That is such a dad joke. And Karen said, cats are so different than dogs in their behaviors. They always keep you on your toes. Where dogs are just too dumb in a box.
Cats are just so independent. Like they're just going to do what they want. But dogs are right with you. Yeah.
It's like purpose in everything that they do. They like.
I call my cat my failure. And the kids, they're like, see, I told you you were a witch. Okay. But it was funny today. I could have sworn that my cat grew thumb.
What?
Seriously, Julesy.
Yeah.
Julesy. I was sleeping. No, that's not true. I was laying down with the baby on the couch. I had the cat and the baby confused. My grandson, he was sleeping on the couch, but he doesn't like to sleep alone. So if you leave him by himself, he wakes up. He's got this little button in his butt, and if you lay him down, his eyes pop open. It's weird. But anyhow, if you lay down with him, he stays asleep. So I'm laying down with him. And all of a sudden I start hearing this noise down the hallway. And it's scratchy, 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 squeak, squeak. So I'm like, okay, what do I do? Do I find out what the noise is, or do I get up and possibly chance this baby waking up? Because, you always let a sleeping baby lie, right? Never wake a sleeping baby. So,
well, if you want 5 minutes to yourself or to do
right,
a
right.
Well,
So I decided, okay, this is killing me because I got to find out what this noise is. My cat was I don't know how this happened either because the door was shut, but he was doing this with his paws, and he ended up opening the door to the linen closet and was trying to climb in one of the baskets that I have in there for some miscellaneous kids' clothes that the grandbabies always leave over here. He likes to sleep in there. And I'm like, what are you doing? How did you grow thumbs? What the heck is going on here? Because that door was shut. Now, chances are what happened was it really wasn't as shut as I thought it was. But the point of the matter is, this cat can use his paw to open a freaking door.
My cat does that all
to me
the time.
It'd be like 5 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes I'm the only person awake in the house. And he would come into the bathroom after I've pulled the door shut.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He's like a dog. I can't go to the bathroom by myself. If I get in the shower, he wants to get in the shower with me. If I'm in there doing grown up business, then, or even kid business, hell, who knows? But anyhow, he goes in there and he'll scratch at the door. And I'm like, you're not a dog. You're not supposed to follow me to the bathroom.
Yeah. It's a husband, a dog, a cat, and a child. I get the whole parade.
Yeah.
It's like, can I please have a moment to myself?
Thank you. It's not possible.
Seriously?
Not possible.
Yeah, I'll have to find a picture that I took once. Probably, I have to find it. It'll be on my old iPhone, which is up in my closet somewhere. But I was in the restroom once, and I was sitting on the potty. But I had my dog. I got my Jack Russell Terrier. I had the Jack Russell Terrier, the cat, both in front of me, looking right at me. And then I had my daughter, who was 3 at the time. Her hand was stuck under the door saying, "Mommy, Mommy." So I took the picture of the cat, the dog, and the hand under the door.
Oh my God.
And I texted it to my friend, and I was like, this is what's happening right now.
Yeah, yep, sounds right.
Pretty funny.
Did you really try to bathe the cat once?
Oh, I've bathed the cat multiple times.
He said, Grandpa said, I only bathed the cat once. He spit hair for days. Karen said, I haven't been alone in my bathroom since I've had dogs. Yeah, that's true. That's a true story. Dogs,
no
kids,
idea what that's like anymore.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a damn travesty.
Wives are pretty bad too, because I'll be in the shower sometimes and she'll come in there. Hey, what are you doing? What? I'm in the shower. What are you
sign, honey? No, what I usually do is I'll go in there and say, "Are you done yet? Hurry up, get out of the shower. You're wasting too much time in the shower. I got your breakfast done. It's gonna get cold." Right?
Usually.
So.
But you wait until like 5:05 to start breakfast, so I don't even have time to get good and clean and awake yet.
Well, you don't need to be in the shower for more than 10 minutes.
You're insane.
He stays in the shower for like 45, 50 minutes at a time, and I'm like, what are you doing in there?
Standing there letting hot water beat my old broken body.
Well,
half an hour.
Yeah, I don't like to waste. I can't stand to waste time. So
see, she doesn't have arthritis. She doesn't know the pleasure of hot water beating you.
Yep, I get the hot. True. I fill up the antique clawfoot bathtub. It's huge. I love that. So one thing I like about this place. That's about it. But it's got this huge clawfoot tub, and it's I just fill it up with somebody. I don't even care how hot it is in a hot summer day. I don't care. I hurt so bad. I get those Epsom salts. I get the bubble bath. That's like bliss to just get in there and soak.
That sounds wonderful. See, I like a bath, but I can't stay in the bathroom for a long period of time. But then again, I have a very small bathroom in my house. It's like, your standard 5x8 bathroom.
Water closet. Yeah.
And I'm extremely claustrophobic.
Yep.
And so it starts to close in on me if I stay in there for too long. So I get everything clean and get the heck out,
Right. Yeah.
Like, get me out of here. But I do love to take a bath, but I can't, in that particular bathroom, I can't just lay there and read a book or anything. I got to get out.
I need
That's
a
okay.
hot tub. It's just,
Yeah, but I'm
it's just that
claustrophobic.
simple. I need a jacuzzi.
Yeah, poor Papa here. He's. Let me tell. Did I tell you the story about having to go on the submarine with him one time? He invited me for submarine to have lunch with him on the submarine.
Oh, that would not be good for you.
Oh my God.
We were having steak and crab because we're getting ready to go underway.
Yeah.
And she brings chicken.
She's from the South. What do you want? Probably really good fried chicken.
I didn't know they were having steak and crab.
It was gas station chicken.
No, it wasn't. It was chicken.
Gas station chicken.
Okay, fine. But, it was when we first were married and we moved to Virginia, and he said, hey, why don't you come have lunch with me on the boat? And I said, oh, that sounds great. So I'm thinking, oh, I'm doing something really great. I'm stopping at the fast food joint. I'm picking up a bucket of chicken. It's great. This is going to be great. Well, it wasn't great because he walks me across the bow of the, what is that thing called? Submarine.
No, not the brow. It was the brow, not the bow.
Brow.
It's like a ladder that goes across from the pier to the boat.
And I'm walking across this round tube, and he takes me to a hole in the tube.
The hatch is huge.
About this big. It looked like it was this big. And I looked down, and there were stairs. No, there weren't stairs. It was like a ladder.
Yeah, straight up and down.
Straight up and down. And I looked down about 12 feet, and there was a floor. And I said,
A deck.
I'm sorry, a deck. And I said, nope. And he said, well, what do you mean no? I said, I can't go down there. And he said, why not? I said, I can't go down there. I don't know why, but I just can't go down there. Let's eat in the truck.
And then I'm like, oh, she has a skirt on. Let me go down first. Nobody can look up her skirt.
Yeah, well, he thought I was worried about my skirt. I didn't give a crap. I'd have gone down that thing naked if I could have. But guess what? I couldn't go down it. I could not get in that hole. And you know what? It's funny because it didn't dawn on me at that point in time that it was a claustrophobic thing. I just thought that it looked like a long fall to the bottom,
If you trip, it is a long fall, and it hurts.
Oh, God.
The deck is solid steel.
Anyhow, about a year later, I don't even think it was a year, was it?
Nope.
He had to leave to go out on a deployment. And then 9/11 happened. And I didn't hear from him for
a long time.
It was a long time. 6 weeks or so. In the meantime, this is when I started seeing double and all that stuff happened. And they thought I had multiple sclerosis. So I had to go to the doctor and have an MRI done. Well, they lay me down on this table thing in front of the tube. And they stick my head in a plastic cage. And when they put my head in the cage, they covered my face up with it, and they did something down here to kind of lock it, I guess. I don't know. And I'm laying there, and I'm starting to feel really freaky. I can't even explain it. But it was really weird. And they said, are you ready? And I said, I guess so. And I'm laying there. And all of a sudden, they started backing me into this straw. And all I could see was the very top of the tunnel thing. And I started trying to climb out of it. And it wasn't anything really voluntarily that I was doing. I didn't even realize at the time that I was trying to get out of there. And I kept saying, and I was telling the lady, I'm like, nope, nope. We're not doing this today. Nope. And she starts backing me back out of it, got the thing off my face, and she said, "You're claustrophobic." And I said, "Okay." I said, "Well, is there something we can do to fix that?" She said, "You need to go home today and call your doctor, and they will prescribe a sedative for you so you can do this. But you need to get this done." And I said, "Okay, that's fine. I'll do that." My daughter was with me. She was only 15 at the time. This is my oldest one, the mom of my grandbabies. She was 15. I get down the road about a mile on the interstate, and I have an absolute come undone panic attack. I had to pull over on the interstate, and she had to drive me home. That is one of the most embarrassing moments of my entire life, that I put my child in a position where she had to do something completely illegal just to get us home, because he was out to sea and we were new to Virginia, and I knew nobody to help me. And but she did it. She got us home, and I waited until he got home before I went back in that straw. And I will never forget. Remember when they prescribed me all that Valium? Yeah. It was like 8 of them, right? And I don't know what the milligrams was. Probably the lowest milligrams that you can get. And he told me, he said, "Take 2 before you get to the appointment." And I said, "Okay." And I get to the appointment. I check in. And they told me, they said, "Okay, you had to take your sedative, and we'll give you about 15 minutes. And, I think when I got there, they told me to take another one. And they were going to give me about 15 minutes. So I waited for the 15 minutes. They called my name. They said, "Miss Acosta, are you ready?" And I said, "Nope. Nope, not ready." And they're like, "Well, take another one." I think I ended up taking 6 of them things. He ended up having to carry me to the MRI machine, and I don't remember how I got in or out of it. But I ended up doing it.
I had to help the nurse get you prepped and in the hole.
Was that how it happened?
Yeah.
I have no idea how it happened. I was so hooted, I don't remember a thing. And what's so funny is, once they found everything that was wrong up in my head and everything.
Cobwebs.
Yeah, there's about 4 of me in there. And I had to have an MRI every year for a very long time. And I probably still should, but I'm not going to do it anymore, because I've been living with this crap for 20 years. It's not going to kill me, and I'm okay with it. I grew it. I'm keeping it. So, but for about 10 years, I ended up having to have an MRI every year. And it was the same thing every single year. He would have to have me sedated so badly that I could barely walk, and get in the machine, close my eyes, and kind of like, I guess I fell asleep or something while I was in the machine. Because just the sounds, I'll never forget the sounds, because it's this clackety, clickety, clackety thing, and it was crazy. But that first time that I, had all the MRI done, we didn't know what was wrong with me at all. And I was having really odd symptoms, like neurological symptoms. And so it was about, 2 days later, maybe 2 days, and they called me at home. Mind you, I'm still seeing double, and my double vision is better now than it was at that point. It was really bad at that point, and because it had first happened. And they called me up. Some guy calls me. He says, "Is this so-and-so?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm so-and-so." He says, "Well, we need to see you regarding your MRI results." And I said, "Okay, make the appointment. I'm good anytime. Just let me know when to be there." He says, "Can you be here in 20 minutes? I said, "Excuse me?" He says, "Can you get here in 20 minutes? And I said, "I don't think so." And he said, "Well, when can you get here? We need to see you today." And the whole time I'm thinking, okay, I had an MRI on my brain, not on any other part of me. This was not an MRI of my toe. We got a problem. And I said, well, why? Why can't I wait till tomorrow? Because I knew he was at work at the time.
Yeah.
And he says, well, we found a mass. That's all he said. First of all, he ain't supposed to tell me that over the phone.
Nope.
But he did, because it's military and they do what they want.
Yeah, their protocols, whatever.
I lost my crap right there. When he said that, I'm like, oh my God, I'm dying. I got a brain tumor. I'm going to die. So I finally get to he comes and gets me from work. He had to drive like, 30, 45 minutes to get me?
Yeah.
And then we had to go down to the hospital. It took about an hour and a half to get there. They made room for me. They worked me in. They sit me in front of this stupid jerk of an ophthalmologist who shouldn't have even been telling me any of this. And then they take me down to the neurologist who actually went over everything, explained what was going on. And I ended up going back to the hospital every single day for 28 days in a row.
Yeah.
28 days in a row. And come to find out what's going on with me is really not nearly as bad as it could be. I have something called an arterial venous malformation in my brain. And I also have a cavernous hemangioma and an orbital varix, which is a varicose vein back behind this eye, and that's what causes me to see double. And they even referred me to an oculoplastic surgeon, and they were going to take it all out. And I'm like, no, you're not. Yeah, you're not messing with my brain.
I told her I'd do it with a chainsaw and a sharp spoon, but she won't let me.
I'm like, there ain't no way you're getting in my brain. You will jack me up and I won't ever be able to know who I am anymore. I'll be drooling on myself and banging my head against the wall. This is not going to happen.
That's going to change how?
Yeah, I know, right?
They probably weren't going to take the whole thing.
Well, what I learned, Patrick, is that, I didn't know this, but your optic nerve, I have the vein that is varicose in my eye, it is wrapped up around my optic nerve. And that's the tracking of my eyes is what's causing the double vision. But your optic nerve, the closer it gets to the back, the more brain tissue it is than nerve tissue. And there was a lot of risks involved in that type of surgery.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, even if I see 2 of everything right now, I can still see. If you get in there and jack something up, I'm not going to be able to see anything. So, and all I could think of was, my grandbabies one day. My daughter was only about, 18, 19?
No, she's 15, 16 years
old.
old.
Yeah, she was. She was about 15 at the time. And I'm thinking, my oldest daughter was 15. And I kept thinking, if they jack me up, I'll never be able to see her face again or any of the other kids or grandbabies. Or I'm like, you're not touching me. No. And I'll never forget the oculoplastic surgeon. And I didn't even know what that was until that day that I got the appointment with him.
And he was from Johns Hopkins.
And he was from, no, he was from Bethesda.
Oh, okay, Bethesda.
When he explained what they were going to do, and I said, I don't think I'm going to let you do that to me. No. And he said to me, I think that's a wise decision. And it is very rare for a surgeon to not want to do surgery on somebody. You know what I mean? And to tell somebody, hey, you know what? You go on with your bad self. But that's what he did, basically. And so I kept it. And, I see double a little bit, but not a big deal.
The alcohol.
I'm with you.
The alcohol.
And, hey, it gets better when I get drunk.
It evens out.
Grumpus, what are you eating?
Yum.
Pretzels.
You know what? I saw a YouTube video yesterday of a lady. Look, let me tell you something about this woman, okay? I like her channel a lot. She's a Canadian lady, and she's called Half Acre Homestead. Mm-hmm. And her husband just had a heart attack recently. And that's the first video I ever watched was her husband. She was very worried about her husband because You know, they were having a really bad outbreak of COVID in Canada at the time, and she wasn't able to get to the hospital to be with her husband because of COVID. And she was really, really worried. And I was trying to tell her, look, you know, he's in the right place. He's going to be fine. Don't worry, blah, blah, blah. Well, come to find out, he was fine. They put a stent in, just like they do with a lot of these issues. And he got to go home the next day, and he's recovering very, very well. But she made a recipe the other day called a chopped salad. Have you guys ever heard of a chopped salad?
Yeah. I have one on my channel.
Really? See, I had never heard of one before. And man, I'm going to tell you what, that sucker looked really good. So I think I'm going to make myself one tomorrow.
I made one once with a saw, like a.
Yeah.
You used a saw to chop it? Good God, Patrick.
I'll be back.
Okay.
So explain what a chopped salad is.
Yeah.
Well, you chop it.
Have you made a video yet?
Well, I made one once.
No. Have you made a video recently?
No.
Rumpus doesn't. No.
I'm waiting for notifications, and I'm afraid that since I haven't seen anything on your channel lately, they won't notify me when you post one. That's why I'm asking.
I'm just having a lazy moment.
I've tried everything with you, Grumpus. I've offered you an umbrella. I've offered to. I don't know. What else could I do, man? We can't get you to make a video. But the chili, you'll be doing a chili video. You'll probably do yours before Charlotte will.
You know what, Patrick? I think we should send them a poncho, a rain poncho.
Jules, this chili thing is your excuse to start the channel.
Yes, it is.
But having said that, though, I'm not so sure because I think Jules would probably win.
She possibly could win.
Yeah, I think maybe
She's
wait
a
till later,
sleeper.
Jules.
I think we got a sleeper amongst us.
Because she did say earlier, I've got to kill her, so some words to the effect, I've got to kill a chili. I bet you'd be better.
I make all kinds of chili. It depends on, you know, like, is there one chili that you're doing, or is it just do your own version of a chili, or?
Do anything. I say do anything.
Okay.
Laura, I'll be right back. I'm going to brush my teeth.
Oh dear.
Wow. That sounds
That's hilarious.
That sounds interesting. You really need to get that second channel happening, Charlotte.
Oh, for God's sake.
Are they tangled?
Teeth. That's where talk to text will mess you up every time.
Oh my God. Lord help me. Oh Lord.
I was typing in the chat one time, and it was a good thing I checked because I went, howdy peeps, and it changed peeps to perps.
Oh God!
I'm like, oh hell no! I would have died. Howdy perps.
Put it on the screen.
What do you mean put it on the screen?
This.
Let me see it.
Show them our tornado or our hurricane
update.
Our update. Yeah. Breaking news. NHC update on Hurricane Ida. What are you doing, Wes?
I'm letting it get to the point so I can pause it.
Well, no, I want to hear what the update is. I don't care about. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, it looks like it's going west of New Orleans still. Can you? Oh, geez.
There you go.
Can you guys see that?
Right there.
It's really.
Yeah.
It looks like it might have jogged a little to the east, but not much. Oh, that's yuck. God dang it, y'all. I do not want to run from a hurricane. Jeez. Because you know when I get back, there won't be any power. All the food will be spoiled. And no grocery stores will be open. It sucks.
No chili video.
And no chili video, for God's sake. And you know what?
Yeah, what's Grumpus doing? He's got the.
Oh, Grumpus is showing us a better map.
Here,
There's
Grumpus,
enlarge
how do
that?
I let you share a
there's
page?
Gulfport right there.
Where? Show us. Yeah, right on the edge of the thing.
Can you
And I
enlarge that?
live.
You want to try to share it? You want to try to share the screen?
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Can you help me?
Well, I don't know. I've never done that before.
Patrick, do you know how?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Patrick, you just
There's a way of doing it.
Grumpus, you just hit share
Oh, there you go. Share.
at the bottom and then hit audio.
Oh,
And
so I
then
don't
you
have to
click
do
on the
anything?
thing on the top right hand corner. And you got to pick which one you're sharing. And then it puts it in the basement. And then you let it up just like you would someone that's in the basement.
Oh, okay.
I
Oh,
think.
hell. This could be a problem. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm going to try my best. That's
Guys,
not saying a whole lot.
Karen says she's got to go. She's getting tired.
Bye, Karen.
Okay, Karen. Thank you. Karen,
some
I
rest.
appreciate you so much. Thank you for coming to our live stream and hanging out with us. It has been amazing.
We'll see you soon. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, have a great weekend, and I hope to see you again next time.
Ah, there you go.
Pup Julie. Oh, you have too many schnauzers. I did not know that, Kat. That's awesome. And she says she's running. Kat lives in the same town that I live in, and she is running.
Yeah. You saw my dog. Yeah, this is funny. This is
Brocksman.
mind my heating.
Sack.
Look at my dog.
Hi, Brocksman
Right.
Sack. I've never seen your name
And
in our
then
chat.
right behind me,
Oh,
my stalkers, right? Like they're always.
Brocksman, we are just outside of the cone. So we're waiting to see if this storm makes an eastward jog or.
Oh, no.
She's run away.
Hi.
If it doesn't come to the east, then we are going to stay put. And he says, pack up and drive to Miami and have a vacation. I would love to, but I'd go to the Keys and not Miami.
Just don't stay in a high-rise condo.
Right. It does have the makings of a monster storm, though. You are very correct. It's already starting to look like a sawtooth. Have y'all noticed that? All of my USPs. Are you there? Okay, I'm trying to get back to StreamYard, Grumpus. Give me 1 second, okay? Because my...
Marcel, are you eating beaver nuggets?
What happened?
What happened with the beaver nuggets?
Yeah, are you eating beaver nuggets, Marcel?
I wish I had some.
I've got some.
I've got a Cheez-It and a pretzel.
Mmm.
Patrick, I can't believe you still have some left. You must just be savoring every little bite of those.
I don't think he's opened them yet.
No. I'm gonna do a video on it. It'll be out long before your chili video.
Just leave me alone.
Sometimes.
Okay, here we go, guys. Here we go. Oh, wait. Okay, nope, that's not it.
Sometimes a bit of pressure is required to motivate people. You know, it's
sometimes
in a nice,
right. Okay, guys,
in a
I'm
nice,
gonna share
in a nice way.
I'm gonna share this screen that Grumpus just put up here. Of course, I don't know if he just put it up or not, but that's where we are.
It's live.
Is it live now? Okay, great.
And where are you, Charlotte?
I am right on the edge, the right-hand side of that.
Right there.
You're right there. Oh, yeah. I can see it.
You see? I'm just west of Gulfport.
Gee, you're lucky there, aren't you?
Yeah.
Very narrow, yes.
Looks like New Orleans is right about there. Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Fiddlesticks.
Yeah, New Orleans is right there.
Yeah. And then,
Jesus.
Oh, it has come a little bit east, you guys.
Yep, and you're in Gulfport, correct?
Well, I'm just west of Gulfport.
All right, so you're right in there. So it don't have to move much for it hit you.
Right. I am right between Gulfport and the Bay of St. Louis.
So you're going to be on the dirty side of it. So you're going to get a lot of rain.
Yeah, exactly. And probably a lot of wind. Yes.
Looks like you might be getting some interesting comments.
Yeah, what do we got going
I
on?
gotcha.
Oh, come on.
Get rid of them.
I'm getting. I don't know. Can you read that?
Well, it's in Chinese.
Shit. Wesley, use the damn. Where's my mods?
I'm working on it.
Help me
We're
out,
all
guys.
here. I went over too, but Grumpus beat me.
There you go. Well done,
Okay.
Watts.
We're good, I think, for now.
Yeah.
You've got the killing crew on board.
Yeah, I'm initiating my killing crew. But yeah, that's looking like it jogged a little east. I don't know. Find out where the center is
I can back
by
out.
Sunday. Now for the update.
Well, they're saying Sunday it's going to be taking a northeast turn.
That's not any good
I know.
because that's where we are.
I know.
It's Sunday the 30th.
Yes,
Okay, so
I believe so. What is today?
they're showing landfall on Sunday.
Sunday, yeah.
If you were to leave, where would you go?
I would go to Florida.
Yeah. What?
Probably Pensacola, Florida.
Where though? What? Just a motel? Or what? Would
Yeah,
where
my
would you
son
go?
lives in Pensacola, and he has he used to work for a lot of the hotels down on the beachfront, and so he has contacts, and he told me he could try to get us a good deal on a hotel, and it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Cool.
Surf will be great in Pensacola.
Gee.
Maybe my son can teach me how to surf.
Well, how
Yeah,
long
that's
do you
not
leave it
looking
before-
good.
How long do you leave it before you decide what to do?
It depends on what time they're expecting it to hit. I think it's Sunday evening. So it only takes me 2 hours to get to Pensacola. And by Sunday, everybody who's leaving will have already left in this area. Most people don't wait till the last minute to leave.
Just our retarded behind.
Just us. A lot of the busy travel day will be tomorrow because people are going to be getting ready to leave. So if I leave on Sunday morning, I can get to Pensacola theoretically in 2.5 hours. And that'll be fine. I dang sure ain't going north. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Good grief.
Mm.
I might even go over as far as Tallahassee, Florida. Lake City, where my parents used to live.
Mm.
And that's a 7-hour ride. But it'll be worth it, I think, to get over there. My dad has a house over there that we could just hang out in. So, yeah.
So what are
Wow.
they saying? This is supposed to get really big.
It's supposed to be enormous, and they're predicting a Category 4.
But I mean, gosh,
I mean, it's
we're just
covering
getting-
the entire state of Louisiana.
y'all's general area there and Louisiana, they're just getting pummeled.
All the time, honey. It's like we're cursed. It really is. It's insane. It's like the hurricane gods want to annihilate the New Orleans area. And I'm 50 miles east of New Orleans.
Yeah, but just for reference, like you see down there, like down the coast, like you get down to like into Texas, like you keep going south, right there, Corpus Christi. That's my hometown.
And Corpus Christi used to get a lot of hurricanes. They haven't gotten so many
every
lately.
once in a while they still catch it. I remember when I was little, Hurricane Allen was probably the worst one. And then my mom was actually pregnant with me, I believe, when Cecilia hit, which was a really, really bad one.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
These things are no joke. They really are no joke. And I don't know, I might. Katrina actually, Kat, hang on a second. Let me read her stuff because, okay, Kat says, nobody on her street evacuated for Zeta, but we're all leaving for this one. Okay. And Katrina, she said, Katrina was a 4. Actually, I believe Katrina had downgraded to a 3 when it hit the coast, but it was a 5 while it was out there building up. Katrina also had a 28-foot storm surge, which is basically kind of like a freaking tsunami. This one only has a 7 to 11-foot surge, at least. Is that what they're saying still? 7 to 11? Some surge. But 7 to 11 is really nothing around here, except for the fact that it'll tear up the harbor again, and they haven't even fixed it since the last hurricane, so win-win. What does it say?
That's awful. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, it's starting to look ick. But, and see, the thing is, we don't know how far out the wind field is from the center. If it's only like a 50-mile across center, we should not get the brunt of it. But if it's 100-mile across center, we'll be right in the middle of the nasty.
Yeah, you're going to catch a lot of wind and.
Yeah, and we're on the right-hand side. That's always the worst side.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of water, a lot of rain.
Well, and yeah, I don't mind the rain. I just don't want to treat.
Where will y'all? Maybe you've answered this already, and I'm sorry if I've missed it. But where will y'all go?
We'll go to Florida. I've got a son
all the way to
Pensacola. I got my dad has property near Tallahassee, and then I have other sons who live in Jacksonville. So we've got plenty of places to go.
I guess that's not too far of a skip for you to get over to Tallahassee.
About 5 hours now.
Yeah.
So when do you think you'd make that decision?
Probably in the morning.
How many thousands of people you think going to make that decision in the morning?
A lot. That's why I wouldn't leave till Sunday morning.
Yeah, I-10 is going to be stacked up.
Oh, yeah. Well, and we can go.
Oh, my God. This is off the subject. But do you want to hear about a very odd, horrible car accident that happened on I-10, which runs directly by the exit to get to my house, by the way, through Texas. This happened yesterday. There was a semi truck that had meat products in the back, like I guess raw meat. Maybe it was a freezer truck or something like that. And the person driving the truck didn't secure the back. And so all the meat products went out onto the highway. It caused a 5-car pileup, explosions, multiple fatalities. This was right at the exit where you come off the interstate to come down to my house. So it was insane. It looked like a war zone right at the exit off the highway. And so Evan had to go. He went to a funeral after work yesterday. And so he had gone deep into San Antonio. And I texted him and I said, you might want to come back another way. Go back roads because you're going to be sitting on I-10 for hours. Cars were still on fire and they had confirmed 3 people dead.
Dang.
Yeah, from a meat truck losing its load on the interstate. I mean, isn't that random? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's a shocker.
Heartbreaking too, you know. Here these people are minding their own business and run into a pile of meat and end up dead. I mean,
there are so many bad things you can say right now about this.
You just never know.
Let me see if I can find.
You never know what's going to happen, right?
You never know.
It's terrible. What are we doing? Category 3. That's not so bad.
Some random guy just goes eat every.
Right. Poppy's being ugly, y'all. He's being really ugly.
Well, I am a dirty old sailor. What do you expect?
If it's a 3 on the west of New Orleans, it looks like the edge is right at Bay St. Louis there. See
right.
it?
We just need to look at it in the morning because then the C-130 will have already done another fly through and we'll know more what's going on.
Yeah, because the last fly-in, I think, was at 11 o'clock tonight. And that'll be the last update we get until probably 4 in the morning or so. But
because they fly the C-130s out of Keesler Air Force Station, is like half an hour down the road from us.
Yeah,
so.
that's in Biloxi. Right now, the pressure is at 987.
That's not bad.
No, that's not terrible.
If it drops in the low 900s to the 800s, that sucks.
We ain't doing no 800s. We go if it gets past 960, we're getting the hell out of Dodge.
The 960 is still not bad. It's in the 920s that sucks.
They all suck, Wesley.
If you do go, just watch out for meat trucks.
Right? No kidding.
Random people.
I almost said something ugly. Oh Lord, have mercy.
Have you got any other stories for us, Marcel? That's a weird one.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, tragic, but great.
Wow.
Tragic.
Have you got any more,
well, let's see. I pulled up the news story, and this was just, it says, and I'll just read it. According to a news release from the city of Seguin, a tractor trailer transporting meat products was traveling on Interstate 10 right before 3 p.m. when it was cut off by vehicles trying to avoid TxDOT workers, which are, workers on the highway doing construction. Yeah, in the area. The driver of the tractor trailer braked abruptly to avoid a collision, causing the truck to lose its load on the highway, which caused slick road conditions. Another 18-wheeler swerved to avoid the crash, but collided into a guardrail at the highway bypass and burst into flames, causing a chain reaction crash involving 4 vehicles. 3 people died at the scene. Jason Howell, 48, Jason Sanchez, 36, Joseph Klein, 37, also killed. A police officer from my city was also treated and released for injuries he suffered trying to save the victims. But yeah, like right at the exit, 2 miles from where I live, this happened off the interstate. Right. You know?
Good God.
Yeah. Just, you never know.
You never know.
However, none of us make it out of here alive.
Yeah, but that's why you need to, 2 car lengths was back when the world was driving 55 miles an hour, people.
Yes, ma'am.
Now people are going 70, 80, 90. In Texas, on most interstates, it's 80 miles an hour. That's our speed limit. That's legitimate. And so people are like, I've got 2 car lengths. I'm like, that's not going to save you.
No,
you need
it's
to
not.
back off. You need to back way off if you're going to choose to go 80 miles an hour.
Exactly. My father and I were just talking about that this past weekend. And he was talking about, because, Violet's about to start driving. And he was telling me if there was any bit of little wisdom he could give her, was to stay off their asses.
Yeah.
And
I drive in a bubble. I'm in a bubble. I stay like all by myself. I don't like anybody next to me. I have a good car length in front of me.
Yeah.
If they want to ride my ass, I move over, let them go, and then I go back to where I was. I don't care.
I figure it this way. Everybody out there is in a bigger hurry than I'm in. And if they want to go past me, please go. Because I don't want you up my behind anyway, you know?
Yeah, well, wherever they need to be is way more important than where I need to be, you know?
And you know what? I don't even drive, and that's what philosophy I have. But when I did drive, that's how I drove. I was a very defensive driver back then.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd classify myself as the same.
Oh, yeah, Kat, I bet it does. She said her son drives a truck, and it makes her nervous. Are you talking about a big truck? Like, you know.
A semi?
Yeah. I used to work for a truck stop. We just called them big trucks and little trucks, but. Well, that's what they call themselves.
Yeah, but it looks like in that particular accident, I don't think it was the truck drivers that died. It was the
one that exploded.
The regular vehicles.
Oh, yeah. Well, they weren't paying attention. You know, my dad has this theory that there are no such thing as accidents. Accidents are the result of somebody making a stupid decision. And the longer I live, the more I realize that there's a lot of truth in that. Dwayne said recently he saw a red vehicle speeding through a school zone. Hate that. Because my kids used to walk to school. And I would get so angry at people speeding through the school zone because, you know, kids, they're in their own little world. And they just they're not able to pay attention like adults are. Shoot.
Some adults don't even pay attention.
Yeah, I was about to say that, but it's scary to say that.
True not.
Y'all, my daughter's game got canceled tonight. It was supposed to be her first football game to play in the band for the season. And we had storms from 7 o'clock this morning until about 4 o'clock this afternoon, and they canceled and rained them out. And she was so upset. So first game is going to be September 3rd, next Friday. If we're still a city by then.
Right?
You know, after Katrina, all of the schools here were out for months and months and months. They had no place to go to school because every single one of the schools sustained. One school was completely demolished. And there was just no place for them to go. They ended up doing portable buildings and sending them in little trailers to go to school once they were able to get them here. But the cleanup lasted months before these kids could they could haul the trailers in, park them, and the kids could go back to school. It was crazy.
Bridges on I-10 going to Biloxi and going over to
Alabama, we were completely landlocked.
Long.
Well, sort of landlocked.
You had to go the long way around.
If you wanted to go north, you were fine. But there's a bridge that comes in from Biloxi, from Ocean Springs to Biloxi. And then there's another bridge. Okay, you got Ocean Springs and Biloxi on the coast. And then there's a great big bridge where the bay goes out into the sound. And then you've got Biloxi, Gulfport, the town I'm in, Long Beach, and then the pass. And then there's another great big bridge, probably a mile, 2.5 miles long or so, and it goes to the next town over. Well, both of those bridges were completely gone after Katrina. So everybody who lived here was stuck here unless you wanted to go up north and go around, and it was like 3 or 4 hours out of the way. So that was kind of crazy too. And that's one of the reasons it took so long for people to get supplies and ice and food and things that people needed to survive. That's why it took so long for it to get here after Katrina, because there was no way in unless they went the long way in.
Or used helicopters.
Or helicopters. And I'm going to tell you what, I remember watching the news after Katrina, and not here in Mississippi, but over in New Orleans after the levees broke, and the whole town flooded really bad. People were standing on top of their houses waiting to get rescued. And I distinctly remember seeing a military helicopter fly in to try to save somebody, and the people on top of the roof were shooting at the freaking helicopter. And that's how crazy that town is over there. I just never seen anything like it before.
Well, it wasn't my old squadron.
Am I
If it was
on
my
here?
old squadron, they'd be
I think
shooting
I
back.
froze up. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Okay. Because I see Grumpus Street. Grumpus, what you drinking?
I have Ocean Spray Cran Mango with some Deep Eddy.
Oh, that cran mango. I haven't tried that.
Yeah.
My favorite was always the cran grape.
Yep, this is pretty good.
She
With
said,
some what? What is it? Is that alcohol or non-alcohol?
Deep Eddy is vodka.
yeah,
Ah, deep Eddy.
Made right here, right in Austin.
yeah.
Ah. Well. I'm impressed.
Let me
Got
see.
almost like a grapefruit.
How was your
Tasted it.
weekend last weekend, Grumpus?
Pardon me?
How was your weekend last weekend?
Oh, it was awesome. We had a great time.
Yeah.
I
figured you would.
I brought my mom back with me, so she's
Yeah.
gonna stay with me for about 4 or 5 months.
Oh,
Oh, how
really?
nice.
Oh, that's cool.
Because I generally don't get to see her, but just every few years.
Yeah.
Maybe she could do a cooking video.
She could probably fry up some chicken.
I bet she could make some chili.
I know
Chili?
she can make some fried chicken.
But both of you could get on there and do a dual chili video.
Right? Fried chicken.
Hashtag-
Oh, Lord, that sounds delicious right now.
And waffles.
Hashtag burn your ass off chili.
Burn your. Yeah,
Is
fried
that what it
chicken
is?
sounds delicious.
That's what it is, isn't it?
I think it's blow your backside.
Oh, I thought it was ass. So ass.
Arse.
Good night, Cat. Cat's going to bed.
Hey,
Good
Scully!
night.
Yes, we're having a
Good night,
hurricane
Kat.
party.
Okay.
Scully lives very close to me too, and if you guys haven't subscribed to his channel, he's the author that reads to you. And I think I've mentioned him before. Yeah, we're having a hurricane party. Woo woo! But only let's see, Kat lives here where we do, Scully, and me and you, and that's all of us that are in this area. I don't think there's any New Orleans people in here, and we got some Texas people. But I think they're in the clear this time around. Yeah. Good night, Kat. Thank you so much for coming to our live stream. It's so nice to see you. And I hope we see you again sometime soon. Have a great evening. But yeah, I love Scully's channel.
So Patrick, are you familiar with Joe Everett Barbecue?
Joe Everett.
Yeah, he gets on a lot of the live chats. Everett Barbecue.
No, not. I may have heard the name, but I'm pretty sure I haven't seen the channel now.
He's up in Indianapolis. I got to spend Thursday night with him.
Sorry.
Okay.
And
How was that?
oh, that was great, man. I showed up. He had, I got up at his place about 5:36. He'd made 2 racks of ribs on 2 different pits. He'd made a brisket. Had it wrapped and resting when I got there. He'd worked all day long.
Oh my.
Fantastic. Had you met him before?
Not in person, no.
Isn't that great? How you can.
That
I'd love
sounds
to do that.
delicious too.
He's less than 5 miles from where I was raised.
No,
Oh wow.
I drove right to his house without a map because I knew where he was at.
What's the name of the channel again?
Everett Barbecue.
I'm just looking it up now because I'll have a look.
He is so funny.
Everett Barbecue.
Yeah.
And he makes his living. He plays bass fiddle in the Carmel Symphony Orchestra.
Get out
Does he
of
really?
Dodge.
No, he's into the Chopin and the Beethoven and all that kind of stuff.
That's
I've got it.
amazing.
You'd never
I've got his channel. I'll have a
guess
look.
it in a million years.
Wow, he's got some nice looking videos there.
Oh yeah, he does some really nice, and he is just
Yeah.
funny.
Yep, Laura, he is a musician. That's
Yep.
what he said anyway. Scully, are you leaving town or are you going to stay around? I'm curious because I think we're going to stay. We're going to make a decision sometime tomorrow, depending on how much wobble we get to the east. And they're known for that, y'all. And you know it, don't you, Grumpus?
I for sure know it.
Damn wobblers. Well, that, and you know what's really scary to me is that here in the recent history, they've been gaining momentum and speed and wind speed right before they hit. So the news will predict a category 1 or category 2, and it'll end up being a 3 or a 4 by the time it hits. And I think that's something that's been a trend recently, just in the past year or two, because I don't remember that happening so much in the past.
No, not as a kid. I don't.
I really don't.
Well, in the past, I don't remember as many in a season as we've been having the last few years.
Right.
No.
Well, you know, though, Grumpus, we've been really lucky this year because this is the first real threat that we've had. And I know last year our threat started with Cristobal in June.
But there's already been a couple of hurricanes hit this year.
Yeah, but not
us,
here.
But, well, it doesn't matter.
And not in the Gulf.
One hit in the continental United States still sucks.
Yeah, but usually
well, I think the last one here was Ike, if I remember right.
Was it?
I believe so. It was Rita or Ike. I think it was Ike. And I bought a generator right after that. And so I don't think we'll ever have a hurricane here.
ZE wants to know what a wobbler is. It is a hurricane that is on a certain path, and then it starts to wobble this way and that way and this way, and you never know where it's really going to hit because it wobbles too much.
Like the one last year in October.
Yeah.
Sometimes they'll just stall. They'll sit in one spot for a half a day or so, and then you don't know which way it's going to take off.
Mm-hmm.
Or they can be jerks like Donna years ago.
Donna? What do you know about Donna?
I heard about it. My dad was out in it.
Oh, okay.
He and one of his buddies were on the island in a military Jeep telling people to get out of Dodge now, and a gust of wind flipped the Jeep over.
Oh, not good.
Nope.
But yeah, sometimes these hurricanes, they got a mind of their own, and they really surprise people. Just like Katrina did that.
Good idea.
You know,
Laura.
I don't know if you, and I have a lot of problems with how the news channels handled the Katrina situation, because
Oh yeah.
all of the focus was on New Orleans, and Mississippi was absolutely devastated beyond, and not just one town in Mississippi. The entire 66 miles of the coast was devastated.
Yep, I remember.
Like a bomb went off. And the news channels here in the States never covered much about the state of Mississippi. And Mississippi basically rebuilt itself without all of the donations and the support that was going and all of that. So, Scully, I didn't know you were in Long Beach. Hot diggity dog. Yeah, I live in Long Beach. Scully lives in the same town I do, and so does Kat. Isn't that amazing, y'all?
Small world.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it is. Yeah. All right. I want to know if you're leaving town. I guess you're not, because you're like here and hanging out with our party. At least for now. Are you going to wait and see what happens, or are you just going to stay? A lot of the people here on the coast of Mississippi, they don't want to leave and do anything. They stay in their house. And that was part of the problem, like I said, with Katrina, was all the focus was on New Orleans. As that hurricane was building and building and building, it was a Category 5 about to slam into the coast of Mississippi, and they were warning New Orleans. And they were telling everybody, oh, yeah, it's going to hit New Orleans, bloody, bloody, bloody. And it did not. It hit 10 minutes down the road from me.
Yeah.
And again, the devastation, it's hard to put into words because we didn't see everything that happened in the beginning because we didn't live here. We saw everything 4 years later, and there was still vinyl siding wrapped around trees from homes that were destroyed in the hurricane. There was still clothing debris hanging from trees 100 feet in the air.
The helicopter squadron that came down here that did all the life flights and rescue and food distribution and all the major work, I used to belong to that squadron, and I talked to some of the air crew and pilots when they finally made it back to Virginia, and they said the place literally looked like a war zone, like that the place had been bombed for weeks.
Yeah. And it's very, very sad. And Scully can tell you about this too. And maybe Kat. I don't know how long Kat's been here, but if you talk to people from here who had to go through that hurricane and the aftermath of it, and make no mistake, it was a national disaster, a complete and utter national disaster that spanned probably 3 states: Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana, because Louisiana did not get the immediate effects of the hurricane. They got some rain, they got some wind.
Then they got the storm surge.
But then they got some of that storm surge, and that's why the city flooded, and it was an emergent situation, and people were dying because they were trapped in their homes, and the levees broke, and all of the water just... New Orleans is below sea level.
It built the city in a bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the water had nowhere to go except in the bowl.
Blame the French.
Right.
Well, don't forget the media tried to turn that political too.
They certainly did. Just like they're trying to turn COVID political.
That's why Mississippi got overlooked, because they was trying to make all of New Orleans a racial political.
Exactly. And they were saying that they blew up the levees. They were saying that the government was trying to kill all the black folks in New Orleans. Well, I don't know how that happens. But if you blow up a levee, you're going to kill all the folks, not just the black folks.
That's right.
You know? Oh my God, I was watching the beginning, but Jesus. The beginning of what, Scully? Are you talking about the video or Katrina, or... I'm confused. I'm so confused. When you see me. I see you just fine. I've been asking you questions, Mr. Man. He was at the beginning of the video he didn't realize it wasn't finished yet. So
he didn't go to the end.
Right.
He started the other end.
Yeah. So, no, I can see you. I can see you just fine now. But yeah, that's what happened. And like you said, Grumpus, they tried to politicize it and make it very against our president for not responding quickly enough, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the way it was handled, there was no way to respond, honestly. I don't know how anybody could have handled that type of situation as vast as it was.
He offered help. He did offer help.
I remember.
And it was denied. He said, we're fixing to pull all the helicopters because we're not going to let them get tore up. And
right.
I think it was the mayor of New Orleans said, no, we got this under control. And then the governor of Louisiana said, no, we got this under control. And then when the shit started hitting the fan, then they said, okay, I guess you can help now. And it was too late.
Yes. And not only that, you do know Ray Nagin is sitting in prison right now, right?
No, but that's good news.
It is good news. He is in prison I forget what. Look that up for me on Google. Ray Nagin, Nagan. Scully, did you just get an update that said it's going west? Because that's good news if it is. I mean, well, none of it's good news, but that means I don't have to leave if it goes west. And I really don't want to leave. I hope so too. I really hope so.
You mad at the people in Beaumont?
But no, I'm not mad at any of them. Just a little west, okay? You mean just a little west of us, or just a little more west of New Orleans? Because I'm using New Orleans as my guidepost. If it goes west of New Orleans, I'm staying. If it goes east, I'm leaving. But yeah, it's crazy how they do things like that, national disasters like that. I don't know, I don't know how it is in other places because I haven't lived in other places, but it doesn't seem to me like I've ever seen anything more politicized than that particular national disaster. Any other national disaster more politicized than that one. But they had it in for that president anyway.
Well, they did. They did.
More west of New Orleans. Okay. Well, for me, that's good news. For them other folks, it's not. Yeah, we are. We're going to have to watch it really close tomorrow and see. We're going to make a decision sometime tomorrow evening and then leave Sunday morning.
There you go.
This software I'm using is called My Radar.
You're okay.
It's called My Radar. You can download it.
Okay.
And
Scully, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It gives you updates.
Okay. I wanted to ask Scully if he watches Mike's weather page. If that's who he uses, or does he use WLOX or? Yeah. Scully says we still don't have one working red light in Long Beach where we live since the last storm. Do you know all of this traffic light quit working? They went out.
Quit working my behind. They were blown off.
Well, that too. They were destroyed during the last hurricane in October, and they have not fixed one of them. They're all flashing red lights, and the city says they're not going to fix them because traffic moves better now.
No, it doesn't.
Let me tell you something.
I see people blowing stop signs. I've seen car accidents. I've seen all kinds of stupid.
Yeah. People around here drive like they own the place. But he's right about that. There's no working stoplights in our town. None. We have stop signs. We have flashing red lights. That is it.
And the crazy thing is Gulfport, right down the road, they had all
4 miles
kinds of
away.
lights blown down, poles blown down, the same kind of damage we had, but all their crap was already fixed.
And one of these intersections is a 5-way stop.
Yeah.
No, is it 5? 1, 2, 3? 1, 2, 3. No, I'm sorry. It's a 4-way stop, but it's weird. It's got a street that goes straight this way, and then one that.
Oh, it's a 5-way.
Is it?
Because it's got 2 going like this.
Yeah.
And then the normal 3.
Okay. Yeah.
And it just has a flashing red light. So
yeah.
It's like a good luck, gun it when it's your turn, you might make it.
Do you see that? Pineville by Domino's is a death trap.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
sir. It surely is. And now they've got Pineville so torn up that you can't even drive over there. I wouldn't go over there. I haven't been over there in, God, it's been a long time since I've been over there.
20 counts of corruption and bribery.
Grumpus, it says here that Ray Nagin was convicted on 20 counts of corruption, bribery, and fraud in February 2014, reported to a low-security prison in Texarkana, Texas, for a 10-year sentence in September. His full sentence would have lasted until September 24. 4.5 years. Well, this was an old article, but anyhow,
they let him out a little early because of COVID. He's now living in Texas.
Right.
None
he
of
lives
that
right around
surprises
the
me.
corner from Pineville and Domino's and all that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
None of that surprises me.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me either because that man was very corrupt and wanted to blame everybody else for a shitstorm that he created himself. Excuse me, but that's the truth.
He turned down the help.
Mm-hmm. So,
and as the TVs were being stolen and the cars were floating by, he said he still had it under control.
No kidding. And the dead bodies were floating in the water.
That's right.
You know?
And he still had a handle on it.
Right. Hey, Murphy, hand me one of them nutty buddy things.
Hey, get me one too.
Turn the AC off.
Grumpus wants No, I didn't turn the AC off.
Probably your sister then.
Y'all, I didn't have any dinner tonight because Poppy wouldn't cook for me.
Oh man.
I know.
I didn't want to cook either.
I'm a little disappointed. So
Should have took a run down I-10. They had steak on the road.
I know, right?
Yeah. Legit.
So I'm having Cabernet Sauvignon and a Nutty Buddy.
And the
Breakfast
boys are going to
champions.
make some ramen.
Oh, no, that,
You should have cooked some chili for dinner.
I know, right? He could have cooked me some chili, couldn't he?
You didn't have the camera?
Well, I
ready?
don't know. It depends on the rules. You might not have allowed it.
What are we have rules now?
Well, for chili, apparently, if it's not good enough, or there's lots of
Well, if
rules.
Poppy would talk loud enough for the camera to hear him, we might not have a problem.
But also the amount of speakers and microphones and crazy stuff this woman's got, she should be able to have it figured out by now.
Got to pin a ladder mic on him.
You could
All
always
I
do
have-
She had
voiceovers.
one. She had one of those little mics she put right here. But you know that special little device you've got to plug into your phone first?
Ah,
She
yeah.
didn't have that.
That's
I
just
didn't
a
know I
detail.
needed that. I thought
Like-
you just plug it into the thing.
I'm like, honey, where's this jack? She's like, what jack? So I had her get two.
Oh yeah, Scully. Nobody's ready. Nobody's ready. I'm ready. I'm ready to leave.
You're never really ready for these storms because you think you might have something covered and you're like, oh crap, I forgot this.
I'll tell you what I
Yes.
got. Scully. I got propane. I got charcoal. I got two ways to cook. I've got ice. I've got a freezer full of food. And that's it.
Sound like you're ready.
Oh, and I have
All right.
lots of water.
Guys,
I've got,
I've got it. I'm gonna have to hop off.
okay, Marcel, thank you
I'm
so
gonna
much
have to
for
go.
coming.
Bye,
Bye.
bye.
Love y'all.
Love
Good
you
night,
all.
Marcel.
Nice.
Bye.
Night.
Bye.
Bye.
So Charlotte, when the power goes out, do y'all still have water? Do the pump,
yeah.
do the water
We did
pump
last
still
time,
run?
Mm-hmm. Oh, Scully said he's never left for a hurricane in 52 years of his life.
I've never run
Good
for
night,
one.
ZE. Thank you for showing up for our stream. We appreciate you so much.
Good night, Z.
We'll see you again next time, okay?
Night.
A lot of people around here have never left for a hurricane. Never. And I don't know. I understand it in some ways, and in other ways I don't. So most of the time you have water, but you can't drink it. That's right. That's true. Because a lot of times the what do you call it? That plant that treats the water, it goes down, the electricity.
Right.
So everybody has to boil everything.
And the crazy thing is why don't they have a
Uh-huh.
backup generator at the water treatment facility?
Right. Right.
Figure if they
Well,
have
we-
one, that would be the best stinking one to have one at.
Right.
When we had the freeze,
Mm-hmm.
our water was off for a while.
Oh, I bet it was.
Yeah.
So
bet.
we'd filled one of the tubs just in the
Mhm.
spare bathroom full, so
Yeah.
that we could at least flush the toilets.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah. That's what I told Poppy. If it gets really bad, we'll fill up the stinking bathtub full of water and put a cap full of bleach or something in it to purify it. And, we'll have plenty of drinking water. Now, are we going to be able to bathe? Who knows? But we have baby wipes.
Rain shower.
Field bath.
Rain shower, field bath, same thing.
Murphy's been a Boy Scout since he was in the first grade. He calls it a field bath. Yeah, they probably will, Scully, and then we'll lose all of our water pressure and it'll be all for naught anyway. Every time they flush the lines, we lose water pressure in some part of the city and they send out a boil water notice because of it.
Yeah.
And the water usually turns brown
It
and
turns,
has mud in
yeah.
it.
turns brown. It's terrible. I've never seen anything like it. In all the places I've ever lived in my life, I've never seen brown water come out of my spigot before.
Dang, too loud.
But what? Oh, let me tell you what, look. Y'all, you know I told you I've been drinking these little tiny bottles of wine, right?
Yep.
I've had 2. My son comes in here, looks at the table at my empty 2 bottles of wine. Now, mind you, I'm drinking tea now. He goes, dang, 2 bottles?
Now, if there's 4 on the table, son, then you might need to worry about your mama. But 2, nah. Nah.
Why don't you go to bed, sweetheart? Take your kitty cat and go to bed.
Because he's cooking ramen.
Oh, that's right. You can't go to bed and cook at the same time.
I'll eat it.
Poppy does that all the time, though.
What?
He does. He sleeps and cooks at the same time.
You're insane.
Ridiculous.
She's insane. It's that other person talking in there.
I love ramen.
I don't care for it.
Maybe I'll do a chili ramen. Ramen chili.
Oh, do you know there's a restaurant here that makes something, a chili, like they think they call it chili mac. It's steak and shake. And they use like spaghetti and they put chili stuff on top of it.
Mhm.
Like, I don't care for it.
It's not bad.
Scully says he's going off to make some hurricane preps and he'll see us later.
Cheers, Scully.
Stay safe, you too, Scully. Keep us
Have a good night.
posted, okay? On your safety, okay? Stay safe.
Are y'all going to board up your windows or anything?
We have a couple of them boarded up, but only where the trees are.
Yeah, I got 1 bedroom window I used to put a piece of plywood up over just so the wife can sleep, but the rest of them
I'm not that worried about trees.
I'm not either.
I mean, as far as on this end of the house, it's the bedroom end of the house that worries me the most. Yeah.
If anything, we'll all sleep in the living room.
Yeah. Or in the hallway.
Yeah.
I'll probably put the kids in the hallway if we stay anyway. Because, you know, when there's a hurricane, there's tornadoes. Because the hurricane spins off tornadoes. And I think that scare me more than the hurricane.
So you got to do any special prep for the chickens?
That's a good question.
I'm probably going to take some visqueen and tape up and seal up the top half of it. That way a lot of rain doesn't blow in on them.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Last time.
Yeah, last time it did.
I got visqueen and a staple gun, so
Yeah,
I'll wrap the top half of it.
that'll be good. I wonder if I should do anything for the pond. I don't think so. I think it's heavy enough that it'll stay put.
No, it ain't moving.
Yeah, it ain't going nowhere.
Rabbits.
You ought to just clean them too. I don't know.
It'll get too hot in there.
That's what I'm thinking.
Besides, they can run upstairs and hide.
Mm-hmm. The rabbits have a 2-story house, and there's a whole level on the top that's completely protected from the elements. So I guess they can choose what they want to do.
Now you
I
might
guess
lose
I
some
would.
water lily leaves.
Yeah, but they'll grow back.
They'll fly.
I mean, as
like
fast
that.
as they grow,
Yeah, it won't kill it,
yeah,
but it may shred some.
yeah. But that's okay. I did get my fertilizer though, and I put that in there. So I got my fingers crossed that it'll. I don't know. Is there any special dance that I have to do, or turn around 3 times when a full moon, or?
Well, I was telling the wife, the only thing I can think of is maybe since they were bare root, it may take them a little bit longer. Any of them that I've ever bought were already planted in nursery buckets, and I just set the bucket down in the water and called it a job.
Okay.
But since they're bare root, I got to thinking maybe it might take a little bit longer to get it established.
Okay. Well, and to be honest, I guess it takes up from one point to the other is maybe 20 inches. So it is a baby.
Yeah.
It's definitely a baby. But I'm telling you what, the colors in those leaves are so pretty to me. And even, I mean, yes, I want it to bloom. I can't wait until it blooms. But if it never did, it would still be beautiful floating on the top of that water with all those gorgeous variegated burgundy and green leaves.
cool.
To me, are just gorgeous.
What sort of noodles are being cooked here?
I'll show you.
What flavor?
I think it's chicken. Yeah.
Up top, honey.
Or are they in the top?
I did pork chops the other night.
Ah, so did we.
No, so did he.
She didn't eat any.
I've been on strike all week. I haven't felt like cooking. Okay, Patrick, there it is right there.
Listen, we've got that here. Yeah.
You do?
Want some?
This is my son's favorite one.
See, he's got good taste.
He does. What are you looking for, dear?
The Tonys.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Did you do it? Did you film the pork chops being cooked? Grumpus?
No, I'm still
Grumpus.
trying to recoup from my trip back.
Grumpus, you have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I know.
You have
Do you have
thousands
this, Patrick?
Thousands of disappointed subscribers.
That's good stuff.
This
Yeah,
is
it
the
is.
best stuff on the planet.
I've heard that's good. You can put that in the chili.
Yes, you
You can
can.
put that on anything.
Pork.
Well-
It's wonderful on pork. My favorite on pork. I'll be right
Maybe
back.
I should do a pork chili.
No, when I was in
that
the
sounds
Navy,
good.
I'd keep that stuff, cans of tuna, cans of chicken, and all kinds of stuff in my barracks room. Because sometimes if you were working late, the galley was closed, every restaurant on base was closed, and you were just tired. So I just throw that in the microwave with a can of food, or a can of chicken. Throw a little bit of mayonnaise in it to make it moist, and about dinner.
There you go. Beautiful. How'd you do your pork chops, Grumpus?
I just did it like a reverse sear on the gas grill.
Yeah.
Just cooked them up, put some barbecue sauce on them, put some Uncle Steve's
Uncle Steve's, yeah.
Uncle
yeah.
Steve's on it, and
Cheese
yeah,
good
it
in
wasn't anything fancy. I was just trying to get the family fed.
Mm.
Oh, you did it fancier
when
than
you
me.
say- Yeah, when Grumpus says it's nothing fancy, it's usually 5-star.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
nothing
There's a lot
fancy.
fancier
Come on.
I'm just drooling. Going, oh, I wish I could have that.
Yeah, I had no reverse sear. I just threw them in the oven, covered them in tinfoil, and baked them.
Grumpus, what the heck is a reverse sear?
You don't
Well,
know what a reverse sear.
You slow.
No, I'm just an awful home cook.
Tell her.
Humble home cook.
Well, you just slow cook it so you're cooked all the way through just about, and then you slam it down on some hot flame and sear the
Slam it.
outside to finish it off.
Okay. Okay.
Because a
that
lot
makes
of times if you sear it first, then pull it off the high heat, a lot of times you'll end up with a raw center.
Yeah.
sense. That is true.
So you cook it slow so it goes from the outside in pretty even.
Okay.
And like on a pork chop, I'll usually take them up to about 120, 125,
Uh-huh.
and then slam them on the heat on both sides until the middle's about 145.
Mm. It's good.
Just
It works.
past pink.
Have
Yeah.
you ever done lamb chops or anything like that on the
I
on the
love
grill?
lamb chop. I'm the only one in
Oh,
my family,
yeah.
but I love lamb chops.
Oh, me too. That's one of my favorite things to eat is lamb chops. I love them.
Lamb, I've got a few lamb videos. But you've got to. I'll tell you this. I like my lamb well done.
I do too.
Steak, medium rare, absolutely.
Mhm.
But lamb, it's got to be well done. But when I say that, either slow cooked like a shoulder, or if
Mhm.
it's chops, because there's so much fat in lamb. I love it crispy. I love to get that fat
Oh yeah, yeah,
Right.
nice and crispy, so you can. It's like almost it's just delicious.
yeah.
Love it. Love it.
How about steak tartare? You ever had that?
No.
I've
doesn't
had it,
interest
but I
me.
don't like it.
I don't care for it.
I had it overseas, and I thought it was good.
Look,
I
there's
do
been a
love
few-
ceviche, but not
Oh, that's
steak
great.
tartare.
Yeah. Look, I'm not into raw. The only thing I'll eat raw is fish, like in sushi and stuff.
Yes,
Right.
yes.
But
I mean, I don't
not,
go chasing it down. I just had the opportunity to eat it once, and I'm like, this is pretty good.
Yeah, I like my
Yeah.
sushi deep fried.
Really?
Yeah.
My favorite is
Now
salmon
that being
sushi.
said, I like raw oysters. I can eat my weight in raw oysters.
Heck
Oh, yeah.
I cannot choke down raw fish.
Huh.
Mm.
See, now
Well,
to
yeah.
me, a salmon sushi tastes so much better than an oyster in a different way. I mean, it's like comparing apples and oranges, really.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I
but,
like smoked salmon, but regular salmon, I don't like it. It's just too fishy.
and I love
oily
a
for me.
smoked salmon too.
Yeah, give me 2 dozen of oysters. I'll be good.
Yeah, I know. I just love
That's for starch.
I love salmon. Period. Cooked, raw, it doesn't matter. Smoked.
My wife likes salmon, but I don't care for it.
It's my favorite, and I do love I love yellowfin tuna, but I do not like white tuna. And because it has a different flavor. But the yellowfin is good to me. And I like eel sushi. Love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Now,
Yeah,
Emerald
white should be deep
Lagasse.
fried.
Emerald Lagasse has a restaurant in Vegas. Well, he's got a couple in Vegas, but he's got his fish house in the MGM Grand. And I had his seared tuna.
Oh,
It was just delicious.
oh, I bet it was.
I love tuna.
When we moved here, it was our 9th anniversary,
9 or 10.
and Poppy took me to the Emerald's Gulf Coast Fish House.
Yes.
And it used to be at the Island View Casino in Gulfport.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a meal I will never forget.
First
because-
class, wasn't it?
Oh my
it was
gosh.
phenomenal.
The chef came out basically, and we did like a Russian roulette wheel of courses.
Yeah, it's the chef's night. Yeah.
Yeah.
He
It
picks
was
all 4.
wonderful. And we had,
That's great.
oh gosh, I forget all of the dishes we had. I know we had crab cakes with a tomato jam on. Oh my
Mhm.
gosh, that tomato jam was to die for. Hey. If I can hear you're eating, you're doing it wrong. You understand?
Slurping noodles.
Or maybe he's doing it right.
No. I want you to take that in somewhere else. Do not do that while I'm trying to sit here and
Well, the Japanese consider that
well,
polite.
we're Americans and we don't do that with our mouths.
The 3, the daughter, the boy, me, we do it. Her, not so much.
Mm-mm.
Do you know when I'm doing a video and I'm editing it and I'm eating something, I always have to turn the sound down. I'm horrified. I sound like a combine harvester. Horrible. Is that how I sound when I eat?
That's hilarious.
Awful. So luckily I figured that out because probably some of the older videos I didn't edit properly and it'd be horrifying now.
Right.
Yeah, I'm terrible. I like because I see some people and they eat on camera and they're very delicate and all this, and I'm not. I just.
See, that would be her, the delicate one. Me, nah. Shove it in
Well,
there.
you know, us Southern ladies are taught from birth
I know.
to be a little more delicate.
Refined. Delicate,
Again,
refined.
dirty old sailor, not delicate.
Of course, I don't call myself delicate under any stretch of the imagination,
No.
but I do like to have manners. I
We
do.
When?
Look here, don't make me punch you in the nose.
See?
Mm.
She's only nice in public.
That doesn't seem.
Mm-hmm.
The boy called you out.
Son, I'm gonna talk to you later.
Punch him in the nose, too.
Punch you in the nose too, mister. He is the funniest kid. I am not even playing. Hey, you need to go. Go. Yeah, get. Oh, he's gonna
What?
trip over that light. It's gonna tumbling down all over us. But yeah, that meal, the duck. Oh my God, it was a roasted duck
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
with braised collard greens.
Yes, the collard greens are so good.
Oh God, So good. And then there was one that was really spicy that I didn't care for, but he really liked it.
Yeah, so I got hers and mine.
Yeah. And then what was the dessert that we had? A bananas Foster, I think.
It was like a creme brulee bananas foster or something weird like
Something,
that.
yeah. And then what was something else? But oh my gosh, that meal was just to
It's
die
like a 4
for.
or 5 course meal.
Yeah.
And how was the service?
Oh,
Phenomenal.
shut
Is that
the
awesome
front
or
door.
what? He
Never
knows how to
seen-
do it.
I really have never seen anything like it.
Because they came out and said, well, you can either have what's on the menu or you can do this.
Right.
And they had the chef. The chef came out and said, what do you like? What do you hate?
Yeah, they even asked us what we liked, if we had any allergies, if we whatever. And yeah, that was a really fun time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a fun experience.
And they actually have an Emerald's restaurant in New Orleans.
I've been to his restaurant, Emerald's, and I've also been to NOLA a couple of times.
The one in New Orleans?
Yeah, NOLA.
Okay.
NOLA's in the Quarter, the French Quarter.
Yeah.
And then Emerald's is in the Warehouse District.
Oh, okay. Okay. See, I'm not I'm scared to go to New Orleans. It smells like vomit and pee.
Yeah, just on Bourbon Street.
And
yeah, it's like a big toilet.
It's
really
just a
is.
toilet. Just don't wear sandals.
Oh, geez. Now, I tell you what I did have in New Orleans. The one time I went to New Orleans, I went to that little muffaletta shop right down the street from Cafe du Monde. And I got a muffaletta sandwich this big. Dear God in heaven, that thing was amazing. Amazing. And I
get to New Orleans about once every 2 or 3 years. I just start eating on one side of the town and eat to the other side.
And eat all the way to the other side? Hey, the next time you go, you should let us know and we'll meet you over there. Because we're
ought to
only,
do that.
we're like an hour away.
We ought to do
like
that. I haven't been over there in a
nothing.
year or so.
Yeah, let us know and we can go eat our way through New Orleans.
I guarantee you.
But that sounds like my kind of date, don't it?
Yeah.
When I first met Poppy, he asked me, we were talking about things that we wanted to do, etc., dreams in life, etc. And I told him, I said, you know what I want to do one day? I want to take a cruise and eat my way from here to Bermuda and back.
Sound like a great plan.
Don't it? Can you imagine eating all that buffet 24/7?
Yes.
That's one of the great things about submarine duty. You had a meal every 6 hours.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that sounds amazing. The only thing is, if I got out in the middle of the ocean and knew I couldn't escape, we might have a mutiny.
You don't realize that boat is so big. It's like being in a city.
Is it?
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
My ex planned a small cruise for us, and I just did not want to go. I poo-pooed the whole thing.
Yeah.
And we were gone, I think, 3 days and 4 nights.
Yeah.
Or maybe backwards. I left claw marks on the boat when they pried me off.
No. Like I'm not leaving.
You can eat 24/7 if you want to.
That's the
You can
beauty
find some
of
food
it.
somewhere.
Yeah. That's my kind of trip right there. That's what I want to go to Santa Fe for. Santa Fe, New Mexico. I want to eat myself all the way through Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Santa Fe has such good food. That's where we got married.
That's what I did when I was stationed up in Connecticut. I had 2 weeks off to do nothing in between schools. I drove up to Maine and worked my way down and stopped every small hole-in-the-wall restaurant I could find and ate.
Yeah.
Sometimes those are the best little places to eat, are the places that look like absolute dives.
Eat where the locals are eating.
Yep.
Yeah.
The little tiny roadside shacks.
There's a place in Key West, Florida called Pepe's. And it's on, oh God, I thought I'd never forget.
Cypress.
Find out where, hey Laura, welcome back. Find out where Pepe's, what street is that on? I want to say Charlotte Street, but it's not. There is a Charlotte Street down there, but I
Patrick,
forget the name. But
Patrick, we
look,
were talking about Emerald Lagasse. Are you familiar with him?
No,
Okay, well he's a big time Cajun cook down here,
yeah.
and
Okay.
he is a first class service and stuff. I mean, if you sit down at his restaurant, first 20 people at the table, you've got 20 servers will all bring the plates and set them in front of everybody at the same time.
At the same time, that's the
With the
God's honest
same
truth.
with the same right hand. I mean, it's like orchestra.
It's
the whole-
phenomenal.
Caroline Street.
Amazing.
Oh, it's on
Sounds
Caroline Street.
Oh, okay.
Honey.
It is a falling down white shack with a little outdoor alfresco dining area, and it has a little tiny dining area on the inside. I think, other than Emerald's, that
Yes,
one
he
time,
is.
that is the best meal I've ever had in my life. Yes, Laura, he's the guy that says "bam" with the spices
Yes,
and stuff.
that's right.
But boy, you have never had service in a restaurant like you have at one of his restaurants. It's amazing.
I cannot
and I
tell
need
you.
to go back.
Okay.
Cannot
We need
tell
to
you
go
how
over.
hungry I am right now.
I'm pretty hungry too. I've been eating OMAD diet lately.
A what?
What is that?
One meal a day.
Oh.
That's
I
And,
hope that's all day.
No. Basically, I've been kind of eating like just dinner time.
That's normally how I eat. I never eat breakfast and only eat lunch occasionally.
My
But I'm
breakfast
ready
is
to do some
generally a
damage
big
at
cup of
supper
coffee.
I've been cooking you breakfast all week. What are you talking about?
All week?
Just about.
I had breakfast one day, crackhead.
You are out of your mind.
No, Laura, the
Children.
pretzels aren't cutting it.
Oh, you know what? He's right. I was cooking breakfast for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
But I did make him a sandwich this morning.
Yep.
Egg and what? Bacon, tortilla type sandwich. Cheese. The kids got waffles and sausage and bacon and
What?
not today. They did. Yeah, they did.
Wait a minute, sausage.
In the beginning of the week, I made you sausage.
Yeah, in the beginning, not
Well, you had bacon today. What the heck else do you want from me, dude?
Maybe they'd like some chili.
Well, if you're going to do chili for breakfast, you need to put that in the middle of an egg.
Oh,
Yes. Well, that sounds good.
Make an omelet, put some chili in it, roll it up, put cheese on it.
Absolutely.
See?
that don't
Absolutely.
sound so great to me.
It's good.
That
It's like a
sounds
Western
delicious.
omelet.
I guess it would be.
Yeah.
Grumpus and I would eat that immediately. I'd eat that right now.
I'll tell you what I was going to make this morning, but I didn't have any potatoes. I was going to do some, like grate up some potatoes and make them like hash browns. But I was going to use that as the pizza crust. And then I was going to put egg and sausage and cheese on top of it.
That sounds
And
awesome.
I thought the kids would get a huge kick out of it with some salsa underneath it for the pizza sauce.
What
Well,
happened?
I didn't have any potatoes. I couldn't do my mission. So I'm thinking about I was kind of ticked off. But you know what? I could do a video about that, couldn't I?
You sure
It's hard
could.
to do it without potatoes.
Without the potatoes,
Bit difficult. That wouldn't have been possible.
why?
Well, you just said you didn't have potatoes, and that's why you didn't make the hash browns.
Well, yeah.
I'm saying, yeah, that would have been hard to do without the potatoes.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Because
Yeah.
what I
What
would
was
have had
your
to
plan?
do was just make the egg flat, like a round omelet type egg, and then pile everything on top. And that just didn't seem like something I wanted to do this morning.
So what was your plan? Was you going to pre-cook the hash browns into like a shell or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, see, here's the thing. I've had really severe insomnia for the past few weeks. And I've been up from about 1 o'clock in the morning until about 10 o'clock in the morning. And so from 1 o'clock till the time the kids get out of school, all I got to do is cook. So, I mean, not get out of school, get up for school. So what I've been doing is just experimenting and making them little breakfasts.
Nice.
I made kind of like a cinnamon toast waffle for them this morning with bacon, and it was yummy. Because, I'm not going to make them something without making me something.
Oh,
I'm gonna get a taste of that, okay? And then, I made, y'all, you're not gonna believe this. I learned how to make poor man's lobster. You ever heard of it? Okay, I went down this rabbit hole because I had a piece of halibut in the freezer, and I don't even know how old it was. I can't remember when I bought it, but it was in there.
Last year.
Was it? And I thought, well, I got to do something with this. Let me see how to cook halibut, because I don't know how to cook it. I don't even know why it was in there. So I went down this rabbit hole on YouTube about how to cook halibut. And I found this recipe for something called poor man's lobster. Well, I like lobster. I can't afford lobster, but I like it. Okay, let me take that back. I can afford lobster maybe once every 3 to 5 years, in a restaurant situation. So I thought, well, let's see if this works. And honestly, it halfway worked. But it was delicious. Did it taste like lobster? Sort of. It was sweet. It was garlicky with the butter sauce and all that stuff on it. The texture changed to a more firm, held together, I want to say almost rubbery. You know how lobster has that elasticity.
Right.
What I went a step further with it than the actual few people that I saw do it this way. But after it was finished in the pot, I took it out and stuck it in a baking dish, smothered it in butter and garlic with some Tony's Creole seasoning on top. And I broiled it until it was just a little bit brown on top. Dear God in heaven, that stuff was good.
Sounds
Holy
good.
Toledo. I could not. And now, mind you, I don't believe I've ever had halibut before. And I'll buy it again. Now, here, I don't know about where you are, but it's very difficult to find down here unless, I mean, you can get it in Walmart in those vacuum sealed bags.
Yeah, that's a cold water fish, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. And so is cod. And you can use cod as well. But I saw just yesterday a Southern guy using a grouper to do it. And basically what I'm learning is you can use basically any white flaky fish to do this. However, I will say the halibut that I used held together beautifully because I was expecting it to flake apart, you know.
Try monkfish.
A monkfish, okay.
Monkfish. Okay. It's got the texture more like a lobster.
Okay.
You know the best way to do grouper, honey?
Fry it.
Yeah, deep fried with a nice big brioche bun.
Ooh.
Just a good tartar sauce.
Some garlic butter on it.
Yeah.
Oh, sounds delicious.
And just a big dumb sandwich and eat it.
Yeah, that sounds really good. I love grouper. Look, my dream in life on my bucket list is to catch me a 40-pound grouper right out that Gulf out there. It might pull me in the water with it. Just saying.
I've been scuba diving down in Florida, and I've seen grouper the size of an RX-7 car.
Wow.
Those things.
Well, you can't eat those because they won't let you pull them in.
Those are protected up there,
right.
Down there. But the normal size grouper, though, those are great cooking, great tasting fish.
Yeah. But anyhow, I've only been sleeping maybe 3 to 5 hours a day, and
that's what I always do.
Yeah, same here.
He does that too, but when I do it, I'm like good for nothing, and I turn into Satan.
I mean, you've seen me on the lives at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I still get up and go to work by 8.
Yeah. Well, and see, I'm a night owl anyway.
Well, I am too. I get a little sleepy in the evenings. In fact, I'll doze off watching TV at 8.
And then wake back up, and you got the rest of your night ahead of you.
8:30 and say, "Hey, let's go to bed." And I'll say, "Let me check my email," and before you know it, I'm up another 8 hours.
But usually when school starts, my schedule kind of gets back into a good rhythm.
Sometimes.
Usually. but this time around it has not. The kids have been in school for the 3rd week now, and I'm still really struggling to sleep. And I wake up with them in the morning. I mean, you know, I'm up with them, and sometimes I'll take a nap. I'll go to sleep maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, and by 1:30 I'm awake again, and I'm like, what the hell is going on here? But who knows? But I have decided, instead of laying in a bed trying to sleep and getting nothing accomplished,
Make
if
some
you
chili.
can't sleep, get your ass up and do something. Make some
Make
chili.
chili.
Exactly.
Exactly. Jump on a live. Keep some other people up.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make chili, and then I'm going to get online and keep other people up too. But I'm not sure what I want to call this channel, but I am kind of scared of weirdos, y'all. I really am.
Well, why have you got me here?
I just don't want to be rated like I was before. That was so offensive to me. I can't even tell you how upset I was over that. And
So why do you want to make it separate? Why do you want to make a different channel?
because everybody says you have to stay in the same niche for YouTube to recognize your channel and show it to people who are interested in it. And
Well, I mean, who are these people that say this?
all these stupid YouTube gurus that try to teach you how to YouTube.
Oh, okay. I
don't think they're stupid.
I don't follow
I
any
should have
rules.
said that. I really
Gurus.
But yeah, the gurus, you know, the cool dudes, the cool kids club.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how true that is, to be honest with you.
I don't either.
It's all rubbish, all of that.
Is it?
I think it's all just personal opinion.
Yeah, look, when someone tries to tell you how YouTube works, you immediately know they're full of shit. Sorry to say that.
That's okay. You ought to hear us when we're not on YouTube.
Right?
Yeah, you want to hear me.
Hey, there's not
Wait.
enough bleeps on the Home and Garden channel to take care of me and Pop.
See, I think if you have two channels, you're just going to dilute your fan base.
That's
That's what
kind
I
of what
thought.
I'm afraid of, Grumpus. That's kind of what I'm afraid of. So maybe I should do a night channel and a day channel. I mean,
I'm
make
not
my
telling
channel.
you. I'm not saying don't do it. I was just asking why you thought you needed to.
Well, that's why, because I just thought that everybody says, all these people who are making a lot of money on YouTube says narrow it down. So I figured I'd narrow it down, you know. But then again, my channel has cooking videos and farming or gardening videos and animal videos and
You still got a following.
somewhat, yeah. It's getting bigger, actually. You know, I probably have about 50 diehard people who come and show up all the time. And it might not be all on the same day, but the numbers are telling me within about 2 days of me posting a video, it totals up about 50 folks that are, I can depend on that. If it goes over 50, that means more than that 50 people have seen it and want to see it.
Excuse me.
But it's usually about 50 people that show up regardless. And I think that's fine. I mean, I know I've got almost 1,000 subscribers now, but I'm proud of them 50 people. I mean, for me, I think that's amazing.
Well,
And maybe for other folks, it's not. But to me, I just think it's crazy and wonderful. And, you know.
Well, I do too. I don't know why anybody takes the time out to watch my stuff. I mean, I don't know if I would.
That's exactly how I feel, Grumpus. I'm like, why are these people watching my silly behind? But
And I guess that's part of the reason I have a hard time putting videos out more regularly, because I have a hard time believing anybody. To me, I almost feel arrogant thinking what I'm doing is important enough that somebody else wants to see it.
Yeah, but you know what? Arrogance is my specialty. And look,
In my opinion, you shouldn't be doing it if your objective is for people to watch it. You shouldn't be doing it because you'll just be disappointed.
well,
You should just do it for you. You should be just doing it for you. And
Do it.
if you're not enjoying it,
and see,
don't do it.
that's what I do. Yeah.
Make the video you would want to watch.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, more importantly, I mean, like when I'm filming, I have fun doing it. So
I know you do.
when it stops being fun, I'll stop doing it because there's no point.
Exactly.
Well, and you know,
No,
that comes through in your videos, Patrick. It really comes through.
But doing YouTube videos is just like living life. I mean, everything you do has consequences, and some of them are successful, some of them are good, and some of them are bad. And you've got no way of knowing what will happen when you have a YouTube channel. You've got no control over it because you can't ring up YouTube and Google and ask them.
Right.
It's the pointless. They can change the rules anytime they want. So you just do what you do. The people that obsess about it are really they're stressing themselves out unnecessarily, and it's pointless because you just don't know what YouTube are going to do next. You can't work it out. The people that say that they've got it figured out are full of crap. They don't.
They are.
It's their opinion. It's their opinion. What those people are they're good business people because they figured out I can make money off YouTube by convincing other people that I know what I'm
talking about.
And to me, that's no different than snake oil salesman or anything else, to be honest. How does this guy know the answer? You know, he doesn't. He's just making it up. But
you know, I never even
people
thought
believe
it
it.
that way.
People, you know, and if that's what you want from a channel, that's good. But you've got to realize those people are doing it. That's their channel, is to get people to
right.
This is how I would do it.
And
but
that's how they're making $15,000 a month, is by convincing people to do it their way.
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that. They're just trying to run a business.
They're making a living too, right?
But
I mean, my hat's off to them if that's what they can do.
Yeah,
I'm like Patrick. I'm just trying to have some fun.
Right, and that's kind of what I'm about too. You know,
and I got to tell you, I've been exhausted the last few months, and I just had.
It just hadn't been fun for you.
It just hasn't felt like it would be fun to do. So I would rather wait to do it.
Right.
Mm.
Well, and you know something, I'm kind of getting that way about my gardening videos. Is I'm so beat up from this season of gardening and not being able to.
It's been a tough year
because of the weather and because of everything. It's just been crazy this year. I can't grow anything. The only thing I've been able to grow is tomatoes and the squash.
Beans.
What beans? Oh, I do have some zipper peas out there that are doing really well, and I've got some okra that's growing, and I've got my sweet potatoes. But those are summer crops that usually do well anyway. It's not anything I did. It's just because they're designed to grow, and they do. You know.
But don't overlook. I mean, you're in a niche. I mean, you're showing people what the sun's doing to your plants and what the weather's doing to your plants, and that's the stuff people are really looking to watch. There's tons of YouTube videos out there that are just gorgeous and beautiful, and you only see the rainbows and the unicorns and the flowers and the butterflies. But the reality is, people at home, their yards are burning up, and they're trying to figure out why and what do we need to do. And you're taking them down that road to show them how you're dealing with it.
Because I show the warts and all. You know, I don't go buy carrots from the grocery store and put them in my garden and pretend like I harvested them.
There you go.
You know, and I know some people can do that.
Don't sell yourself short.
Well, thank you. That's a little bit boosting my confidence there. Thank you.
Well, sounds better coming from somebody else other than me, because her husband. So.
Well, sometimes I just feel like defeated in that garden, and maybe I ought to share that part of it too.
Well,
because I try to stay really positive, you know, when I'm talking about it, but this season has just been one of the worst I've ever experienced, honestly. And I've heard that from a lot of, especially local people in my area. They're saying the same thing.
I was telling my wife, I said, you know, Charlotte and Laura and Marcel, they're dying for me to do a video of my pond and everything like that. And she said, well, you ought to do it. I said, it looks like crap this year.
Oh, yeah. Well, and that's what's kept me from going out there, because first of all, I lost the charger to the weed eater. So it's been 4 weeks since the party, because I weed eated my backyard the day before the party. And then I had to go over and weed eat my daughter's backyard. Mm-hmm. So I had to charge the battery up. And I don't know where the battery charger went, so I just ordered a new one last week, and I got it charged. Battery's sitting there right outside that door, waiting for me to weed eat the yard. And I keep looking at it going, nope, it's too freaking hot. I'm not going to get out here and kill myself in this heat just so I have short grass.
Yeah.
Not doing it. And we've got to buy some mulch for the garden paths, and I want him to get the new bed out there. I've got to buy some new soil for 3 new beds. And I don't have anything in the ground except for collard greens and mustard greens right now. Oh, and tomatoes.
You and I both know gardening's never finished.
It never is, but
you're never done.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's a little more presentable than others.
Yeah, and right now mine looks like trailer park trash.
Mine looks like somebody put a torch back there.
Oh my. I don't know what's worse.
I mean, let me take that back. I've got a few areas that don't look too bad, but there's a lot of stuff that really needs ripped out and cleaned up before I'm ready to put a camera on it.
Well, and now here we are, got a hurricane headed for us. It's going to be at least Tuesday or Wednesday before I can get out there and weed eat. Well, unless I do some of it tomorrow. If we have weather like we had today, I won't be able to get out there.
Because it'd be a swamp.
It is a swamp. My God, my backyard's a lake right now. But, you know, I mean, so that's why I've been doing a little bit of extra cooking videos, because I don't have time to get out there. It's too hot. I don't feel like it. It looks like crap. So let's cook something. And, you know, fill up some space.
Why did you call the channel Gulf Coast Granny?
Because I'm on the Gulf Coast and I'm a granny.
Right. So you've just hit the nail on the head with the whole concept of your channel. It's got nothing to do with gardening, with cooking, with anything. What it's got to do with is you. That's
exactly right.
You see, now you might not have even joined the dots. I mean, it's a great name.
You're right.
But what you have done, whether you intended to or not, is say this channel's about me, not about the gardening. And that's great, because what it means is you can have a variety channel. You can have what you want is people watching it. They don't care and it's like when I watch your stuff, I don't care if you're gardening. I like the cooking stuff. I like all of it, but it's if you're not in it, there's no point.
We tune in to watch Charlotte.
So if you just did like these videos that some people do, where that you're not in the camera, you're just sort of videoing it, and there's a musical background, and I'm not interested. I want to see you in the video, because you are the one I'm coming to watch, whether it's cooking or I want to hear your opinions on things. Right? Your channel is called the Gulf Coast Granny, so it's about you.
Huh.
It's not about the cooking.
Well, that's eye-opening, isn't it?
I second all that.
Well, thank you.
So you've got to market yourself, not the channel.
How is it? Look.
She's a celebrity and didn't even know.
The channel is about you, right? Because
I'll tell you about me. I am a 30-year stay-at-home mom.
Can I say a couple of things? Because I've sat here for 3.5 hours and hardly said anything.
Of course, you most certainly can.
But it's all about you anyway, and this is the thing, okay? So you've got Gulf Coast Granny, you do cooking, but whenever you do cooking videos, you're always cooking and you're telling stories. So the cooking is almost in the background. It's there and it's great, and the end result's good, but you know your stories are great. You've got 1 million of them. This is what people want. This is what people want to hear. And I'm just saying, if I was your manager, I would be encouraging you to focus on you and forget about whether it's gardening, and do anything you want, anything that interests you, but make sure it's all about you and your opinion of things. And I think your channel it'll naturally just get bigger, because more, you know, it's just if you're not putting out videos, people aren't going to, obviously people don't watch, but I just think you should do as much as you can, and don't try and overanalyze the direction of your channel. It will go wherever it's going to go, but it's got to be
the Gulf Coast Granny.
Just be you. Just be you. Because
because you know, I'll be honest with you. It's hard to be somebody else for me. I mean,
Well, there's no
I see a
point.
lot of channels
No
where
point.
there's people who are trying to put on some kind of persona, you know,
Right.
and that's very difficult for me because I'm a very in your face kind of what you see is what you get kind of person.
Yeah.
And I don't mince a lot of words.
I didn't know that.
You didn't
No,
notice
I hadn't
that?
noticed.
No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
But see, here's the thing. I don't know if there's a lot of people out there that appreciate that kind of.
Oh, there are. Look, at the end of the day, what people appreciate is honesty. If you're real, if you're not making it up, if you're just who you are, people appreciate it.
Okay.
You know,
I knew
if
you
you're
were
suddenly,
real within the first
you know,
30 seconds of meeting you.
it's like word gets out about channels and people. You know, there's some of the really big channels out there that are really sort of got millions of subscribers and very slick. I can tell you, I know, I hear things about some of the personalities that behind that they're totally different. They're not being themselves. It's all an act. And it's like, look, I'd rather watch a movie. You see,
Right?
I know that they're acting.
Sure.
And then it's a case of, well, how good are they at acting? But when I watch YouTube video, I like to see. It's sort of like reality. I mean, I like
reality TV that's not fake.
I don't care if you got 5 subscribers or 5 million. I want to see if you're genuine. That's what attracts me to, the channel. I mean, because I always think if you want to see the perfect version of how to cook something, you've got a million choices. You can go and watch the best chefs in the world.
Sure. Gordon Ramsay. Yeah.
I mean, I did my last video was a bloody roast chicken. I mean, how do you?
Oh my God, I love that video.
I've seen the best in the world. I've seen the best. Thomas Keller, I think, is one of them. And he does this video, and it's just this incredible video for 10 minutes. And all he does is put salt on the chicken and roast it. But he makes it look like a ballet, like a symphony. I mean, the man is a genius. And you watch that and you go, wow, that's unbelievable. I can't do that. I can't talk about food the way he does, and I don't want to either.
Well, you made it look like a rock concert, and I loved it.
Well, but that was all random. That was just last minute, and I thought, oh, well, this is a bit different. But I actually don't give it. I don't care if people watch it or don't. I had fun making it. So what? Who cares?
Yeah.
You know.
Well, I hear a lot of these people who are teaching you how to film and how to make a video and this kind of stuff, because I didn't know what I was doing in the beginning. I just picked up a camera and started talking to it. That's what I still do. Because
there's lots of channels that'll say, if they're monetized, they'll be making money, and that covers my expenses, and it's great that I'm making this. But all I've ever done is I eat whatever I cook most of the time, if I can stomach it. I've got an iPhone that I need anyway. I've got a couple of $10 lamps that I use. Mm-hmm. That's it. I don't spend much money on this at all. I'd be crazy to.
I don't either. Other
than my time. I think my time is the biggest expense.
Right. I spend a lot of money on the garden, and that's only because
you'd be doing it anyway.
I would. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
You're just documenting it.
Mm-hmm. And because that's where most of my extra money goes is in the garden, and it always has. It's nothing new. It's just now, if it ever starts paying me, I can put it on my taxes and deduct all that expense.
Mine goes here.
There you go, Wesley. We've all got our hobbies.
Yeah, he likes his ink, and but I can't write a script and follow it because I get all tongue-tied.
Oh, I tried that once. It didn't work. It failed miserably.
No.
Yeah. And so I just pick up the camera, and sometimes I do forget. Like, I'll be in the middle of talking about something, and I know I want to say X, Y, or Z, and I don't. And then I'm disappointed after I edit the video because I'm like, dang, I should have said that because that was really kind of important.
That those channels that do that, they edit every day, they script everything and all that. It's all sort of very nice and good and stuff, but I just get bored because I think it's too sanitized.
Yeah.
Too slick.
I want to be
I want to be entertained as well as informed or whatever. I want to like who I'm watching, and I want them to be real. It doesn't mean they have to make mistakes all the time, but
Right.
just be yourself. You just be yourself. And
Well,
your
there's
channel is about you.
A couple times I put some cards up with some bullet points on it so I'd remember. I wanted to say, but I didn't write down what I was going to say because I didn't have a clue.
Right.
But I'd put a note up, one or two little things that I want to make sure that I don't forget.
Like,
to cover,
hey, don't forget to mention this. That kind of thing.
Well, yeah, or maybe get stuff in the right order.
Mm-hmm.
And let's face it, with editing, you've got the privilege of being able to.
You can't swap things around. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, there's times where I'll do 4 or 5. I'll say it and I'll say it again because you can go back later and just edit out whatever you don't like. It's just up to you.
Yeah. Well, when I was making that mosquito product video, I got through it and I realized I left some stuff out. So I went back and filmed it again. Those parts, just those parts I wanted to say, right? And because I thought they were important, and I stuck them in. And then I noticed, oh crap! It was like 10 o'clock in the morning when I did this, and the sun was all the way over here. When I did
Yes.
I'm like, you know what? I don't care. I'm just throwing it all together, and I did. But I'm like, are people gonna see that I did this in, different times?
Do you know what? Sometimes it's good to do that, even if you don't mean to, because if you get someone that notices it, that's a good sign that they're actually paying attention, isn't it?
That is, you're right.
I love that. I love those ones. If they say, "Oh, you were wearing a different shirt at the start,"
yeah.
I don't care. I love it when they mention it.
It's like you're right. I was. I spilled, so and so all over me. I burned my chest hairs off. You want to see?
It's the same as when you get, if you get a really a nasty comment or someone that's very critical. You cooked it the wrong way, or you didn't do it this way or that. I've had a few people that are like, it doesn't bother. I don't get many of those, so I don't know why I should. But the ones that I have gotten, I love because they're sitting there watching everything you do and criticizing.
Yes, and criticizing it, and that's fine because they're watching it.
And not only that, some of them, like the level of detail that they'll rip you apart. So you didn't do this properly. Like, man, you've watched this more than once.
Right.
This is gold.
Yeah, you watched this like 6 times to pick that out. Yeah.
Cosmos calls those guys keyboard commandos.
Right. I'm not going to delete your comment. I'm going to say that, hey, you come back anytime you like and criticize me. I don't care.
Well, you know what? I don't think I've arrived on YouTube yet because I don't get really very many. I can only think of 2 or 3 comments.
You haven't arrived. I arrived, I think, a couple of months ago, and he's come back since, and he said he made a comment saying if you were to serve me that in a restaurant, I'd throw it at your head.
Well, that's why I'm not in a restaurant.
I just said I'm sorry. I said I'm
doing this in my kitchen, you bozo.
I didn't get all. I thought that's fantastic. I love that.
Yeah.
And he's come, and he even apologized saying it. I'm like,
did he?
I don't give a shit. But and there's been
what I always tell them, the few times I have gotten, and none of them are really awful rude. They're just like, I call it Moonlight and Magnolia's nasty. You know what I mean, don't you, Grumpus?
Yeah.
Where they're smiling to your face and got a knife behind you trying to say, it's that kind of nasty. And I'll just say thank you for watching. Appreciate your comment.
That's why I never say this is how you do it. I say this is what I'm doing. This is what I do.
Yeah.
This is how I'm doing it. But I gotta say I haven't had a whole lot of negative comments. No. I've had to block 2 people, and that was only for profanity.
Yeah.
And I would, I just let them know, my grandkids watch my stuff, so we don't do that here.
Right.
Well,
and then I had one guy left a comment, and my viewers crucified him. I didn't have to say a word.
That's good when that happens.
I
I
need
thought
some of them
that
kind of
that was pretty
viewers.
cool.
Yeah, they jumped on to
But I gotta
defend
figure out a
Grumpus.
way to tick people off though, because I can't tick them off and make them leave anything ugly, except for those raiders that came in. Now that I blocked every one of them and reported them and the whole 9 yards. But that's the only really awful experience I ever had. Truly, most people are nice and
I've been real fortunate.
Most people are.
and
I
I
think you said-
also I always report those bots that leave the comments. You know, they like
Oh, yeah.
they like post
Yeah.
something before you even get the video uploaded.
Yeah,
And so I block those and I report those. But and I wouldn't report an actual human unless they were vile. You know,
Nah,
no. But if they're vile,
I'm not going to leave any comment showing that I'd be ashamed for my mom or my grandkids to see.
well, and my parents watch my channel, and
I mean, I'm no choir boy,
right, and I was going to say my parents know that I'm not, you know,
but it
that
needs
special.
to be. It needs to be something reasonable.
Right.
I don't mind if it's negative.
It's no different to inviting people into your own home, is it? You've got rules.
Yeah, it isn't.
Right.
I don't care if it's negative. It just needs to be
You just behave yourself.
Tastefully negative.
presentable.
Mm-hmm.
That's all it is. I mean, there's plenty of
But
channels out there that have different standards. You know, a lot of swearing and stuff on it.
Yeah.
And that's
Oh my
different.
gosh.
And I watch a
Say-
lot of them.
I do too.
Have you seen? Do you know Green Bastard? Green Bastard.
Yes.
he's a classic.
I'm
He's a
trying to figure
Canadian guy, Charlotte. You'd love it.
I'm gonna have to watch it. Will you write that
Green
down?
Bastard. He just doesn't care. Oh, he's awesome. I love him. Love the man.
You know what? I was just watching.
And he just doesn't care. You know.
Really?
But you see now it's different though, because interestingly enough, the comments are all very civilized. And he's very civilized in the comments. So there's none of that going on. But on screen, it's like, yeah, he's just.
But you know what you're getting,
He's great.
what you're in for. You know what
Right.
you're called up and where you're going.
And he's a good cook too. He's great. He's really
Huh.
good.
Green
But he's-
bastard, right?
But he's drunk all the time, like me, except I don't advertise it. But he calls his channel a drunk cooking channel. So
That's awesome.
Cypress watches him.
you know.
Oh, Laura said she watches them.
He's Canadian.
Oh, it's hilarious.
You know,
But he's not a comedian. He's just being himself. You know.
I've been watching a woman who is old enough to know better, to be honest with you. She's almost 40 years old.
That's old.
Old enough
And-
to know better.
She has become basically a drug addict on screen live.
Ooh.
It started with a Tinder date, and she went on this date and did all kinds of illicit drugs and kept seeing the guy, and now she can't give it up. And she was on screen yesterday on a live stream. She does like 6 live streams a day. It's
Oh,
ridiculous.
God.
But she just brings camera everywhere she goes, driving down the road. And she lives in Canada, Cyprus. I don't know where she lives, but I know it's Canada. And she was cursing out her members and blocking people on the live stream, saying F you, F you, F you. And I'm thinking, and this woman makes a ton of money on YouTube. She's got over 80,000 subscribers. And I don't know how many members she's got in her membership, but it's a lot. And she's just, I don't understand the mentality of that. It's like biting the hand that feeds you, you know?
Well, there's the whole point, though, with YouTube. There's no rules. But you do
Yeah,
it.
right. Yeah.
You conduct your channel the way you want it to be. It's like your own home. This is your rules.
Yeah.
And you set the rules. If you want it to be like that, you can. There's no limit to swearing and all the rest of it.
Right.
But if you want it to be a clean channel and you want it to be about whatever, then you're in total control. So I don't see Gulf Coast Granny turning into something like that anytime soon.
What?
I can't see that happening.
She even flashes people on the screen.
I can't
So
see
they take a shirt and do this, and
Oh, no kidding.
Don't think
oh, you don't want to see it, Grumpus.
No.
You wouldn't probably be interested.
Probably
in it.
not.
And Gulf Coast Granny it's got a bit more class than that, I think.
I would hope so.
A little bit more class.
I try to. I mean, sometimes I fail, but I try to
Well,
be respectable.
I mean, look at me. I've never decided I would never take my clothes off on camera. That would be the end.
Oh, I would if I got paid enough. But
You're a dork.
well,
Well, you know
I would. If I was a movie star and they said I needed to do that, I would do that. If they were going to pay me $250,000 every
How much?
day I showed up to work.
How much?
My dad used
Quarter
to
of
tell
a
me.
million.
Yeah.
But she said every day.
every
she
day
shows
that
up
I
to
showed
work.
up
It sounds like she's been thinking about this.
Well, I
I think she's worked it out.
mean, look, it ain't
She's
nothing but
she-
skin.
that number
That's
came
all
just
it
like
is.
that.
Straight away. Straight away. It's quarter of a million.
Right. So Laura said, I don't know how they do that. Have the high numbers, you do what you do and fight to get some numbers. Well, and that's true too. I don't get it either, but this person's that I watch through reaction channels.
It's a train wreck.
Well, she's a train wreck, and not only that, but she's been on YouTube for quite some time. And she's got a following because of some of her content. And I know why she has her following. She basically caters to people who
Perverts.
about eating too much food. They call them feeders. I don't know what that is. I mean, I didn't know what that was.
Never heard of that.
These men pay her to eat so much that she just keeps gaining weight and gaining weight and gaining weight, but they're paying her in these super chats and stuff
To gorge herself.
on food. This woman could put away 3 freaking Burger King Nashville chickens in one sitting.
I can do
I
that.
couldn't eat a half of one because I
Well,
just don't eat.
I don't think I'll be subscribing to that channel.
No. Train wreck.
I don't
yucky.
think that there's anything. I don't watch the channel. I watch the reaction channels that talk about what she's doing because that's where the entertainment is. In my opinion, that's just my opinion.
Well, in the end, it's all entertainment, isn't it?
Right? Yeah. And but shall I tell you what? Without her content, a lot of these reaction channels that do really well on YouTube would have nothing because people like me like to watch her channel through their eyes, if that makes sense.
They're piggybacking on her effort.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I get that whole aspect of it.
Well, I just think keep putting out the videos you want to watch. People will find you sooner or later.
Okay.
Well,
And as you get bigger, then it's like a rock rolling downhill. I mean, it just the momentum.
Somebody told me that once, that once you hit a certain point, and we don't even know what that point is, but the growth becomes kind of exponential. And
I don't think that's.
Well, I watch
You don't think that's true?
I watch T. Roy Cooks. I don't know if you guys are aware of him or
Yeah,
not.
he's got 300 and something thousand.
Well, yeah, but he said he didn't. It took him almost a year to get 500 subscribers.
yeah.
Oh, it did with me too.
And after I don't know 6, 7, 8 years, he finally hit 100,000.
Oh wow.
And then he hit 200,000 like about 6 or 7 months later.
Oh gosh.
And he's getting more and more subscribers and putting out less and less videos.
Oh wow.
But it just took off. He don't get it. He don't understand. He doesn't worry about how the metrics work or anything like that. He just was a guy home putting.
And the thing with him is you can tell that it's not an act with him. He just enjoys it.
Right.
Yeah.
He's just a guy. and there's no pretenses about him. I mean, the quality of what he's doing is great. Don't get me wrong, but it's not all stage managed.
No. I mean,
and
I've met him. I mean, I spent a whole afternoon with him, and he's just like what you see him in front of the camera.
Yep.
He's just a guy having fun, just doing some cooks and feeding his family.
Yeah.
And being funny.
So, well, I wouldn't even call him funny. He just.
No, he's not. I wouldn't say he cracks. I mean, he's not a comedian, but
he's a very interesting. He's a very interesting character.
Okay.
He's a nice, and he knows what he's talking about. He's unpretentious. The cooking's great. I relate to him. There aren't many channels of that size that I do relate to, and he's one of them. Another one that I do relate to is, I don't know if you've heard of him, Grumpus, is Ray Mack.
Who?
You ever heard of him? Ray Mack.
Ray Mack.
Yeah, look him up. He's a great guy. He's a top. He's got a similar sized channel, and he's the same. You know, he just sort of does what he does, and he's got a big following now. I don't know much about his history, but I know that he's the real deal. He's just and he'll answer. You know, that's the other thing too. He answers comments. Some of the bigger channels just don't. And
Ray Mack's Kitchen and Grill.
That's the one. Yeah, he's a phenomenal cook. Some of his cooking is great, but it's very unpretentious, very down to earth. You know, just a guy. They're the channels I like, because it wouldn't matter if he had 10 subscribers, I'd still like his stuff. You know, it's got nothing to do with that. But you see some of the bigger channels, and it's different. They're sort of it's too polished. It's too saccharine. It's too everything. You can tell everything. Like I say, you like watching a TV show, and that's a different thing, because you know when you're watching TV, it's all been pre-worked out, and you're getting a sanitized version of it and all of that.
Right.
There's a place for that. It just happens to be with me.
Jules, thank you so much for showing up.
Bye, Jules.
We'll see you next time, okay?
Night, Jules.
Bless her heart.
I mean, that's where I hope to stay, Patrick. I just want to be a guy feeding his family in the backyard, and anybody wants to see how I do it.
Well, my ADD won't let me do that. I've got to feed my family and garden and talk about insomnia and
well, I mean,
and menopause and all kinds of stupid granny stuff, and my grandbabies and.
Some of my better videos have been DIY things.
Have they really?
So, you know, my ego wants it to be the cooking, but people like me tinkering with stuff more.
Well, and see, my ego wants it to be my garden, because that's the best thing I do other than crochet.
Yeah.
But my biggest videos are all cooking videos, every single one of them. And I've got one stupid video on how to make tomato sauce with canned tomatoes. I've got over 11,000 views on it. And it was, I did it not this past February, but the one before. And I consistently get 40 to 50 views every 48 hours on that video. And that's not a lot, but it adds up over, 500 days. That adds up.
Yeah, I've given up trying to figure out YouTube. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Some of the videos that I've really put a lot of effort in, I was really, really proud of, have just fallen flat on their face and not done anything.
Yeah.
Some of them I've just thrown together I decided 2 hours ago I'll just do a video, slap something together and throw it up there.
And it's the best
it just takes off. Right? They just take off.
Yeah. It's got nothing to do with what you do. All it's got to do with is what people want to watch at that particular moment in time.
Right.
Right.
And you just get lucky. It's just luck, And then, of course, if you've got other good content, that's not going to hurt you either, because
maybe they'll watch something else.
Maybe one of those few people that gets to the end, if you put up another video of yours at the end, they'll actually click on it. So, that wasn't actually didn't mind this guy. He's looked interesting or whatever. And I like Gulf Coast Granny. She's entertaining or whatever it is they find it interesting. But it's a crapshoot. You can't manufacture it. It's not as though you can. Well, you can do what a lot of channels do and solicit it and buy subscribers and all that if you want.
Oh no!
You're dead in the water there if you try that sort of stuff. It'll catch up with you.
I try not to take myself too serious.
Right.
Oh, that's if you come across as taking yourself seriously, people pick up on it. You know.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
And there
I'll
are
tell
there
you.
are channels that do it. You know, they take it's sort of cringeworthy sometimes. You see, and you go, oh,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
nobody. You're nobody. You're acting like you're Gordon Ramsay. You know.
Yeah. Oh gosh, y'all.
Just
I've
chill.
got this.
Just chill, man. Just
Yeah.
take it easy. Do your cooking. Don't
Deep
stress
Put it
it.
on a
breathe.
plate, take a
Take a
bite.
breath. Let it out. You know?
Just do it. You
I
know,
was watching somebody recently over the past week, and it's a person who gardens or something like that. And he's having a medical condition that's very much like Wesley's medical condition. And Wesley has a condition called ankylosing spondylitis. And it's very painful, and he's in pain every single day of his life. There's not 1 minute that goes by that he doesn't hurt somewhere.
We'll let him take longer showers.
Yeah.
Well, I do.
Yeah, Charlotte.
He can stay in there as long as he wants to. It just irritates me, and I tell him, hurry up.
Can you put that in writing for him, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows. But and that's one of the reasons that he does take those long showers is because it helps him. He's very stiff when he wakes up in the mornings, and it's very hard. He walks like an 80-year-old man in the morning. He's bent over, and these long hot showers help him be able to stand up straight and walk without limping and a lot of other things. And this guy just became, and his condition is not chronic like Poppy's is. It is an acute condition that is going to subside within the next 3 to 5 months. It is a reaction to another condition that he had. So it's called reactive arthritis, okay? And it is because he got an infection of some sort, and the body is going, whoa, 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 stop. And it's attacking itself. But it's going to go away, okay? And this guy is walking around. Tell him, Wesley.
It's funny, he's got a splint here and a brace there.
And he's walking with a
cane,
walker.
And then a walker.
And I don't doubt that he hurts, okay? I'm not even going to ask about that or guess about that because everybody's pain is different, you know? And I don't want to be too judgy, but then I look at him and I know what this man goes through. I see it in his sleep. I know whether he's having a good night or not because in his sleep, he'll wince and his face just, and he flip-flops all night long when he's having a really bad night. But if he's having a good night, he can stay in one position for a while and just maybe, you know, and I see all this because I'm insomnia and I'm just sitting there. But I think about his condition that's a lifelong issue. And I see this guy and my husband gets up and goes to work every day and works his tail off. And then he comes home and works at the house, builds my gardens, builds a chicken coop, takes the kids where they need to go because I can't get them there myself. And he just never stops. He never, ever stops. And this guy is
made a better stop.
He's doing these clickbaity titles like how my family deals with my chronic illness. And what was the last one?
It was real whiny.
And I'm thinking, if my husband did that, he'd cut his legs off and sit. I mean,
I'd throw myself under train.
He would.
Burdened everybody like that.
He wouldn't talk like that, and he just never complains. I mean, if he complains, he's going to the emergency room. That's all there is to that. And I know people handle their things differently. I get that. I do, truly. But, man, I'm telling you what, if I was this gentleman, I'd throw myself into a bottle of vodka and never leave. And that's the truth. And here's what's the kicker. He keeps going back and forth to a doctor who's giving him advice and how to get rid of it and how to get it under control and take this medication. But all he wants to do is essential oils and vitamins and I guess and sunlight and I don't know, Benny Hinn. I don't know what he's trying to do.
If he got better, would anybody watch his stuff, or he just have nothing
they
to
watch
make
it.
a film
yeah,
about?
He's got more subscribers than I'll probably ever see. He's a huge channel in that.
But if he got better, he'd run out of content.
He might, but I doubt it because I mean he's got a huge farm, he's got animals, he's got kids, he's got gardens, he's got he even has his own a video production company.
But is that why people watch him?
I don't know why they watch him. I can't stand to watch him. I don't care.
I don't think I'll subscribe to that one either. That's good. That's two now. That's two I don't have to subscribe to.
I just don't care for his channel. No. And the only reason, I don't know why YouTube suggested him to me again, because I clicked the little thing that said, don't show me this channel anymore. And it didn't for a really long time. And then here recently, about a week ago, it started showing me stuff. And there's this clickbaity titles. And, who can resist a good clickbait? And so I clicked on it and I'm like, what the hell is this? And then, of course, I got the comparison mindset going. And I'm like, if this man was my husband, I'd tell him to grow a pair and get the heck up and go to work.
Yeah.
But he's not my husband, and he might be a little different than my husband.
I think some of it might be the different generations.
Yes.
And also, I was raised by a very strong, hard man. And if I was hurt or I didn't feel good or whatever, it didn't matter. Stuff still has to be done, and you do it.
Well, and even when I was a kid in school, I will never forget this. Because I didn't get sick very often. I was a fairly healthy child. But every now and then, you get a fever and you don't want to go to school. My parents would give me some aspirin or some Motrin or cold medicine or whatever and tell me, go on to school, and if you don't feel better by lunchtime, we'll come pick you up. Well, I'd feel miserable at lunchtime, and I'd call them and say, please come get me. I just cannot make it. Well, you've made it this far, you can make it the rest of the day. And that's the way they did me. It didn't matter if I had a communicable disease or not. I had to go my butt to school.
Well,
and,
so did I.
That set the tone for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Because
if we stayed home from school, we had to stay in bed.
Yeah.
There wasn't no TV. We could get up long enough to have a sandwich for lunch. You had to go back to bed. You couldn't get out of bed until you're normal coming home from school time.
Yeah.
So we had to decide if we were really sick enough to stay in bed all day.
To stay in that bed all day.
And
right.
if we made that decision, then my mom figured, okay, well, they must really not feel good.
Right.
Because there wasn't no playing hooky and just watching TV
logical.
all day or none of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'd better be throwing up or running a fever.
That's right.
Mm.
Well, let's face it. We got several generations now that the boys were never raised to be men.
Well, in addition to that, Grumpus, we have several generations of men who were raised by women alone.
That's obvious.
And it is, as much as I hate to say this, and please don't judge me for this, I'm a woman. I don't understand what little boys need to grow up to be men. And maybe I'm an anomaly, but I don't feel like women can raise men. They can raise boys.
That's why kids need two parents.
I agree.
Absolutely. It's yin and yang. You need both.
Because it's up to the mom to get them raised safe and healthy, and it's dad's job to get them ready for the real world. And
how to
make sure everything's not sugar coated.
Yeah, and they have to set the example for how to get up and go to work and be responsible and take care of their responsibilities. And in some cases, that might be a family. In other cases, it might be a business. It might be both.
I mean, I have to tell my wife, you know, I'll never understand what it's like to be a mother.
Right.
But at the same time, she can understand me, you know, getting so upset that a 42-year-old man can't pull off her tit.
Right. And, you know, and I do realize that there are exceptions to that rule. I know some women who have raised some fantastic men, but I think that's the exception to the rule.
Yeah, but the point is you'll do it if you have to do it, but it's not ideal. The ideal is a mother and a father, because you need a balance.
Right. Well, even when I divorced my second husband, we had a son and 2 daughters. And when we divorced, we decided between us that we were divorcing each other and that the kids needed both of their parents.
Right.
And so no matter what happened, and that was a conscious decision on our part. We didn't like dealing with each other. We didn't like that we had to be civil. We would have liked to scratch each other's eyes out occasionally. But we didn't, because we knew that the kids benefited more from us cooperating with each other than not. And we didn't want a judge who didn't know our kids and had no interest in our family and didn't care about our family making decisions for our family.
Yeah.
So we did all of that amongst ourselves. But, you know, that's rare too. And I'm not saying I'm, you know, any kind of great divorcee, because, you know, I had my problems too. But I always felt like the more people a child has to love it and care for it and guide it, the better off that child is.
Well, now what they want to do is teach children that there is no difference between the genders.
Oh, God, I know.
Yeah,
we're all the same, which is really disturbing.
It's very disturbing.
Yeah.
My son's in the middle of something like that right now. He's not the one that's confused. It's his girlfriend who's confused about who she is.
It's ridiculous.
And it's crazy. And
I don't understand the confusion. I never had a doubt.
We need to, well, put it this way: when you're a child and you're taught all that stuff, it's
right.
How do they?
They're just repeating what they hear at home.
Well, it's still
it
very
seems
much a
like
social
brainwashing
experiment.
to me.
Yeah,
brainwashing. It's.
Yeah.
I got to tell you now, if in my when I was a boy, if I'd have decided I was going to wear a dress or something, my dad would have beat the stilettos off of me. Plain and simple.
My dad would have done the same thing to my brothers.
There
and
wouldn't
let
have
me
been
tell
no
you
questions, no finding myself, none of that bullshit.
I'll tell you something about my father. When I was a young adult, he would come. He worked in the same town that I lived in. So about, I'd say once a month or so, he would call me up and say, "Hey, come on, I'll pick you up and take you to lunch." Well, it was fun for me. I'd get all dressed up and he'd take me to these really fancy business type restaurants, and everybody would stare at us because I was really young, and he was my dad's only 17 years older than me. So he was still young, and people would look at us like, "What's that old man doing with that young woman?" You know, that kind of stuff. And we thought it was funny because, they don't know, that's my daddy, that kind of thing. But one time he came to pick me up, and I didn't have any makeup on. I had my hair pulled back in a ponytail, and I was dressed like I am now, like a slob. I may have had a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt on. And he looked at me. He says, "You're not going with me looking like that." I said, "What do you mean? What's wrong with the way I look? This is me." He said, "Go in there and get yourself some makeup on and put on a dress."
Be somebody
he darn
else.
Sure did. He put some heels on them feet. Yeah. He was not playing either. I couldn't leave the house with him till I got myself together. I thought, oh my God, he could have took me to McDonald's like this, you know, but he wasn't having it.
Eat in there unless he absolutely has to.
He used to tell me all the time when I'd go to school, because when I was in high school, I did my makeup and my hair every single day. And I wore high heels every single day because I'm short and I always wanted to be taller. And sometimes I would try to get away with not wearing my underclothes, my bra, because bras hurt and they're awful garments and nobody ever should have invented them. They're terrible. So I would try to sneak out of the house without one on, and he would catch me every stinking time. And he'd say, "Hey, aren't you forgetting some clothes?" And I'd look at him and I'd say, "No, sir, I'm not forgetting anything." He said, "You better get back in there and get them clothes on right now." You know what I mean? He wasn't playing. I was not allowed to walk out of the house like that.
Well, that's back when children didn't have rights until they turned 18 and left home.
Oh yeah, I had no rights. There was none.
No, as long as I lived under the roof, it was not a democracy.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
In my dad's house, there was no democracy. Kind of like my house. I turned into a version of my dad. However, I do. I'm the mother version of my dad because they can pull my heartstrings, and they can talk me into things sometimes that I don't necessarily think is in the best interest, or it goes against my
your better judgment.
Yeah.
And then I snap her back into reality by calling her a soft.
Yeah.
That's when the man steps in and says, "No."
Who?
That's when the father steps in and
Oh
says,
yeah.
"No."
He does. But he'll call me a softie, and it makes me mad, and then I get my mojo back.
Look, the point of all of this is, right, in my opinion, my humble opinion, is that all this is fine. Once they become adults, they can go and do whatever they want.
Right.
But when they are children, they don't do what they want. They do what mum and dad says. And as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't help that they're taught this crap in the schools, because all it does is screw them up.
Yeah. Yeah.
If someone, and look, the gender dysphoria, whatever they call it, is a condition, but it is like so rare. Like one in, I don't know what the statistics are phenomenal. It is so rare that someone will be born with that problem. Yet they're trying to make out that we're all possibly like that. We don't know what sex we are. We don't know who we are anymore.
That's horse crap.
If you want to identify as a chair or a tree or a female or a male or something, you can do it. And it's actually legal here in this state, in Victoria. You can change your birth certificate and declare yourself to be whatever you want to be. And the children can do it too, so.
There was never a day in my life that I imagined that I might be a boy. Not one day.
There are people like that, but they are it's such
far
a rare
and few
condition.
between. And in my opinion, it's either a
novelty.
No. It's like a genetic mistake, I think.
Yes, it happens.
Yes.
It's
like diabetes.
It's very rare. It's very, very rare.
Right.
The vast majority of people are born either a male or a female, and there's no issue with it.
Right.
You are what you are, right? So.
And I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with being a girl.
I'm glad she's a chick.
Wesley, I'm glad that you're glad.
I'm glad that he's glad too, because if I ever catch you wearing my underdrawers, you're going to be in trouble.
That's yucky.
You don't need that.
Oh, he's not going to let you catch him.
I caught him, didn't I? But no, and see, I wouldn't want a man like that. My daughter used to date men all the time that were super duper skinny little twigs who didn't have any hair on their chest,
painted their nails,
putting makeup on.
And
I'm like, what is attractive about that? I want a burly looking man who looks like a man, but that's just me.
I have to put makeup on to look burly.
Oh, you are so full of prunes. Hush
I'm mean and like a man, a real man. Otherwise, I just look insipid. I just look like.
And to
Who's
me,
that?
being a man is more about having integrity and a good work ethic and
Being able to-
loyalty.
Being able to change a tire on a car.
Yeah, thank you. Use a
I should do
hammer. Fix a
Even I
hinge
can
on
do
the
that.
door.
Mm.
Yeah. Because
Even I can do that.
I can lift a tire off a car, but I'm going to be exhausted when I get it back on the car. I know how to change the tire. I know how to change the oil in a car. I know how to change spark plugs. I know how to do all of that. But do you think I want to? No, I don't want to get out there and sweat because I'm a girl.
But she's good at it.
I might be good at it, but I don't like to do it.
She's a closet motorhead.
I don't mind shopping for the stuff. I like to shop for the stuff. I could spend some money on a car.
Yeah, she can.
But, yeah. Y'all.
She can also tune carburetors by ear and set the timing by ear too.
I don't know about the timing.
Yeah, you
Really?
do.
I think that's
First car I bought her was a Dodge Dart with a 318 in it, and it had a small, crappy carburetor on it, single port intake, and crappy exhaust.
It had dual exhaust though.
Well, I took her on a date to a speed shop, and she gets an Edelbrock high-rise dual plane, gets 2 Holly carbs. We put the Mallory dual-point ignition system on it, and then we do true dual exhaust on it. We did all the work in her driveway, and then I took it to a speed shop that one of my buddies owned there in Georgia. I'm like, hey, check the timing and check the carbs on this thing for me. He threw his flow meters on it, put the gun on it. He's like, I'm not touching it. He goes, who did it for you? I'm like, this chick I'm dating. He's like, you better marry her.
It was fun. We had a good time doing that car, didn't we?
And I could tell whenever she was in a hurry or late because she would lay rubber everywhere with that car.
It was a great
The
car.
stop sign meant squeal tires on pavement to her.
I think it was a 1974 Dodge Dart land barge. It was huge, and I loved it. And it was that ugly 1970s goldish bronze brown color. It was a weird orangey brown.
Like a burnt orange brown.
Yeah, but God, that was a great car.
You could put 10 bodies in the trunk of that thing.
You know what, Dwayne? I completely agree with you. And I'll tell you what, I've been watching this Korean young lady who escaped from North Korea. And she tells about her stories of what she went through to get here to the United States. And I think they should make her book required reading for every United States citizen in the high schools today. Because it's about freedom and what that really means and what it really costs. And
you've mentioned that before. This person, you've mentioned it before.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I have a lot of respect for this young lady. I really do. She gets a lot of heat because people call her, say that she's embellishing her story and saying that she's not 100% truthful. I don't care if she is or not. Do you know how rare it is for an individual to escape that regime? Very, very rare. Very rare. Because they usually are killed going across the ice or getting out of there. And how she did it is a miracle. And the fact that she escaped and is living here happily ever after is a miracle. And I just, if she does embellish a little bit, well, she's selling her books, you know? Dwayne said his uncles were in World War II and the Korean War. My grandfather was in World War I in Eastern Europe. My father was, thankfully, he did not have to go to Vietnam because he was married and had 2 children when, and he was put in, I guess back then they put them in categories. And all of the single out of high school kids got sent off first. And then all of the kids in college got sent off second, and then the married kids got sent off, and then the ones that were married with kids got. So he never got his number pulled. And it's just really, in my opinion, a miracle that it didn't, because I thought every young man went to Vietnam back in the day. I really did, unless they
I was
ran
classified A1. I could have been called any minute.
Wow. Wow. And, you know, a lot of people enlisted in the military to keep from being drafted.
Oh, yeah,
so at
they
least
did.
that way they can control which direction they went.
I had high school buddies that joined the Navy and joined the Air Force just so they wouldn't get drafted into the Army.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But when he was 18 years old, he had a wife and 2 children. And so he just never got called to go. And I'm super grateful for that. And I never knew his father. I mean, I knew who he was. I saw him a couple of times, but I don't remember much about him. And I know he didn't go in the military. I know that. So I didn't have a lot of people in my family that were war veterans.
My dad was in Korea.
Was he?
In fact, I think my mom said I was like 18 months old or something before my dad ever saw me for the first time.
Oh, my.
Wow.
Mm.
One of my daughters was only 4 months old the first time her daddy saw her. And boy, I'll tell you what, that was a phenomenal experience right there. I had this baby by myself. Daddy was out at sea. And she was such a beautiful little, she was great. But anyhow, I took her with me to meet him when he got off the airplane. And you know, that baby knew her daddy the instant she saw him. It was like she just recognized him. And I don't know how, because she'd never seen him before in her life. But when he picked her up, it was love at first sight. And by God, it's been that way ever since. And she's 32 years old. And there ain't nothing in the world to that girl like her daddy, and vice versa. So, and I'm glad it happened that way for her, you know, and for him.
How did Grumpus? How did that affect your father being in the war?
Yeah.
I mean, his dad died when he was 14.
Mm.
There were 7 kids in the family, and he was the only one. He had a sister. The oldest child was a sister, and the youngest child was a sister, and all boys in the middle.
Ooh.
And then his mom trying to raise all of them, and he was the only one with a job helping to raise everybody. And he's the only one that got drafted.
Get out of Dodge.
So he was kind of bitter.
Yeah.
So he put in his, I don't know, 2 or 3 years or whatever it was, and you know, he got out and just never looked back. As far as the war affecting him, he didn't affect him other than just
pissed
him
off.
He's a little pissed off that he got drafted. Now his brothers ended up joining different forms of service because they didn't want to go to the Army after hearing the stories my dad had.
Right.
But I mean, at that time, that's just what happened. Everybody got drafted or you joined.
Right.
Yep. Mm.
And I'll tell you what, I'm so glad that they don't do that anymore.
Well, they could.
Oh, they could if they wanted
Could any
to.
minute.
And after this Afghanistan thing going on, I don't know that they won't. They're going to
That's
need to.
It's been handled really well, hasn't it?
What a joke.
I don't completely understand. I cannot speak about it because I honestly don't know enough about it to have an educated opinion about it.
It's way too late in the night for me to climb on that soapbox.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
But
that's
like,
when Charlotte.
what I want to say.
That's for when Charlotte gets her second channel. When you get your second channel. We'll have
the
a
one
big
thing I
discussion
do
about
know is that in all of the history of our military, one of the main concepts has been no man left behind in each one of them. And it's so mind-boggling to me that there are people left behind now. mind-boggling. And now they still have a couple of days to get them out.
I don't think they can.
And I know there were some left behind in Vietnam as well.
I don't think they can go back and get them. I mean, they're going to have to start sending just as many as they polled to go in there and do it.
Yeah. Well, they'll end up sending special forces or something like that to extract them. You know,
right now they've got
they're going to start killing them. What they're going to do?
The airlines that they had to dedicate 4 aircraft to just ferry people out of there day in and day out, ferry people out. Plus, they got Globe Masters, they got C-130s, they got all kinds of troop transports, just shoving people out of that country right now.
What have we heard? What have we heard for the last 40 or 50 years? We do not negotiate with terrorists.
With terrorists. And who are we negotiating with now?
We're negotiating with terrorists.
We've got the stinking Taliban. Oh, Lord, don't get me started. The Taliban
very people we went over there to whoop ass is now who we're holding them accountable for our safety.
Yeah.
It just the whole thing is ludicrous.
It's insane.
Just ludicrous.
Oh yeah, that's opening a can of worms. I could talk all night about that.
But it's a new one. What did they call it years ago? A newer, gentler something military.
That's the appeasement.
Kinder, gentler nation.
The government wants the military to be kinder, gentler.
All I'm going to say is 1938. Neville Chamberlain going and having a visit with Adolf, doing the peace deal.
Yeah.
Coming back and getting off the plane and saying, look, at this bit of paper, the man's not going to invade Poland.
This piece of paper is going to save us all.
You should have seen the lunch that we had. He's a lovely man. He knows, fantastic. Next day, you know.
Oh, my.
I mean, they've left billions of dollars of
equipment.
Of war equipment over there. That's my tax dollars. The very people we were trying to kill, we left them all of our stuff.
Did you see the video of them trying to get the helicopter off the ground?
I can only hope they put GPS in all the tanks so they would take them back to their little village. We can blow them up remotely.
That would be phenomenal.
Well, that might be why they did it. You don't ever know.
They're not that smart.
Oh, they're not that stupid either.
Well, maybe if General Motors made those tanks, maybe they have an OnStar or something.
It's a stinking shame, though. It really is, all of it. I don't understand all of it, but
the whole world is laughing their ass off at us.
That's a scary thing. Whatever happened to
what did I just say about Hitler? I mean, if it hadn't been for Churchill stepping in, we'd all be speaking German.
Yes,
well, that's true. Yeah. That's probably true.
The rest of the world was saying, "Oh, look, the man's, he's a little bit maybe highly strung, but he's okay."
Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's just got a big military. That's all. And he said that he won't invade. So
let's believe him.
I believe Adolf. Yeah, I believe him. What an insane idea. And so
Indeed.
You would have thought that back then lessons would have been learnt, but nothing's been learnt from history.
Right.
They don't even bloody teach history anymore.
No, they don't. Look, I will never forget one time we were talking about the Civil War with my daughter, and she was just in middle school, and we were watching a movie, The Patriot. And I think I've told this before. Movie. And she said, well, why didn't they just go bomb them? And I looked at her and I said, what are you talking about?
There were no bombs.
I said, we didn't have bombs in the freaking Civil War. Are you insane?
Revolutionary War.
Was it Revolutionary? Yeah. It was one of the Civil War Revolutionary, before there were bombs, okay? And I'm thinking, what are they teaching you in school for crying out loud?
Nothing.
They're indoctrinating them in school. That's why we always constantly have to tell our children, no, that's crap.
Yeah.
This is the truth. That's crap.
And it'll get worse if they get to college.
People has been fighting for thousands of years. I don't know what makes America think they're so arrogant they can go over there and get them to stop.
Well, and Biden said that last night.
We shouldn't have been over there to start with.
He said we shouldn't have been there to start with, and that they had been fighting amongst themselves for thousands of years, and he's not going to he can't force them to make them get along or something like that. So here's my theory.
That being said, once the decision was made to go over there, they should have just taken care of business and got out.
Thank you very much.
Don't drag this crap for 20 years and do nothing.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there's many problems with our government, but the one big problem is they say, hey, military, you guys go do this. But all of us suits that's never been in the military are going to tell you how to do your damn job. They should tell us, there's your objective, do it. Do it the way you know how to do it, and we're going to step out of the damn picture. We're not going to put the media in it. We're just going to let you boys do your damn job.
You can't do that, though, because
the media...
The media is the watchdog.
Kiss our ass. We should tell everybody.
Well, it used to be.
If the media can carry a camera, put a gun in their hand.
Right.
If you want to be over there, put on Kevlar, pick up your M16, and stand a walk.
That's the biggest problem we have right now. Back in World War II, by the time we found out what was going on, it was done. Now they got reporters with cameras and microphones wanting to interview people while they're in a foxhole.
While they're in the middle of a firefight.
Giving away all of our strategic moves and all that kind of, it was better off before.
Yeah.
You wipe out 5,000 and you don't know about it till it's over.
Right.
And, politicians had to stay out of it because they were clueless.
Yeah.
They're clueless now, but they still know too much too soon.
Yep.
Indeed.
They should just keep them out of it. Just let the military do their damn job.
But I don't think what's my daughter, my oldest one, she is in a frenzy over all of this. She thinks that, well, she tends to really fall into conspiracies, and she worries about them a lot. She worries a lot about what's going to happen next, what's going to happen here, what's going to happen. And I told her the other day, I said, you need to settle down. You need to worry about your little corner of paradise and your family and your kid. And let the rest of the world burn itself down. Who gives a shit?
That's right. That's exactly right.
As long as you and yours are safe, let the rest of it go to hell in a handbasket.
Well, let me just assure you all of one thing. When I'm king, it'll be different.
Okay. And when I'm queen of the world, it'll be different too.
Grumpus, if you could fly down here and run this joint, Australia, I'd vote for you tomorrow. I'd vote for you yesterday. We're totally lost here. So we need someone. In fact, I've been kicking a ring.
Your country's kind of lost its mind too, hasn't it?
Ah. The way we're going, we're not going to have a country. It's just freaking ridiculous.
Well, and that's the way I feel about the U.S.
No,
because it's lost its way. It has lost its.
No. You've still got your freedom, Charlotte. We've lost our freedom.
Yeah, but for how much longer? How much longer?
For as long as there's 90 million of you with guns. That's how long it'll last.
Oh yes, now that you are correct.
That's why.
Let me put my soapbox on top of my soapbox.
Go ahead.
You like that one, Grumpus? You like that one?
Well, they're going to have a hard time pulling guns out of Texas. I can tell you that right now.
Mm-hmm. That's why we're in the state that we are here. We've been in lockdown for a couple of months now, and it's not going to end because they're forcing us to all get vaccinated. And businesses are destroyed. I'm pretty much at the end of my rope with my business. We're all on welfare. We can't leave the house. We get arrested. We've got no freedoms. People don't really know what's going on down here. I don't think it gets reported accurately. But, if we had the Second Amendment, this wouldn't be happening because our politicians have got ultimate control over us. But basically, I think we'd have more freedom in North Korea at this point. Because over there, all you have to do, my understanding is that guy that runs it, the little midget guy, he just sort of says, oh, yeah, we love you, and he leaves you alone. Not here. Doesn't matter. I think I'd rather go to North Korea.
Oh, my. That's heartbreaking.
we're screwed here. Yeah.
You know,
And
the one thing though, I think people.
We've lost our freedom, Charlotte.
I get that.
America,
I do,
you've still got
honestly,
your
and I
freedom.
think
You're never
that
gonna lose.
is a paramount
lose your
above
freedom.
everything else. Is the freedom.
America will never lose its freedom. That people will never be enslaved because of that Second Amendment and because of your amazing constitution. I mean, you've got the most amazing country in the world, and I've said it for a long time. I used to think Australia was pretty good, but nah.
What worries me about the Second Amendment, and I'm all for the Second Amendment, don't get me wrong, but what this country has the greatest military on the earth. And I think the only way that they could take freedom is if they convince the military citizens to turn on their own people.
That'll never happen.
And I don't believe it'll ever happen either.
I don't think another civil war is out of the question.
Well, maybe not. There's always a question, a possibility of that. In fact, I say Australia, I think we're one of the only countries in the world that's never had a civil war, and eventually it'll happen because our system's broken, you know. It won't be in my lifetime, but it will happen because it has to, because there's too much corruption.
Yeah.
You know? Too much corruption and too much they're taking away our freedom, our liberty, you know, all of that. And people can only put up with that for so long, you know.
Sure, yeah. But I mean, North Korea's put up with it for 80 years now. And how many generations of people is that? And they don't have guns either.
Oh, I know.
And they are under the thumb of.
If the people had guns, that guy couldn't do what he was doing.
No, somebody would assassinate him. Period.
Well, I mean, it's even the threat of it. I try and explain to people, a lot of people here who think Americans are a bunch of, you know, gun-toting yahoos, you know, rednecks running around like the Wild West. Like, mate, if that, why? I mean, it should be statistically with the amount of guns that you people have. But why? So why isn't it? It's because most people that have got the guns are responsible. There's no different than driving a car, you know. But over here, they took them all away from us, and it's over a period of generations where now the only people that can sort of protect themselves are the police and the criminals. So when we protest, it's sort of the government just laughs and says, ha 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 ha, you know, yeah, whatever. But it's a whole different kettle of fish in your country because you people don't need to even threaten it. It's there. The government over there knows, and it's because of the Second Amendment. You will always have your freedom, and it's a very precious thing. And I don't think a lot of people over there appreciate. You'll never experience what we're going through.
Right. I mean, we have people calling for gun control all the time, and when I say gun control, they want the government to take the gun.
Take the guns away from them. Yeah. It's not control; it's take them off you. Yeah.
Right.
Because they don't need guns; they live behind gated communities.
Right. Right.
But
you know, right now, you can't hardly buy ammunition anywhere because they're out.
I do know that.
When we got a big sporting goods store here. It's I've got a brother-in-law that will get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and stand in line in front of Academy Sports and Outdoors. So he's 3 or 4 deep in the line. So when they open their doors, he can buy some ammo for his guns. And sometimes they've run out before he can get his.
Oh my gosh.
And he's been waiting in line for 4 hours since it was dark because everybody feels it coming. Everybody's loading up on ammo. Everybody's loading up on firearms.
I did that at the beginning of COVID.
Yeah.
I bought tons of new ammo and bought myself a little guy I call Prince Charming. And I love him. It's only a little 22 semi-automatic, but I like him.
Well,
I
it'll
love
slow
it.
somebody with
I
a
love it.
knife down, won't it?
Yes, it will. It'll slow some. Look, Mama don't miss. Remember that movie, The Patriot? Aim small, miss small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's Mama. My daddy taught me how to shoot when I was just a little girl, and we used to do that for fun in the backyard. And you know, get beer cans and stuff
Oh
and
yeah.
pop them off in the backyard. And that's maybe, possibly, one of these days could have been the best thing he ever did for me. You know.
Never know.
But I have
Now,
to have one. That's the problem with me, though. I don't have a lot of upper body strength, and I'm very small. So I have to have one that I can wrap my hand around because I have really small hands. And I have to have something that I can keep up without it flying everywhere. And this little 22 semi-automatic is wonderful because I can control it and I'm comfortable with it. Oh.
What are you eating?
Another reason I don't make her mad.
No, I'm not through.
What's that you're eating? What are you eating?
I'm eating Nilla wafers.
did you bring enough for everybody?
Yeah, really, it's all, you never,
Did
Nilla.
she offer you one, Patrick?
No, not even, that's all for her.
She didn't offer me
all
one.
for herself.
I'm sitting beside her and didn't even get one.
You ain't getting one. I'm starving and you didn't make me dinner. You ain't getting nothing.
Hey y'all, it's after 4. I'm gonna have to hit the sack.
Yeah, I was gonna actually end it at 4, but we were so busy talking I didn't. About, you know, freedom and important stuff.
I gotta run into work.
Drunk, so I better go too.
Oh no. I thought you couldn't leave. Wait a minute.
Leave what?
You said you gotta do what?
I've got to go and get drunk.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah, I thought you said something about a truck.
That's what I thought too.
Oh, well, I might drive a truck later. Who knows?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
I'll get crazy
Stay
when
out
I
of the
go out.
pokey. Anyway, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you again so much. I really, 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 really enjoy talking to you guys.
All right. Well, I'm
And
sorry
Laura,
it turned so dark here.
Chili video, please. Chili video.
Wait, definitely. This weekend we're doing it, hurricane or not.
Do
We
it.
might have to do
Laura?
it on the grill, but we'll do it.
Laura, Dwayne, I think you're the last two in here.
Dwayne.
Y'all have a good evening.
Yeah.
Yep. Have a good night. Have a good weekend, y'all.
Appreciate you reading all your stuff.
Huh?
Sleep well.
Talking to the people in
You
the
too.
chat.
Oh, hell, it's daytime over there. Shoot. Take care, Patrick.
Bye.
Wesley, Charlotte, Patrick.
See you later.
Good
Y'all
night,
have a good one.
Grumpus.
Catch
I'll see you
later.
next time.
Bye, guys.